You are this is probably going to be a bit on the longer side. But yeah, anyways, I guess hello everybody. Welcome back to the greatest live show slash podcast slash whatever this is of all time. That is right, everybody. And today we're going to be talking about the Vaush folder allegations. Oh boy, I'm so excited. I can't wait. I love talking about the Vaush folder allegations. It's my favorite topic. What about you guys? Do you guys also find that this is your favorite topic of all time? I know it sure is mine. So, yeah. Without further ado, oh God, where do we even begin? This whole situation is a nightmare, and it's quite difficult to sift through. So you're all gonna have to bear with me if you know what I'm saying. So yeah. With that being said, I could have titled this stream. Sorry, I think I might also make this into a video segment. You know what? Whatever. It doesn't matter. I could have titled this "How Vaush Ended His Career in 3 Seconds," and you know, made a sloppy video on him that gets 5 to 10K views on a 1K sub channel. You know, that was entirely possible. Unfortunately, that would require me to be intellectually dishonest, something that goes against my principles. So I guess the main thing holding me back is the fact that I actually have principles. Heaven forbid. You know, it's almost like whatever the commentary community deems to be the case is not necessarily correct. And yeah. So I guess where we'll start is something that is quite similar to Vaush basically ending his career in 3 seconds. But I think there's more to it than that, right? I could make a video saying, Vaush done goofed. Vaush doofed it up again. I could do that, but that wouldn't actually do anything. That's just what everybody has already said. So instead, I'm actually going to go over what people are saying about Vaush and see if their conclusions slash accusations hold any actual merit, which, let's be real, they don't. Yeah. Anyways, oh boy. So it all started when Vaush accidentally showed some private folders on a live stream before he abruptly ended it. So there's a 3-second clip of this that we're gonna watch together just to see what this is all about, because I think that this is the important starting point.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What? So yeah, in case you guys didn't catch that, he basically just leaked a private folder. Now, the version you just saw was censored, but essentially there is corn in that folder. In fact, it's a collection of folders containing corn that he has saved. That being said, there have been a lot of people accusing him of having lolly in there, and we'll get into that. One of the main people, of course, being Ethan Klein, who talked about this for an extended period of time on the H3 podcast. Now, I have seen the uncensored version, right? Because I'm not just going to take somebody's word for it. And based on what I saw in the uncensored version, I can't lie, I didn't see any lolly. So, based on that alone, I don't think it's fair to say that Vaush watches or saves lolly on his computer. I don't think that there's strong enough evidence for that. Now, there is evidence of some other stuff, but it's very weak evidence, and I don't think that it proves anything beyond a reasonable doubt. And I guess that's what we're going to get into. So, about 20 hours ago, Vaush uploaded a video on his second channel called I Am the Smartest Streamer Alive. I'm guessing what this is about is Vaush being the smartest streamer alive. Let's find out what... I already know what it is. I've already watched it. All right, let's just watch it.
Have you deleted the AI horse images? Yeah, of course. I can't believe people like clock that as AI so quick. I guess I don't have as good of an eye for it as other people. That's happened on stream before though, where I'd pull up like fashion photos and people are like, "Oh, that's AI." I don't know. Maybe I have AI autism. Maybe maybe the reason I hate AI so much is because I know I'd be the most susceptible to it. You know what I mean? Like 10 years in the future, I'm falling in love with a clearly deep fake, you know, like girl online that I meet or what.
Okay, so I do think Vaush is innocent, but a little bit of constructive criticism here. Don't start by talking about the AI stuff. Like I know that that's like a big autism moment for Vaush, talking about how much he hates AI art, but then he gets exposed for having AI art saved on his computer because he didn't realize it was AI art. Like, I get it. It's like a funny meme in the Vaush community, right? But from like an outside perspective, I'm not an outside perspective, so I know that. But any outside perspective that sees that is going to be like, okay, this is fucking stupid. What is he talking about, right?
Whatever, you know what I mean? Like, just I'm the most vulnerable to deep fake phishing scams. How could you not tell it was really bad? Did you just download as a tiny thumbnail? Well, I have no. I'm sorry, I don't have your skill for immediately determining that. How can y'all tell from that tiny thumbnail? Yeah, they like backtraced it. They like calculated the goddamn. Yeah, I know that AI image. No.
Yeah, I don't understand how people know if something is AI or not. Like, unless it's like really obvious. Like, unless it's like a realistic depiction of a human being, except they have like 6 fingers and it looks kind of strange. Like, if that's the case, then yeah, okay, it's obviously generated by AI, right? But like, if it's like a drawing or something more abstract, how the fuck can you tell that it's AI? Like, I genuinely have no idea how people have an eye for that. Maybe I'm just illiterate when it comes to actual art, but I've never understood that.
Stable Diffusion, created on 2023, the 3rd of August. Like, whoa, Jesus, you know? Mr. Medicare is among many people shit talking you about that little incident. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Nazis dislike me? This is new to me. You know, devastating too, because I had tried so hard to appeal to them in the past. Pole's been fixated on it for like 2 days. In fairness, it is extremely funny, you know? There's no getting around the comedy of the element. I saw the one of the artists who was heavily featured in the images that showed in the preview window was
So I think that what Vaush should be doing here is, rather than doing this thing where it's like he sort of just talks about it as if everybody already knows what this is all about, I think it would be much more useful if he were to either, you know, right off the bat, say what it is that he's allegedly getting exposed for, or alternatively, he could do like a bullshit satirical YouTuber apology style video if he's going to take the route of not taking it seriously and just making it into a joke, which I also think is a valid route to take. But I feel like you have to pick one almost.
Lewdpoi, who saw the clip of me opening it and posted the images that were of theirs in it. And yeah, they're a good artist. Very funny. No joke, a Twitter account named HitlerCunny1488 sourced all the images and said one of them was Lolly. I feel like that's probably the character of the engagement that I'll see. Okay.
Of course. I mean, who better to expose Vaush than... What was it? Something about... Look, let's just continue.
I'm not kidding. Okay, so the images that were in the folder. First of all, the funniest things there by far, to be clear, is that I think 2 of the images that showed were literally just non-pornographic, like canon images of Raru from Tears of the Kingdom, like just standing there.
Again, I feel like Vaush is beating around the bush a little bit. Like, just address the images that people are accusing of being lolicon or whatever. Like, don't talk about images that nobody gave a fuck about, right? So that'd be like my main criticism for Vaush. But yeah, I don't know. It's like a minor nitpick.
So that was funny. You know, that It wasn't even the porn of him. It was just him standing there, which he's beautiful, so that fits. And then, you know, again, embarrassing with the AI. I know next time this happens, I'll make sure that it's like real drawings of horse dick and not AI. I apologize, you know. I assume they were pornographic. No. Those were like Nintendo produced canon images of Rauru. I'm pretty sure. Like that was just Rauru. You know what I mean? Or maybe they were fan drawings, but they were totally like on model. So yeah, I guess that's pretty funny. Rauru is porn though. It might as well be. He's aggressively hot. You know. What about the sussy other drawing of the two girls? Okay. So there are two. So first of all, I think it's incredibly funny that everyone's immediately like glazing over the horse thing because everyone knew already. I find that very funny. No notes, you know.
Yeah, guys, I don't think Vaush is beating the horse cock allegations, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Anyone who's upset about that, it's called moral consistency. You should try it sometime. Why don't you just show us? Yeah, I'm sure you'd love that to sort of glean my good taste.
Maybe.
No. Okay. So anyway, there were two images there that people are saying are sussy, right? Okay. Well, I can't show them, obviously. Okay. Now, one of them, I swear to God, and you can, I'm sure there are people posting it. One of them literally is just a hentai drawing of a chick sucking a big cock. Okay. Normal. Like, I even looked at it, like analyzing it for sussiness. Okay. And the woman's torso, like relative to the size of the guy, they both have adult proportions. Apparently, it's fan art of, some VTuber. So I looked up the VTuber, and the VTuber model looks nothing like the drawing.
Yeah. So again, this would be an example of Vaush simply not knowing the context behind a certain image. Like, you can't expect him to, every time he saves porn, and don't get me wrong, like, saving porn on your computer in the first place is kind of weird. I don't know why you would do that. Just, you know, at most bookmark it on Twitter, I guess. I don't know why you would need to have like an entire folder on your computer dedicated to porn, but whatever. That's not really like the end of the world. However, that being said, you can't expect him to do 30 minutes of research every time he wants to save a pornographic drawing onto his computer. Like, I feel like that's kind of fucking absurd to expect him to like research it to make sure that this drawing of a character depicted in a lewd or nude fashion that appears to be an adult and has all of the physical characteristics of an adult in hentai, like to make sure that, oh, well, actually it's depicting a VTuber that is canonically 16 years old. Like, that's kind of fucking absurd, right? Like, maybe he just wants to, I don't know, look at porn and jack off to it without spending 30 minutes beforehand making sure that the artist doesn't have any past history of posting lolicon, or making sure that the character isn't canonically underage. Like, sometimes you see something where it's like, okay, that's a drawing that looks like an adult, and that's a good drawing. I'm gonna beat my meat, right? I think that's like a perfectly reasonable thing. You know, call me crazy, but that's just how I see this. Somebody in chat says Lolly and Shota isn't morally wrong, even if he's saved it. He's not a PDF file. It just means he's hypocritical. Well, first of all, if you're attracted to lolicon, which is depictions of underage individuals, that would by definition make you a PDF file, right? PDF file, the actual word for it. I'm censoring myself heavily because it's the first 20 minutes of the stream, and you know, I want the YouTube algorithm to be nice to me. As nice as it can be. But by definition, a PDF file is simply somebody that is attracted to people that are underage while being like an adult. Now, like, this isn't like an end-all be-all definitive definition, right? So it could be the case that there's like an 18-year-old that's sexually attracted to a 17-year-old, right? But you wouldn't say that the 18-year-old is a PDF file, right? Like, that would be fucking insane. But technically, that would fit under the definition of, oh, well, that's an adult that's attracted to minors. Okay, but that's different, right? Because when we talk about PDF files, we're usually referring to a clear and unambiguous age gap that is problematic, right? That's usually what we're referring to, right? So, yeah.
So this would, like, as like implications go, this would be like saving an image that looks like it's like actually high school DxD fan art or something. And then it's like, oh well, it's high school DxD, and then you look at what the girls look like in high school DxD. Wait, am I thinking high school DxD or high school of the dead? I think I'm thinking of high school of the dead. Where's the one where they fire the sniper rifle shot through the titties? Is that
this isn't the best defense from Vaush. If I'm going to be completely honest, I think it would be a much better argument to sort of lay out what I just laid out, which is, again, like, who the fuck is going to spend 30 minutes doing research every time you fucking bookmark or save a pornographic drawing on Twitter to make sure that the artist doesn't have any past history of drawing lolicon, or to make sure that the character in question that appears to be overage and is depicted as an overaged character isn't canonically underage. Like, it's just a waste of fucking time. Like, sometimes you just want to beat your meat to what you can reasonably assume is depiction of an adult character. I think that that's, like, reasonable, right? I think that that would be a much better approach than what he's sort of going for now. I feel like this might be easy to misconstrue or take out of context. So yeah, I guess I'm being a little bit of the optics police, but, you know, sometimes optics matter, especially for something like this.
Is that of the dead? Where's the GIF? Here we go. For anyone who's never seen any anime before, I'm sorry, this is the first stuff that you have to see of it.
Damn, that's crazy.
Boing. So as implications go, it's something in that ballpark.
Yeah, that doesn't make you look good, Vaush. Again, this is bad optics. Like, I understand the point he's trying to make, but I feel like this can be easily misconstrued. Vaush is attracted to characters that are in high school, right? Like, that could be like a bad faith interpretation of what he's saying here. That's obviously not what he's saying. The argument he's trying to make here is the fact that there are many instances in which a character is canonically underage, but they're drawn very adult-like, and it could be the case that if you see a drawing of them with no prior context or knowledge of that it's going to be the case that you're not going to think of them as a minor. You're just going to see, oh, here's like a big titty anime goth girl. That's hot. I'm going to go beat my meat, right? And that's the extent of the thought process, right? You're not going to be sitting there wondering, oh, I wonder if this character, despite looking like an adult, is actually canonically underage. I mean, it's literally just the inverse of the argument that that lolicon defenders will use of, well, you see, while it is true that this character appears to be a 10-year-old girl in terms of physical appearance, personality, and voice, they're actually a 3,000-year-old vampire named Gormilios. So it's actually not pedophilia, right? So this would be like a similar line of logic being used against that, I guess. Like you would still agree that, like, okay, even though canonically they're overaged, right? It's like they're depicted in a certain fashion, and that's clearly what you're attracted to. It's literally just the same argument in the opposite direction, right?
That's art. I admit that's very funny. I think High School of the Dead is supposed to be pretty bad, though. Don't you know Jotaro is totally 17, not like 27? Yeah, well, anyway, that one's really dumb. Anyway, there was another image in there that people are saying are sussy, and the reason they're saying it's sussy is, like, they're saying, like, on an image site, it's tagged as lolly, and I looked over it, and I think...
Was that the image site he got it from? If the answer is no, then whether or not it's tagged as something has absolutely no bearing on whether or not it actually appears to be that thing out of context, right? So it could be the case that, for instance, there's, like, an underage character that's depicted in a nude or lewd fashion. That's bad, obviously, right? And that might be tagged as lolly. But let's say that somebody reposts that on Twitter without any context of who that character is, or the fact that they aren't of the legal age canonically, right? And you, as a viewer, see that and you just view it as an adult hentai chick, right? Like, you're not gonna be thinking, oh, that is a child, I better save that on my PC, right? Like, that's not gonna be your thought process, right? There's gonna be, so I think that's like an important distinction to make.
Yeah, I can see people coming to that conclusion. It's not like it's being done in good faith, because people who hate me will see me holding hands with, like, a 30-year-old woman and call me a pedophile for it. So it's not like there's a fair engagement here. I guess to me,
I don't know what this, again, this is a terrible argument from Vaush. he's not wrong, but at the same time, like again, if I'm a staunch Vaush hater, I'm gonna view this and be like, well, that's not the argument I'm making. The problem is that the character was underage. If the character that you saved an image of was 30 years old, you know, we wouldn't be canceling you. That would be like the counter argument that could be made. Again, I think that the counter argument I've laid out is far more precise and less up for interpretation through bad faith, I guess. Maybe that's just me.
Came across as like cartoony or whatever, but yeah, I could see that. If I disliked a person a lot and I wanted to make a point about them and I saw that image, I guess I could make that argument, sure. I guess it's more along the lines of like, all of this has happened before, right? Because way back, like years ago, there's even a video of it on my second channel that I assume at least some of you have watched, where I used to have a second Twitter account where I just like liked and retweeted porn, you know, whatever I saw, right? And there was like hundreds and thousands of images that I liked, where the recurring pattern, you know, was like, I clearly like giant meaty dicks. They're everywhere in the stuff that I like. I'm a size queen. Look, I like to feel represented in the porn that I look at, you know? And then like of all of those images, like hundreds and thousands, there was one that upon closer inspection was like, like looking and saying, oh, wait, hold on a second. Isn't that like a, like proportionally, isn't that like closer to lolly? But, you know, you can barely see it for the giant dick hanging over all of it. So.
Okay, I understand the argument Vaush is making, and I don't disagree with him. But again, this is easily misinterpretable, I guess. It's easy to interpret in bad faith. Like, if I'm a bad faith actor, I'm going to view this and be like, well, Vaush, it doesn't matter if most of the time, you know, you're attracted to adults. If even some of the time you're looking at drawn CP, it doesn't matter how many other times you look at adult CP, it's still bad to look at drawn CP, right? So if I'm a bad faith actor, that would be my response. Again, you have to make it clear that there is no reason on the surface, without doing any research, just by looking at the image itself, to conclude that this is an underage character or that they look underage, right? Again, I do actually agree with the idea of, okay, well, like, you know, there's like going to be different drawing styles, and sometimes the line gets blurred. I thought that this was, you know, depicting adults, right? And maybe it turns out that the artist didn't actually have the intention of depicting adults. Okay, well then that's a dog shit artist. They can go fuck themselves, right? But again, like this argument could be like interpreted, like the one that Vaush made in terms of like the way he worded it, that could be interpreted of, well, you see, it doesn't matter that there was a naked child in the background. What matters is that there was a huge 8-inch cock in the foreground. And that's what I was looking at, right? That's how it's going to be interpreted, right? Again, normally I'm not the optics police, but for something like this, I feel like I have to be, right? But again, that's not the actual argument Vaush is making. That would be like a bad faith interpretation of it. Vaush did nothing wrong. No, I don't think he did anything particularly wrong other than being stupid.
So I guess the interpretation that you can come to is, and this is ultimately, this is like the real question, right? Which is, in all of the hundreds and thousands of demonstrated, extremely substantiated, I guess, instances of me being a size queen, what's more likely? That I just like huge dicks and messy blowjobs, and I just saw that and go, oh, wow, good, and then I liked it? Or that it's all like a secret plot to like it's like secretly, actually, I like lolicon, and that only comes out 1 in 1,000, and all the other images that I like or save or whatever else are just like an incidental, like smoke screen or something like that.
Again, it should be 0 out of 1,000 images you save that are lolicon, at least in my own honest, humble opinion, right? But again, I think a better argument would be what I laid out, which is, okay, well, maybe that was like the artist's intention, but like looking at the image itself, like I didn't know anything about the artist, and I assumed that this was like an adult. It looked like an adult, you know, the hentai goth bitch had massive mommy milkers, and that's what I was attracted to. You know, I didn't know that canonically this is actually a 16-year-old VTuber, because I don't know every single fucking VTuber on the YouTube platform or whatever, right? Like, I don't have all that information memorized. Sometimes I just like to look at Twitter porn, right? I think that's like a much better way of framing it.
Right? Obviously, like, people who dislike me are going to say whatever, but I don't think it's being done in very good faith. It's definitely a...
Saving porn is just a red flag. Oh, no. I don't disagree that it's weird to save porn. I don't know why the fuck anyone would do that. I don't know if this is like an autism moment or like an OCD thing for Vaush, where it's like you see some really, really good porn, and then it's like, okay, well, this is on Twitter. You know, what if this person's account gets suspended in the future? Maybe they deactivate at some point, right? And then I never have access to this porn again, even if I bookmark it, right? So it could be the case that it's like an OCD type of thing. Again, like it's hard to say. I'm not gonna say like anything beyond like, oh yeah, it's like kind of weird to do that, but it's not like it doesn't make you a bad person.
Secret plot. Yeah, you know, those horses told me that they were 18. I'll have you.
I save prawn I really like. Yeah, like I think that the only like I have like a few images saved on my phone, I think. And one of them is literally nude fan art of me. So it's like obviously I'm going to save that, right? So like it's not like saving porn is like a fundamentally bad thing to do, right? It's just there might be something that's like so good that you need to save it, or like you feel compelled to save it, right? Like, yeah, okay, it's weird to like dedicate like entire folders to it, but yeah, whatever. It's not like it's harmless, right? It's about like, I don't know, I would categorize it the same way that I would categorize like the pyrocynical inflation fetish shit, right? Like, yeah, it's weird or whatever, but it's not like, oh no, the world's gonna fucking explode because he has a fucking inflation fetish, right? I don't know.
You know. Anyway, it doesn't really make a difference. The weird thing is, by the way, I even saw this in YouTube chat before starting the stream. I literally saw this. No, wait, I have an even funnier one. I saw this on Twitter. Okay? I saw this on Twitter. Somebody was saying like, now that it's been proven that you're a pedophile, like a lolicon or something, will you apologize for having been so mean to us in the past? And then in YouTube chat before stream started, there was somebody there being like, well, this just shows like the hypocrisy because he's been mean to us lolicons. It's like, wait, do any of you people care? Wait, was this whole thing just a bid for...
Yeah, so this sort of addresses the hypocrisy argument I've seen a couple people making in chat. Oh, Vaush is a hypocrite. Vaush is hypocritical. He's not a hypocrite, right? Like, at no point has he, at least not openly, has he ever condemned saving a pornographic image of a goth hentai bitch that appears to be overage, has massive titties, simply because you didn't spend 30 minutes of research before saving the image in order to make sure that it's not some obscure VTuber you've never heard of that's canonically underage, right? Like, I don't think that he's ever condemned that, right? So to claim that's some like a position that he's held is obviously just blatantly fucking dishonest, right?
Like, approval? What the I'm not kidding. Genuinely, I think that for a lot of people, it's like, you know, you made like thousands and thousands of images of giant meaty cocks, and like that's basically seems to be your predominant sexual interest, to be honest, which...
Okay, I don't like the predominant sexual interest argument, right? Like, if you have a predominant sexual interest towards adults, but then you're also attracted to kids, right? Like, you being attracted to adults doesn't negate your attraction to kids, right? Again, Vaush is not attracted to kids, but this isn't the reason why, right? Like, you could be attracted to multiple things at once, right? Like, that's not mutually exclusive. So again, like, I don't like the framing that Vaush is using. Like, he's just making himself look bad when he doesn't need to, right? Because he's innocent. He doesn't need to make dog shit arguments. I know he's capable of making better arguments. He's a debate bro. But I think the reason that he's making bad arguments in the first place is dude is under a lot of stress, right? Like, if you're under a lot of stress, yeah, you're going to be making some dog shit arguments. You're going to be kind of panicking and you know, just saying the first thing that comes to your mind, right? You're going to be a little bit more emotional, right? I think that the issue that Vaush is having right now is, again, like, if you're under a lot of pressure to address something, like, you're gonna fumble a little bit. Whereas, like, I don't have, like, there's not as much at stake for me. Like, my career isn't on the fucking line here, right? So I can point at things and say, oh, well, okay, but this is like a bad argument because of this. I can be a lot more objective and neutral, right, in terms of the framing of the argument. Even though I agree with Vaush's conclusions, like, the arguments he's making are not like that solid, right? That's part of why he's sort of made the situation a little bit worse for himself. Again, I don't think he's done anything morally wrong. I think he's just being stupid.
You know, guilty as charged. But this like one errant save or like of yours is indicative that actually you belong to us. And in a weird way, it reminds me a little bit of how racists think everyone else is racist, but won't admit it.
This is actually a good argument from Vaush. Yes. It is going to be the case that these lolly defenders who are like, Vaush, you're a hypocrite. How could you criticize lolly, but then also, save it on your PC or whatever the fuck, right? It's like, but that's not what Vaush did. But you're assuming that Vaush is doing that on the basis of that being something you would do, right? So that would be like the assumption, right? So this is a good comparison from Vaush that he's going to make, right? Where racist people are more likely to assume that other people are racist. Similarly, people that save lolicon on their computer are more likely to believe that other people do the same thing, right? So they're going to have like a lower standard of evidence for that, right?
Right? Like the way that racists will think like, oh, well, everyone else thinks the way that I do. Liberals are just too afraid to bring it up. And that's the feeling that it gets me. And that's really weird in a way.
Yeah, no, I agree with Vaush here. Are you a libertarian yet? Well, I mean, I am a libertarian socialist, but the socialism part is really important for that, right? I'm not like a cringe, the freer the market, the freer the people type of libertarians, right? So I don't believe that actually makes people as individuals more free, right? Like I believe that individual liberty is maximized if workers own the means of production, right? So that's I guess that's the main caveat.
Hey, it's actually a lot slimier than if it was people in good faith being like, wow, I think that those images are a bad reflection of your character, which I mean, there's no way to like prove anything. You can go look at what you want and come to determinations that you want. I can't convince anyone of anything. It's purely like a character judgment thing. For a lot of people, their character judgment of me is always going to be negative. So there's not even really a point in engaging with it. Personally, you know, I don't know. The fact that in the big like collab image that they're using to implicate me, they have to find one AI porn image congregation site that has a tag saying that it's lolly kind of weakens the argument, because the implication then is that people wouldn't be able to immediately identify that it's lolly on the site. Does that make any sense? Like,
well, not just that. I mean, I guess that's like a correct argument from Vaush, but also it's going to be the case that wouldn't be the site that he got it from. Like if he got it from Twitter, like somebody just reposted the image on Twitter and they didn't tag it as that, like what indication would it be that it's lolly, combined with the fact that yeah, okay, well they clearly had to tag it that, but also if it's tagged that, maybe it's because there's specific people that are searching for that tag, so the person that posted it wants it to show up when people search for that, right? So I don't know how I feel about Vaush's argument there actually. Libertarians are cringe. Some of them are. Like the tech bro libertarians types are cringe. But libertarian socialists, like if you're a socialist and a libertarian, then that's actually based. Also, the reason I'm not streaming on Kick is because if my Wi-Fi takes a shit when I multi-stream, the VOD on YouTube gets interrupted / ends, and there's no way for me to fix it. So then I would have two separate VODs, and I don't want that. I just want it to be one big VOD on YouTube. So whenever I do like a larger stream like this talking about YouTube drama, where it's like I can't just have the thing abruptly end, I can't take that chance. Like I'm not gonna stream on Kick, but if I do like a just chatting stream, right, then I'll be more likely to stream on Kick and YouTube, right?
You know, if there wasn't ambiguity with regards to it maybe just being a cartoonish style, wouldn't the image itself be an indication enough on its own? I don't know. Getting too in the weeds of people like that and the arguments they make feels kind of pointless. But anyway, it feels so slimy that there are people being like, aha, you know, my long-standing habit of spending 19 hours a day joiking it to lolly VTubers has been vindicated or something. It's really weird. That Hitler Cunny 1488 person literally said, I'd say he has good taste, but he's been too mean to us. Did they really say that? Did they really make my point that well? Is that true, or are you just making that up? Degenerate, you have a yellow name. Vaush, the tag that said lolly isn't even the same image. It's another piece by the same artist. Really? Wait, really? The image that was in the folder that I just errantly saved because I'm on Twitter with 4 IQ and I see a big meaty dick and I'm like, oh, nice meaty dick, and I said that
Yeah, and that's like half of the argument against Vaush, right? Is that specific image, right? So if it's the case that that image itself doesn't look like lolicon and it's not even tagged as lolicon on the website that Vaush didn't even get it from in the first place, and that it was a separate image from the same artist that Vaush obviously did no fucking research into, then that just completely destroys half of the argument against him. The only other argument, of course, being the really weak, well, you see, when you saved that image of a hot hentai chick or whatever, or yeah, like that looks like an adult, it's actually this a depiction of this obscure VTuber that looks nothing like the actual VTuber model, where the VTuber is canonically 16 years old, right? Like that's the only other argument that's left, and that's a really shit argument. So, yikes. I guess the Vaush haters are taking a massive L with this one.
That one wasn't even the one that was tagged? Come on, man. I even agree looking at the image, looking past the giant meaty dick, as I so rarely do. Yeah, I agree you could make a fair argument, and if the artist is doing other lolly stuff, that's kind of an indication of their, like, I guess, broader inclinations, you know? But if it's not even for that image, Jesus. The way people self-report is wild. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's, I guess, like, I get a lot of emails from people asking for advice. I'm getting a lot of emails from people being like, listen, now that everything's out in the air, okay? Listen, all right? Why aren't you, like, repping the lolly cause or something? It's going to be insufferable. In fact, I don't even need to speculate on that, by the way. I'm pretty sure that last night I got an email for something, like, slightly related to that. It's not the first time it's happened either. It really makes me wonder, like, okay, you know what? Horse people aren't like this. They're not like this. This pathetic, like, a grasp for approval. They're not like this. They, I say, referring to a different group of people. Thank you. I'm on mobile right now, so I can't link, but they literally were that blatant. Oh, wait, Zellies has a link. Ugh. Yeah, no kidding. So I guess the entire thing is just, like, feigned outrage from pedophiles who think that I, like, should have been nicer to them or something.
Yeah, that's a part of it. As well as commentary YouTubers that feel the need to fucking leech off this shit, obviously.
I don't know. Horse people, you mean centaurs? They had to block out the art because the OG art had fat titties. Yeah, I can't show the link, but, like, especially with the girl with the sunflower in her hair, she literally...
Yeah, I saw the uncensored version, and, like, I'm telling you straight up, like, nothing in that screenshot is lolicon adjacent, even. At least not in my opinion. Like, it didn't look that way to me. Now, granted, is like the highest quality image slash video I could find of it, and I did spend quite a good amount of time looking. It was kind of pixelated, right? Because it's like, okay, the stream was 1080p at whatever fucking bitrate he streams at, and, you know, like, we're talking about, like, a small little folder slash image icon on his computer, right? So that's not gonna be that many pixels, right? It's kind of, like, hard to tell what some of them are, but, like, you can sort of make out what it looks like, but nothing that I saw there looks like lolicon, right? Like, if you, like, I'm sorry, but if you have to do, like, 5 hours of research for each fucking image in order to find that, like, the context behind the creation of one of them is actually adjacent to a lolicon artist who didn't depict lolly in that specific drawing, but also depicted it in a different drawing, and therefore that means that Vaush was somehow supposed to, like, it's mental gymnastics to the point of delusion, right?
Literally just looks like an adult anime chick. I don't know. It literally is just like an anime girl. But obviously, you know, it was always going to be like this, right? If it was like 100%, like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of, like, the least pedophilic anime imaginable. Dungeon Mesh.
Again, this isn't like a good argument from Vaush. Like, again, an uncharitable interpretation of this could be, well, you see, he's actually overcompensating by listing all of the non-pedophilic activities he does, right? That'd be, like, the uncharitable interpretation of this. Again, when you're under this level of stress, like, you're not going to do the best job defending yourself, right? Even though Vaush might not be a pedophile, he's still not a good person. Why is he not a good person? What do you do? I mean, I don't know him personally, but based on who he is on streams, you know, I think he's a cool guy. You know, your streams are really chill. Hell yeah, let's go. Based.
Dungeon Meshi is not pedophile. if it was that, it would have been like, oh, well, that dwarf or like gnome character is small and therefore child coded or something. So it's not like done in good faith. Yeah. One of those pics was pretty petite though. Yeah, I think that
yeah, but like 4'11" women exist. Like is it guys, chat, is it pedophilic to be attracted to a 25-year-old woman who's 4'11"? Is that pedophilic in nature? Or is it the case that sometimes adult women have more petite body types and that's like a valid thing to be attracted to, right? And if that's depicted in art, then it could be the case that maybe there was like some underlying intentions that aren't so pure, I guess you could say, as pure as pornographic art can be. But you're not going to know that from the perspective of somebody that just casually stumbles across it and saves it on their PC. Is like, oh well, there's like a naked woman. Naked women are hot, right?
With regards to like how stuff is drawn, I think that the thing that you're looking for in terms of like pernicious behavior is
just generally a pretty pleasant undude, in my opinion. Okay, well, whether or not somebody is a good person is not contingent upon whether or not they're pleasant, right? That's just like a personal preference. Like, I agree that Vaush is abrasive and, you know, his personality isn't for everybody. I like his abrasive personality. But I mean, hell, like, some people would argue that I'm unpleasant. Some people think that I'm abrasive. And granted, in the past, I actually was. I think I've sort of toned it down recently, but yeah, I don't know. I've just sort of become more chill over time. Part of it is because there was a period of time where I wasn't on my antidepressants. Part of it is, you know, you just gain experience over time, etc.
It's kind of difficult to spot sometimes, at least from my perspective, because personally, I'll self-report on this one. I love size differences, both ways. Guys being larger, girls being larger, I don't really care.
Some 18-year-olds look like 15-year-olds. Yeah, that's the other thing where it's like, okay, like, and I guess a lot of that is going to be subjective, right? But if there's like an 18-year-old that looks young for your age, are you like a PDF file or a predator if you date them? It's like two consenting adults, like unless there's like a massive age gap, like, okay, you're 45 and you're dating somebody that just turned 18 that also looks 50. Okay, then you're probably a PDF file. Okay, let's be real. I'm not gonna fucking pretend like, well, technically it's two consenting. It's like, shut the fuck up. Okay, they're a fucking PDF file at that point, right? Like, it's pretty safe to assume that that's the case, right? But like, I don't know. Like, there's not like a fine line you can draw. And I will say that, okay, maybe Vaush is like, you know, in terms of like the worst case scenario image that he saves on his PC, like, I guess he sort of starts flirting with that gray area, I guess you could say. But there's nothing explicitly pedophilic about any of the things that he had saved on his computer, right? At least not as far as I'm aware, not based on what we've seen, right? Like, it could be the case that, oh, well, actually, if you go open one of the folders and scroll 3/4 of the way down, but like, we're obviously not just going to assume that that's the case, right? Like, okay, we're going to assume that, like, yeah, like if we don't see anything that is explicitly lolicon, then there's no reasonable argument you could make in favor of yeah, Vaush is definitively a PDF file, right? That's just like a dishonest thing to say, right?
Even if it's like monster or whatever, like if there's a guy who's like 2 or 3 times larger, or a chick who's 2 or 3 like that, just consistently, it's good stuff. And the furries love drawing this, by the way. So, you know, they're a like Lady Domitresk, yeah, or what? Yeah. I mean, everyone likes Lady Domitresk, right? So depending on like how much leniency there is with regards to art style or with regards to like the way stuff is drawn, I feel like there's variability in how cartoony that stuff comes across versus it just looking like lolly. And I think that in a lot of cases, it's really obvious, and I think sometimes it's ambiguous. And I
think it's also going to be like very context dependent, right? Like, if there's a specific art style in which adults are depicted one way, and children are depicted another way, like, that's going to give context for what is a child and what is an adult, right? Like, for instance, Minecraft villagers, okay? That's the example I'm going to use, because a baby villager in Minecraft looks exactly the same as an adult villager in Minecraft, except it's like half the size. It's like a small version of the, but there's context there. So you know, if you see the small version that, okay, yeah, that's the child, right? If you see the large version, that's the adult, right? But if you just see the small version and you don't know anything about Minecraft, you might think, oh, that's like a little dwarf man, right? You might not think of it as a child, right? So it's going to be very context dependent, right? And if you don't have that context, you're not going to know, right? That context is important, right? So if you are watching Minecraft villager porn, right? Or like you see Minecraft villager porn, but you don't know anything about Minecraft or Minecraft villagers, right? And it's a depiction of a baby villager, but you just think, oh, that's like a little dwarf man. That's going to be a lot different than if you know, oh, that's like a baby villager that's like meant to depict a child, right? That context matters, because then you're not going to be thinking, oh, that's like a little dwarf man, right? There's like obviously a difference between dwarf / midget porn and the, you know, the other one that's more problematic, right? So again, context is important.
I think that like the one image that I saved, admittedly, especially knowing now that artist does other lolly stuff, I think that's ambiguous, but knowing that the artist does lolly stuff makes me think they drew it thinking that, which makes it way weirder to me, right?
Yeah, and again, Vaush didn't know that beforehand, right? He didn't know that, oh, this person has drawn other stuff that's problematic, right? But the drawing itself, the one that he actually saved, wasn't problematic. Like, what do you fucking expect him to do? Oh yeah, let me check out this artist for 30 minutes before I beat off to this image or save it? Because what if they you know, have other art that's problematic, which would be bad if I were to, heaven forbid, accidentally leak my porn folder on a stream, and then people spend like 20 hours per person collectively in like a large group of people on 4chan analyzing all of the different images to see if anything is bad, like adjacent to something bad. Like that's fucking insane, obviously.
Right? That's definitely one of those like artist intentions things that are, I think a good example of that would be, you know, I'm not really into consensual non-consent, but there are like degrees of it that I think are hot. Obviously, you know, like every girl likes it when you put your hand around their throat.
Even if Vaush did, who gives a fuck? I mean, that's not really a line of argumentation I'm going to go down in this stream, most likely. However, that being said, like, it doesn't matter for this argument specifically, as to whether or not Vaush is innocent or guilty, right? Like, if it's the case that he didn't save any lolicon shit on his PC, right? Like if I don't need to prove that lolly is bad in order to argue this is why Vaush is innocent and didn't save lolly, rather than making an argument I disagree with by defending lolly. I'm not going to defend lolly. Why would I do that? First of all, like, even if that was my position, that would be optics poison, okay? Secondly, that's not my position, so why would I argue that, right? Now, granted, I wouldn't say I'm agnostic on the issue. I guess it's an issue I just don't care that much about, right? Like, I don't care about lolly, I don't think about it, right? The only time I even think about the subject is when annoying wannabe debate bro types think that there's some sort of philosophical genius mastermind as they try to make an argument for why it's actually morally justifiable under a utilitarian framework to watch lolly. It's like, nobody gives a shit, all right? I'm sorry, nobody cares. No one. Fucking nobody. No reasonable person cares, sorry. Like, I'm sorry, but there are bigger and better things for me to worry about, as opposed to whether or not the consumption of lolicon is ethic. I don't care about the ethics of lolicon. I'm sorry. I just don't care. It's one of the most cancerous discussions. You can't have it in good faith, because no matter what, there's going to be people that get mad at you in a very polarizing, bad faith kind of way, right? Like if you give any amount of charitability, for instance, to the defenders of lolicon despite disagreeing with them, people are going to say, you actually agree with them, right? Like, I've had people try to pedo jacket me for saying, like, kind of something similar to what I'm saying now, which is I'm agnostic on the position, and I would need to do more research on the topic in order to have a stronger stance. Like, in terms of, like, what harm does this cause? How much does this increase the likelihood of somebody actually hurting a child if they consume this type of animated content? While in a vacuum, this would be harmless. Does this increase the chances of the harm actually being caused? Which I would argue, yeah, at least intuitively, but I don't have any statistics on hand, right? So it's like I'm not gonna like assert that as a fact until I do more research. It's a fucking nightmare, right? That's why I don't talk about it. Like, no matter what, like it's not fun. It's just complete cancer.
Every girl, ask them first. Don't do that without asking. But, like, so if somebody draws, like, oh, hand around the throat or whatever, like, I will assume, looking at that it's consensual. But then if I look at an artist's artwork and it turns out they just draw, like, full-on non-consensual porn, right? I don't like that at all. And it would recontextualize that image for me. So that's how I...
That's also an interesting comparison to make. Because if somebody drew non-consensual porn, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, as somebody that has a C&C fetish, right? Consensual non-consent, right? Who may or may not want to be on the receiving end of that, allegedly, maybe, potentially. In Minecraft, maybe. I don't know if I would see an issue with that, but I guess you could make, like, the same argument of, like, well, you see, it would be depicting something that's bad in a way that normalizes it and would therefore increase the chances of somebody not caring about consent in a relationship and violating consent without even realizing it, and reinforcing societal norms that harm women or whatever the fuck. In which case, I don't know if I would agree with that. So I might be inconsistent on that by condemning lolicon, but not that. See, this is why I don't like to think about it. Because... yeah, it gives me brain cancer.
I think about it, at least. But again, it's kind of like wasted effort explaining anything because A, the people who dislike me will always dislike me, and B, speaking realistically, in situations like this, any attempt at defending oneself is itself considered suspicious, so it's kind of like a wasted thing, right? I generally have an attitude with ridiculous shit like this, where just like...
Also, I think that what this boils down to is something similar to like almost like a stereotype threat, or something adjacent to that, right? For those of you who don't know, stereotype threat is like let's say there's like a stereotype that women are bad at math. Well, there are going to be a lot of women that have this increased amount of pressure for them to not fit that stereotype, for them to prove the stereotype wrong. And what this pressure and anxiety does is it makes them worse at math. It's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but not exactly, right? And this has been proven with statistics, right? That like stereotype threat is like a legitimate thing that like makes people worse at stuff, basically, right? Similarly, if people are levying false accusations your way and your career is on the line, like this is your entire career and your entire image on the internet, right? This is stuff that might stick with you forever. In fact, it definitely will, right? You're going to have something similar, right? And I believe that this is something that ultimately makes it more difficult for even somebody like Vaush to defend himself and make good arguments, right? Like, there's a reason that I've made stronger and more compelling arguments in defense of Vaush than Vaush has, right? It's not because I'm better at debate than Vaush. He's leagues ahead of me, okay? He's like a high A tier, low S tier debater. I think he's like high A tier, maybe mid A tier, because he doesn't debate as much anymore. He was definitely S tier when he debated a lot, right? And I'd say I'm like high C tier, maybe low. I wouldn't even say I'm low B tier, right? All things considered, I'd say someone like I don't know. Yeah, you get the point. like C tier is like you're good at debate, right? Like D tier is like you're better than the average person, but like you're limited to one topic, or you're just not like especially good at anything, and like you're just kind of mediocre. That would be like high D tier. Low D tier and F tier is like you're either like an average person that's never done debate or like has very little experience in it, or you're just like you're basically just lobotomized, right? But again, because I don't have this fucking I guess stereotype threat of trying to disprove something, which would increase anxiety. Like I can be more objective in terms of the arguments in defense of Vaush I make, right? Even though we come to the same conclusions, like the way I do it is in a more logical manner, right? Again, like stereotype threat is like something you can look into. I'm not gonna get too much into it, but I think it's like a really interesting thing that's totally worth researching. It's something that I researched recently for one of my classes. Yeah.
Talking through it is the best attitude. But like, there's a reason why, for the most part, people will, people just like pretend stuff doesn't happen or ignore it or whatever. I think most people would probably have like a nervous breakdown in my position. So I guess it's pretty good that I have a blasé attitude to stuff like this. But yeah, I don't know. Can we do a
even if you're somebody like Vaush that has like a super strong personality and a blasé attitude, like it's still gonna be a lot of pressure. And I think he does disclose the fact that, yeah, he's under a lot of fucking stress. Like, who wouldn't be? Like, even if you're literally Vaush, like the king of not giving a shit about optics, like even somebody like Vaush in a situation like this, like that's gonna fuck with him to some extent, right? But yeah.
Review of your entire porn folder on stream. To be clear, it's not a porn folder. It's literally named To Be Sorted, and the images in there are so old that there are literally pictures of Raru. I played Tears of the Kingdom like 8 months ago, you know? Just like an errant dump file. Do a tier list. I'm just mad that the good Raru porn didn't show up. There's some good shit. There's a drawing of Raru in there that I think is like a proper S tier. Be interested in seeing what you guys think about it. You know, really deferring to the wisdom of the crowds on that one. Sadly, that one didn't pop up, so we're gonna have to leave it as is. Unironically, who the fuck saves porn to their laptop? Do you think I stream from a laptop? What are you talking about? Ridiculous. Is there a...
As somebody that streams from a laptop, I'm very offended, okay? My laptop has an RTX 3060, and I bet yours doesn't, Vaush, because you don't have a laptop. Checkmate, libtard. That's right. As a based laptop user with an RTX 3060, I believe in laptop supremacy, because you can carry your laptop around. You can you can do that. He's mainly upset because H3 snaked him. You look at Vaush content. He really liked Ethan. Yeah, that is also part of it. And we're gonna get into Ethan Klein's involvement in blowing this controversy up. But yeah, him. Yeah. Vaush and Ethan were on really good terms from what I could tell. But like randomly, Ethan decided not to be. And decided to be really bad faith and uncharitable towards Vaush.
Sorted porn folder? Guys, I'm not gonna lie. The sorted porn folder, I'm pretty sure, was made over a decade ago. Like, for all of my computers, it's like, what files do I want to copy from computer to computer, you know? And for the most part, I don't want to copy all the bloat or like whatever apps that I have because I want to start fresh. So it's like...
Okay, that's also interesting, right? That could also be like an explanatory variable. For why he had shit saved on his computer, right? Because like the internet is a lot different now than it used to be, right? Like you couldn't reliably save stuff online as easily 10 years ago, right? Like if you wanted to save something, you would download it on your PC, right? Like that's just sort of how you did it in what, like 2013, 2014. You know, you couldn't rely on stuff to stay up on the internet as much, right? And yeah, like yeah.
Like, here's my core set of files with like childhood photos, music that I've liked. Like I have some torrents or rips of like anime or whatever, like fully cool.
Boomer's saving decade-old porn. Well, no, it wouldn't be him saving decade-old porn. It would have been a decade ago he saved porn, right? I think there's like a difference there. Like I don't even know if he still saves porn. If he does, it's probably less frequent than what he used to do, simply because there's less of a reason to save it on your computer when you could just like bookmark it if it's really good, or whatever. I don't know. I feel like if I were to have, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's no good argument for why you shouldn't save it, right? It's just kind of weird.
On there because the license for Fully Cooley keeps dropping, and then there's those like, you know, various images, porn or whatever saved. That shit is ancient. So yeah, I don't even know. I probably had horrible taste back then. I was probably what's bad. There probably wasn't even that much furry porn in there. Jesus, can you imagine? You sort your porn by tags, not by tags. Jesus, what are you tags? You're making it sound weird. Like, give an example, maybe. An example of what? Do you clear out your porn folder every year? Why would I do that? Isn't that weirder than just having like? Do you? Okay.
Yeah, I feel like if you go out of your way to make your porn folder as organized as humanly possible, you either have some severe OCD or you're just like a fucking weirdo. I'm sorry. It's not making like a huge argument or statement here. I'm just saying, like, goddamn.
Okay, again, deferring to the crowd here. Do you guys not just have a dump folder where you just download thing you like, porn or otherwise, and then
kind of, but not really with porn. I have my downloads folder for that, because that's like where stuff downloads to directly. But that's not just stuff I like. That's stuff I use for videos. That's Minecraft texture packs. It's a lot of stuff. It's yeah.
And eventually maybe you'll look at the folder and like put it somewhere more manageable or accessible. Is that?
I also don't understand, like, okay, like, why would you download like a substantial amount of porn, right? Because it's like, okay, unless it's something really good, like if you've already seen it, right? Like you're probably gonna want to see something new, right? Like if you've already jacked off to something, like you're gonna want to look at something else more often than not. I guess if you're like, if you want to look at one or a few specific images for one jack-off session, and it's like, oh, here's some other images I found that I'm gonna like save for later, I guess. I don't know. I think it's just not personally how I view porn. Like I always want to see something new that I haven't watched before or seen, but maybe that's just me.
That uncommon. This might actually be an age gap thing, because
I will say that there's like some things that are like so good that I had to go back to them, but that's like very far and few in between.
I'm almost 30, ancient, I know. And back when I was growing up, the internet was not anywhere near as reliable or steady a thing as it is now. I think that the dump folder thing was probably more common back then, would be.
In 2013, sure, but in 2024, you don't need to. Well, yeah, but I think what he's saying here is that it was in 2013 and 2014, and around that time period, that he was saving a lot of porn, right? Now, it could be the case that maybe occasionally he'll still save something every once in a while to that folder, but I'm guessing he does it way less frequently or not at all at this point, simply because there's not really a need to, right? But like, again, you have to keep in mind, Vaush is like almost 30, I think. I think he's like late 20s is what he said. So like, yeah, he was like on the internet back then as well, looking at porn, right? So it does make sense that he would have those folders saved, because that's when he was on the internet, right?
My guess, you know, like there was a lot more, yeah, things were a lot less stable, and having something saved. I remember back when I was younger, having something saved to your computer, anything, porn or otherwise, videos, photos, whatever, like that was just, it felt way more steady then than it does today. Nowadays, everything's on the cloud, or people have social media that they look back through, but I don't know. Why would you?
Yeah, if I'm gonna archive something, I'm not gonna do it on my computer, or at least not exclusively on my computer. Like, there's some stuff I have archived on my computer, but I also upload it to, like, Google Drive accounts. Like, I literally have, Google Drive storage accounts that, like, exist exclusively they serve the sole function of archiving shit. Same thing with Mediafire. I have a few Mediafire accounts that I store stuff on, that I might want but don't want taking up storage on my PC, right? But yeah.
You say porn? Because I like the images, or because I think, or because I want to, like, in the future put it somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, I have Reagan from the One Show, Reagan Ridley. What was her name? Inside job. Yeah, in there. And that reminds me to always hate Netflix. This is possibly an autism thing. I do the same. Ah, well, there you go.
I don't know. I view it more as like an OCD thing, but yeah, sure. I guess there'd be like some sort of correlation there. But yeah, I feel like it'd be more of like an OCD thing than anything else, right? Like if you feel the need to like, save/collect porn and like neatly organize/categorize the porn in different folders. I feel like that's like an OCD thing, if anything, right? I don't know. That's how I interpret it, but I could be wrong. Maybe that's not an OCD thing. Obviously, not everybody with OCD is going to be doing that, but I could see why someone with OCD would do that. Because it would be like a similar tendency, like the same underlying tendency that OCD presents, I guess.
Vaush 100% likes and comments on Pornhub videos. No, those people are psychotic. That's way great. Don't lump me in with that. Come on. I see an image of Raru with a big beefy goat cock, and I'm like, oh, that's nice. That'll inspire me. I love to live, and breathe this air and walk underneath the sun. I'll save this to my computer, and that to me, this makes me a Pornhub commenter, liker, subscriber. Come on. Although I never save porn, my computer is full of medieval depictions of rabbits with spears fighting against dogs. Exactly. There you go. What's your preferred percentage of drawn versus IRL porn? I almost never look at IRL porn, like ever.
That's interesting. Like a lot of the time, I will, especially if it's like some really kinky stuff that's like a lot harder to find in real life, right? Like I don't want to have to like go out of my way to like, oh yeah, let me find people in my fucking area that have like all of the same kinks as me, and like then I have to like schedule like a time and a place to do the thing. If they also live with their parents like me, that's gonna make it a lot harder, etc. Right? It's like I don't want to have to deal with that, right? So it's a lot easier to just like if I just want to do something in the moment, right? And it's like, okay, like yeah, I don't know, it's just a lot less effort. Like yeah, I could hook up with somebody. I could spend hours finding somebody to hook up with twice or something. I have done that, but
IRL.
It's like if I'm gonna hook up with somebody, they have to be the right person. Like I'm so fucking picky. There are a lot of people that would want to hook up with me, but it's like I'm not interested in the vast majority of people, I guess. Like you have to have like a very specific personality that is not very common among the human population broadly, right?
Porn is pretty well, it's not gross. I mean, it's just naked people, but
You live with your parents? Yeah, I live with my parents and I'm doing college, right? Because I go to a college that's close enough for me to live with my parents still. So yeah.
I don't know. I feel like my attitude on IRL porn more over time has just gotten like, I could just do this in person with a person.
To be fair though, I feel like that requires a lot more effort, right? Because you have to set it up, you have to have a specific time or place. Like if you just want to, whatever, do the thing, and you're just horny right now, right? Especially if you're, like, I mean, hell, this doesn't really apply to me as much anymore. Like now that I'm on HRT, but like before I was on HRT, like if you're on testosterone, like sometimes you just need to like go to the bathroom for 5 minutes, and then exit the bathroom when you finish cleaning up. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I feel like that's a lot easier than going out of your way to hook up with somebody, right? And something that you might want to watch is like stuff that you might want to do if you were to hook up with somebody without having to go through all the effort of doing so, right? It's like, okay, well, by the time you guys meet each other, you might be in a completely different mood. It's like if you schedule something with somebody, because like not everything could be spontaneous. If it is spontaneous, it's like that's you have to get lucky for that. Like you have to spontaneously both want the same thing at the same time and also be available at the same time that's happening. It's just a lot of effort, and you have to find the right person that has the right personality. It's like I don't want to do all of that. I could just like go on Pornhub for 5 minutes and just watch porn. It's so much easier, right? I don't know. Like, I think that the main reason that I would want to, like, and something I've found, and maybe this is just like a me thing, and you could say, oh, Femyoz, this is just a woman moment, and you know what? Maybe it is, but that's okay. You know, I think there's something beautiful about that if that's the case. When the times that I have hooked up with people, I almost feel really empty because I develop like an emotional connection with them, but they don't reciprocate it as much. And that shit sucks because it's like, if I have sex with somebody or like I hook up with somebody or whatever, it's like I start to care about them as a person beyond just that. But then they don't feel the same way. Like they just view me exclusively in like a sexual context, which makes me really sad, you know? And then, yeah, I don't know. It's just not worth it for me.
You know, I could just like meet someone off Grindr, but I can't 8-foot-tall werewolf girl yet. So as long as I'm not doing anything otherwise, right? Like, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Elon Musk will make something good happen for once. I dislike the implication the actor's just doing it for money. I will admit that my interest in IRL porn went down like a lot after I grew up and learned about the horrible conditions in the porn industry, you know? Like,
yeah, no, I think that that's understandable. Personally, it's just not something I think about very often. Maybe I should, but you know, when again, I barely watch porn at this point. I just don't have like the sudden urge to be super horny. I mean, I just started progesterone, so I guess I kind of do more often now that I'm on progesterone, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Like, the conditions in the drawn porn industry are still not great, largely because artists have very stressful jobs and a lot of them don't.
You're on what? I'm on progesterone. It's like a female hormone. So like if you're a trans girl, you're most likely going to take estradiol, which is estrogen, and spironolactone, which is like an anti-androgen. It basically just blocks testosterone. And a lot of trans girls at around like the 8 to 10 month mark start taking something called progesterone, which basically is like a female hormone that makes your boobs grow more. I'm 8 months on HRT, and I started taking progesterone literally a few days ago.
Really make it or aren't able to like afford or whatever, but at least they enjoy the drawing part, right? Like that, at least you can assume that's an expression of their artistic intent. But a lot of the IRL stuff, you know, if you ever like watch any, like, I don't know, it's just kind of difficult to imagine that they're into it, even though they might well be. It's just, you know,
I don't know. I feel like I have a pretty good sense as to whether or not they're into it. Like there have been some videos I've watched where it's just like something about them is like off-putting. It's like I feel like, oh, they're not into it. Like they don't feel horny. They're just doing this because they know that other people get horny watching it and that it'll be successful. I don't know. And maybe this is just like me being able to like sort of read people fairly well in that kind of way. Like that's like I have like the weird kind of, like I have like a weird form of autism where it's like there's something, it's like I don't understand certain social norms / ideas, and I might not always be able to predict the social implications of something or how something will be interpreted, but I can read people. I can read their facial expressions, their body language, etc. Like I can sort of get a vibe for that, which is interesting, right? So it's like I have a poor grasp / intuitive understanding of like basic social norms. I've had to like learn them differently. Like if I had to just like memorize it and learn through trial and error as to like what is or isn't acceptable. And in terms of reading people, like I think I've always been fairly good at that.
A lot of doubt has been sown on the subject.
I'm the same way. Yeah, Jalen, you do come across as the same way. I've always gotten the impression that you're like bad at like predicting the outcomes of your actions, or don't really think about it as much, or like the social ramifications. But when you do receive the social ramifications, it's not like you're unaware of what's going on. It's like you can read people, right? Like you understand the feedback you're getting, but you don't understand why you're getting it, right? That's happened to me a lot, where I understand the feedback I've gotten from society and other people, but I don't intuitively understand why a lot of the time. Does that make sense?
Please explain the pics that you saved of the AI woman getting by the horse. I'm really sorry. I couldn't identify that it was AI. That was my fuck up. In the future, I will spend minutes poring over any images in that genre to make sure that they are drawn by a human authentically.
You know what? I think this is the real argument for why it's safe to say, just beyond any reasonable doubt, that like Vaush is not gonna do any research or look into where the animated porn comes from, because if he's saved AI porn accidentally, even though he hates AI art and constantly advocates against it, you know, he probably doesn't do that much research into that. Because I feel like for somebody like Vaush, the fact that it's AI art would just ruin the entire experience for him. Because I don't know. Like, yeah, it's not logically impossible for somebody to be a hypocrite, but I feel like Vaush has the type of autism where it's like he wouldn't be able to get over the fact that, like, oh, this is AI art. And the fact that it's AI art makes me more angry than the art makes me horny.
I'm sorry. Right, and it's an unfalsifiable concern, Unorthodox Monkey. Obviously, like, you realize there's literally no way around this, right? A good example, so Unorthodox Monkey, if you're really concerned about that, please remember that people did a witch hunt against me, again, with the contents of the other Twitter that I had, with thousands of liked and retweeted images, where one of them, if you can look past the giant dick in it, is like, okay, that might be like kind of lollyish, you know? Which is, again, when you're browsing through Twitter looking at images that you like, sometimes you look at an image for like a second before liking it. Is it really indicative of something? Or is it possible that, you know, just much in the same way that you might not recognize a character from some property, you know, like you were just looking at the giant meaty dick? There's not really an answer to that, right? Like, if you want to be uncharitable, you have a right to be. I can't really like take that from you. But there's also no point in me like continuing to defend the premise. I feel like, I will say this, to my defense, right? I will say this. Do you guys know of anyone else in the politics space who is known to be as much of a size queen as me? Think about it.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Not even close. So I feel like I have a pretty well-substantiated bias towards some things that are well-known, and that's probably a better explainer of my, you know, of my habits than anything else. I'm glad you give representation to us. Yeah, of course. Thanks, Riddle. What a great stream to cue in on. You will not get this if you were into armpits or feet. It will all be teasing. Yeah, I'm really sorry I'm not into armpits or feet. My apologies. I think...
I've never understood armpits or feet either. I feel like those are like some of the least attractive body parts, generally speaking. Like, I think if you have nice armpits and nice feet, like I guess that's like a bonus, the same way that like if you have nice hair, it's a bonus. But it's not like oh, your hair existing turns me on or whatever, right? It just increases the chances of you being attracted to the person the same way that any other not explicitly sexual characteristic might, right? It could be the face, or it could be the case that like somebody has like you know, like a cute face or whatever the fuck, right? But it's not the face that turns you on, but it's the fact that, oh, here's somebody that's like got these like attractive physical characteristics that aren't sexual, and this is somebody I could be sexual with. Like, the fact that they're attractive adds on to the fact that you can, like, you get the point, right? But it's not that like the feet specifically or the armpits specifically are attractive. Am I making sense here? Like, I don't know. Like, if somebody has smooth armpits, right? Like, I'm not like turned on by the armpits, but it's like I'm more likely to be attracted to you. I don't know how else to explain it.
They're fine. Like, they're on the body. That's cool. But
LordPasta says, correction, I am the biggest size queen. Nuh-uh, that's not true.
They're not really my thing. I'm sorry. Have you seen Drake's leaked nudes? No, though I hear he's packing. I don't even know what that's in reference to, Posadas John. What was the taxes folder in there for, though? It's a mega...
I mean, it's in a horny folder. I mean, what's going to be a bigger turn on than taxes? You know, that, you know, that, I mean, I don't know about you, but whenever I think about filing tax forms in order to get tax returns, you know, I can't even edge. I just instantly explode everywhere. You know, I don't know why people are pointing that out. I mean, That's like a very standard thing to have in a porn folder.
Folder. What do you mean? Why would the taxes not be in there? To remember my taxes, it's the to be sorted folder. Got to sort my taxes. What about that is complicated? It's one folder. Why would I complicate my life?
The horniest folder of them all, the taxes folder.
By having more than one folder. Listen, okay? When I was coding back in Unity, everything was like stacked if statements. That was the entire goddamn code, all right? It literally just, the code is more horizontal than it is vertical. You know why? Because I believe in having one folder, all right? One folder. I am Yandere Dev. It is me, all right?
Okay, honestly, I can relate to the one folder thing, I'm not gonna lie. But that's the thing, is Vaush had subfolders in the folder. You know, I wouldn't even do that. I would just have everything in one folder. Actually, that's not true. In terms of how I actually organize my PC, as funny as it would be if that was the case, I do it similarly to how Vaush does it. Where it's like I'll have like a big folder and then a bunch of subfolders, and then maybe some subfolders in the subfolders. It just makes it easier for me to find stuff, I guess. It also makes it easier for me to use the search bar. So like if there's like a subfolder, I might not even use the larger folder to go directly to it. I might just search it in the Windows search bar.
I am here and I am proud to stack.
But like I wouldn't want that folder to like be on my desktop. I have to put it somewhere, and it's like, okay, well if it fits in this larger category and it's like a smaller category of files / items, it's like, okay, I'll put it in here, right? There's no reason not to.
Everything in one folder. I want to get through 76 subfolders to arrive at like the specific kind of tax document that I'm looking for. That's who I am, and I'm proud.
You know what? Honestly, I would make fun of him for it, but I'm like kind of the same way, to be honest. Like I have like a bunch of subfolders, and then there's like also just a bunch of random shit in my downloads. So it's like I have like the worst of both worlds in terms of like how I autistically organize / don't organize. Yeah, it's a fucking problem sometimes, but not really. Actually, no, it's not a problem. People have said that it's a problem, but it's not, because I can find stuff easily, most of the time.
Proud of who I am. You can't.
So I will say, sometimes I struggle to find something if it's in my downloads folder. Like, I'll have to, like, search, like, a few times for what I think the file name might be. And then if I can't find it, I'll have to, like, scroll and see... okay, like I know it's this file type probably, or like, oh, okay, well I know it's like an MP4 file, so you get the point.
Take that from me. What do you think, Hudson the Gamer? There are subfolders, Code Monster, you lunatic. What do you think about leaked nudes of stars like Drake? I feel like it's revenge porn. It's objectively revenge porn, right? If they're really leaked. This might be an age thing because I'm very similar in 31. I guess I feel like a lot of younger people don't use computers that much. Like, a lot of younger people have phones with a bunch of apps and all the logic that entails, but they don't really use computers.
Yeah, I used to just use mobile exclusively. Like, if you look at the videos I made on my old channel called Lyrios, okay, I have a channel called Lyrios. It has like 990 subs or some shit like that. Everything except for the most recent video on there, which was from like a year ago, where I'm like, will I ever return to YouTube? Who knows? All of the other videos were recorded and edited on my phone and uploaded from my phone. Like, I used to edit my fucking videos in iMovie. It's really weird how in live streams now, like, I guess the live streams aren't like more edited or whatever than the videos I used to make were, but like in a weird way, my live streams are technically higher production value than my old videos that I used to spend hours editing in iMovie because it's so inefficient to do the most basic shit. It's like doing a fucking face zoom is like a pain in the ass. Like, cutting stuff is a pain in the ass. It's like I got really good and fast at it, but and then there was like some other app I would use to like add effects and stuff. It was so inefficient. Like, I'm so glad that I switched to editing stuff on a computer in a totally not cracked or illegal version of Sony Vegas Pro 17 that I totally paid for and got legally. But yeah.
Like, computers are streamlined to the point where people don't really have to be taught to use that. Does that make any sense? I don't know.
Femyoz, you're a degenerate, mate. Like, no one cares you're a creep. Vaush is too. There's been proof he's a creep. There's no defense. First of all, what do you mean when you say degenerate? That could mean anything, right? Like, some people think that being trans makes you a degenerate. And if your definition is that loose, then oh, fuck yeah, being a degenerate sounds based as hell. Vaush being a creep, I mean, in the past there were a few instances of that, but overall, I don't think that that's like an accurate representation of who he is as a person. Don't play that game, mate. Play what game? Like I'm asking you to clarify what you mean. Like I don't know what you mean by saying I'm a degenerate. The fuck does that mean? Degenerate can mean fucking anything. It could just mean you're slightly kinky and not heterosexual, right? Like a lot of Nazis might define it that way, right? Some people might exclusively use degenerate for people that are, I don't know, sexually predatory, right?
Oh yeah, it's always shit like that, Basada John. J. Crew, Muck. Flowers on Velvet. If I banned you and you came back that quickly, it's probably because you were being mean during a fashion segment or
using transgender as degeneracy over Vaush. Why? Well, first of all, your spelling is not spelling today, and your grammar is not grammaring today. I hate to break it to you. Secondly, you said that I'm a degenerate. I asked you, why am I a degenerate? Based on what standard, right? I don't know why you're calling me a degenerate because you didn't clarify, right? So all I can do is make guesses. I have had people call me degenerate on the sole basis of being trans or a little bit fruity. So for all I know, that could be your reasoning. I don't know. I can't read your mind because you didn't clarify.
Or you were saying stupid shit about music. So, you know, computer illiteracy is common in younger people. Yeah, because because all computers are so streamlined and user-friendly these days that it's not even necessary to understand the way they work in order to use them, right? Not to say I'm a tech expert, but I have heard that computer literacy is going down over time because you no longer need to, like, know how to manage a bunch of stuff.
Why are you defending a guy who had CP and bestiality on his computer then? Do you have any evidence that that was the case? Or is this just made up? Because I saw the uncensored version and he didn't have anything, right? I saw it on Twitter and nothing there was lolicon. Like, I had no reason to believe that that was the case. And also, what? He saved images of anthropomorphic creatures in a sexual context? Okay, who fucking cares? Like, I'm sorry, I just don't. Like, is that something that personally I find attractive? No, it's not really my thing. But I don't care that if he likes that, like, it's the biggest again, it's tantamount to criticizing Pyro for having an inflation fetish. It's like, yeah, you can make fun of him for it, right? I think that's perfectly valid. I think that maybe you even should, because I think that there's comedic value in it, right? Same thing with Vaush and the horsecock meme, right? But I think anything beyond just making fun of him is where I start to draw the line. If you start to try morally impugning his character over it, that's where I sort of draw the line, right? You're taking it super seriously. When it's something as harmless as furry porn. Oh no, not furry porn. Oh God, the horror. Like, who fucking cares?
It's kind of like how people don't really know how to work with cars anymore because cars
yes, there is source, because you're just saying that, right? But just because you say something doesn't make it the case, right? We aren't making fun of him. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, exactly. I think if you were just making fun of him, that would be fine. But again, you agree that that's not what you're doing. Instead, you are using this as a reason to impugn his character in a moral sense, right? But he didn't do anything immoral. He didn't have CP on his computer. There's no evidence of that. So again, before you jump to conclusions without any evidence because you heard somebody else say something, maybe, I don't know, see if there actually is evidence of that. And if there's not, then shut the fuck up and shove a dick down your throat. Like, we are exposing him. Exposing him for what? He does like horse genitalia an awful lot, which is inherently creepy. Okay, the horsecock thing I see as weird but harmless, right? I feel like if it's in the context of like a humanoid anthropomorphic creature, which is what seems to be the case, like I don't really have that much of an issue with that. Like I don't know. Like it's not literal horsecock, right? Like he's not attracted to literal horses in the real world, right?
These days are reliable enough that you don't need to like do maintenance or work on it all the time the way you used
There's evidence of him defending CP. No, there's actually not. All there is an out of context clip of him making, granted, a bad argument that wasn't worth making. But it was an argument against certain like forms of child labor. All he was doing was comparing it to how he was making a comparison to how child labor and exploitation is used for a lot of things that people buy and are okay with. The same people that would agree that CP is bad and unethical and that you're a bad person if you download CP. But Vaush was trying to take advantage of this, right, by pointing out that there's like almost an inherent contradiction, right? Again, it is a bit of a false equivalency, right? But here's Vaush's perspective, right? Or at least this was his perspective. I don't know if he's changed his mind or not. People take things that come from child labor and exploitation for granted without even thinking about it, right? And they're hypocritical because while they acknowledge that something like CP is wrong because it harms children, they don't acknowledge that the child labor that they increase the demand for whenever they buy clothes that were made in sweatshops that use child slave labor, right? They increase the demand, which means that the supply has to increase, right? Increasing the amount of child labor. That was his argument, right? He wasn't arguing that CP was good. He was arguing that something else was bad by comparing it to CP and the outcomes of CP that are harmful. That is all he was doing. Now, do I think it was a good argument? No, I don't think it was a good argument from Vaush. I think it was actually a really shitty argument, right? I don't think that buying clothes that were made in China is the same thing as downloading literal fucking CP, right? And I think Vaush, even back then, knew this. Like, but still, he thought this was some, like, genius argument at the time, but it was really fucking stupid. He was in over his head. He thought, oh, because it's, like, super controversial and edgy that it was gonna work in his favor, but it didn't. It just got taken out of context, right? So he's already explained this, right? I think I explained his position, or at least his previous position, fairly accurately. If I got anything wrong, let me know. I'm going entirely off of memory here. Do you think you're edgy? Sometimes. More so in private than in public. But yeah, sure. I can be edgy sometimes. I wouldn't say I'm being edgy right now, right? Porn is immoral? Is it immoral because you say so? You think I'm scared of you mate threatening? Who did I threaten? What? What did I threaten anybody? What do you... There's no excuse. Well, I already gave you the context. I already gave you the context of where that clip came from, because I know what clip you're referring to. So if the argument he's making is, well, if you agree that CP is bad because it leads to these outcomes, then why don't you believe that this other thing that I also think is bad on the basis of it leading to similar outcomes? That is his argument there. All he was doing was trying to argue that something else was bad by saying that by other people's logic that he disagrees with, CP would be justifiable. That's all he was saying. He wasn't saying that CP actually is justifiable. He was saying that it's not justifiable, and that, and he used the fact that he knows that nobody's going to defend CP, right? No reasonable person, that is, right? He used that fact as a way of making an argument of hypocrisy against the other person. Why are you okay with this thing that harms children, but not this other thing, right? That was his argument. But he's against all of it, not none of it. And that's important, right? He's saying all of it is bad. Again, it wasn't a good argument from him, but that was his position, right? That's not even a steel man. That's literally just his position, right? Like, that is what he said.
Used to back in the 1960s or 70s.
You threatened me a minute ago saying, go shove a dick down my throat. That's not a threat, right? Like, a threat would be like if I were to say, I'm going to go do this bad thing to you, right? I didn't threaten anything. Like, telling someone to eat a dick is not a threat. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Ban the person and ignore it. Jalen, are you a moderator on my channel? I think you are. Let me make sure that you are. If you want to ban people that are annoying, hold on. Add as moderator, standard moderator. Congratulations, Jalen. You are now a standard moderator for the Femyoz YouTube channel. Incredible. Anyways. Let's go. Hell yeah. Anyways. I thought you were already a moderator. But, apparently not. But yeah, I don't know. I don't care enough to ban people from my chat, but like if you think that they're like derailing the stream, you can time them out or whatever, or ban them. I would recommend something more along the lines of like timing them out for like whatever. I think the maximum is like 24 hours. Like if they're really annoying. Usually I just do like 5 minutes.
70s. Holy shit, it's just like 40K. Yeah, the dark age of technology was actually the late 1990s, back when yeah, that was the dark age of technology. We have forgotten how to make Apple computers that are sheathed in colored plastic.
Yeah, so anyways, that was Vaush's response to the whole situation. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best response from him. He could have done better, but you have to keep in mind that his response was first conducted like during a live stream, right? Like this is a stream segment. And secondly, the dude is under a lot of pressure, right? This is potentially career ruining shit. Now, I think what you've all been waiting for, and I think you all know what this is going to be, is the H3 podcast segment that was done on Vaush. Oh yes. Incredible. So, H3, or Ethan Klein, basically talks about the Vaush horsecock folder in his. So I think this is his most recent episode of the H3 podcast, After Dark, number 136, and yeah, this is where a lot of the fucking discourse started. So, without further ado, let's see what Ethan Klein has to say.
Once again, let me set this up. Vaush fans, please know this. We are going into this with the most partial and best intentions to represent.
You say partial or impartial?
We are impartial. We are partial to the truth.
Okay, fair.
Keep that in mind. Okay, this is important. He's saying that he's impartial and that he's just going in with the best of intentions. So let's see if that actually holds up and if he really does have the best of intentions. Because something tells me, based on what I already know, that he might not have the best of intentions. But I don't know. We haven't seen it yet. Let's find out.
Context of everything so that we can make the best informed decision. Mm-hmm. Let's get more horses in chat before we start, please, everybody.
Got the horses in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Can we get horses and eggplants in the chat, please? And corn. Let's do horse, eggplant, corn. Can we get that, please?
Bro, why would you start the timestamp when you're eating?
Right, let me put this away.
Start the timestamp when you actually start talking about it.
All right, Vaush. It's exciting.
Ethan Klein sucks at putting
I was really
timestamps in good
enjoying all this
spots.
because he's just so phenomenal. So let's start from the beginning.
The beginning. I'm so excited.
So
You should
Vaush,
start- yeah, go ahead.
Vaush recently, it was yesterday or the day before, he ended his stream in a panic after he accidentally exposed his corn folder.
This
Make
is
Here's the
sure
clip.
like a one-liner of who is Vaush because
You can see this is
And we already saw this clip at the beginning of the stream, but we may as well watch it again.
Sure, I mean, yeah.
we don't normally talk about him.
Yep.
I'm looking.
Yes, sir.
that I'm
I
referring
guess we
to.
got the button.
Yeah, it's censored. It's
I
censored.
did it myself. Yeah.
And by the way, well, in the actual picture, is there even anything that is like mega vulgar?
I
Yes,
think so.
yes.
There's.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, there's enough there that it's a
Cock.
problem.
Cock. So here is a clip of the end of his stream the other
Yo,
day.
YouTube chat is filtering all of the
Horse
the
corn?
No
horse
one-
corn eggplant emoji combo.
What?
It's like getting hidden, auto hidden in the
I don't
chat.
care. Talk about the Vaush stuff.
I can see it.
Like, you're just waffling.
What are they running defense for Vaush? What's the deal here?
Maybe it's just too spammy with emojis. So that
It's a secret language that we're finding out.
mods,
about.
if we could manually go through and show all of these.
So here's what happened. And again, Vaush fans, if you want to defend him, I'm going to be receptive to everything you're saying. I'm not here with an agenda. I'm just showing.
Okay, he's not here with an agenda. As a Vaush fan myself, though, yeah, I will be listening to what you're saying. You know, I'll hear you out. I'll hear out your perspective, and most likely explain why you're wrong, because I already know where this is going, right? I already have some context as to what's going to happen. So, yeah.
Something funny that happened. Okay? But I will say this.
What was on the agenda?
This is what socialism does to a motherfucker. No, I'm kidding. We love the socials.
He's just a political commentator, right?
So he's a political commentator. He's a leftist, a socialist, and
Based.
he is pretty popular in that space. I mean,
Hell yeah, let's go. W Vaush.
there's like probably 3 main political lefties, which is like Hasan, Vaush, and Destiny. So he,
Yes, the inseparable trio. Hasan, Vaush, and Destiny. They all love each other very much. I feel like there's also reason to believe, and we'll get into this, that Ethan Klein's mind has been poisoned by Hasan's brain rot, after hanging out with someone like Hasan, who's deranged for an extended period of time, you almost have to feel for the dude, right? Like, poor Ethan Klein has to deal with Hasan's bullshit, such as defending China, defending Russia in the Russia versus Ukraine war, defending terrorism, defending Hamas, etc.
he's part of that trinity. He's one of the main guys.
The inseparable
Got it.
trio.
Not like mega popular because obviously it's a niche.
Sure.
But he's very popular in that space. I mean, his videos get hundreds of thousands of views, sometimes 1 million.
Damn, I wish I got 1 million views.
Here it is.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
Now,
The sound.
now is that how the stream ended?
I'm
Yes.
not 100% sure. When people
Yes,
were
it is.
posting it on
It
Twitter,
is.
that's how they labeled
It is how the stream ended. That is literally the end of the stream. That is him pressing the end stream button as fast as possible.
it. But
I think if I remember, I think it cut to like a holding card, some sort of static holding card for a moment, and then it ended shortly after that.
So one more time. So this
You
is
can see
how it
this is an
ended.
example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
I will say it is a funny clip.
That's a face of a man who knows. Now, traditionally, we've caught conservatives porn stash. It happened to Alex Jones, and
Alex
also
Jones,
happened
famously, yes.
The reason I think it's worth pointing out when it happens to a conservative is usually because, like, for instance, if Nicholas J. Fuentes, no neo-Nazi who is against trans rights, were to hypothetically, let's say, have transgender and femboy porn saved on his computer, which is something he got exposed for. The reason it matters isn't because there's anything inherently wrong with transgender porn. It's the fact that this is something that he's supposed to be advocating against or whatever the fuck, right? Like, his entire position is one that is against trans people and trans rights, yet at the same time, when it comes to what he uses to pleasure himself, it's like, oh, I guess, but he makes an exception for himself, even though if anyone else were to do it, he'd be like, oh, you're just engaging in Western degeneracy and you're an evil person, right? It's like the reason there would be like almost like an argument of hypocrisy, / an argument of, oh, yeah, you don't actually believe shit. You're just like a grifting piece of shit. Or, oh, you don't actually have any solid principles. Here's an example of you going against your own principles, right? Against the standards that you set. So you're either going to have to concede your standards and admit the fact that, oh, these standards are unreasonable, or you're just a shitty person according to your own standards, right? If it's the case that your standards are reasonable, then you deserve to be shunned from society by your own logic, right? Like that's why people bring it up if a conservative does it, right? If a leftist does it, if they have like whatever, or somebody apolitical, they whatever have like weird shit on their computer, like as long as it's not like CP or anything like that, or lolly or shit like that, it's like I don't think that there's like a reason to care really, because it's not something that they ever argued against, right? And there's not really a harm in terms of whatever saving hentai onto your PC, right? Like it's sure it's like weird or whatever, but I think beyond making jokes about it, like there's not really a reason to even think about it.
What's that other shitbag that was friends with Kanye? Fuentes.
Femyoz, how can he be transphobic but while also liking transgender porn? Because he's a hypocrite, right? Like I agree that like yeah, that like that is absurd, right? Like his position on that is obviously one that is illogical, right? It is that's the point though, right? I agree that yeah, normally if you're gonna have a standard that's against trans people, surely you wouldn't want to, you know, go against your own standard that you have set, right? But again, like the reason I criticize or make fun of Nick Fuentes for saving trans porn and femboy porn on his computer isn't because I think there's anything wrong with trans or femboy porn, right? The reason I have an issue with it / make fun of him for it / criticize him for it is because it's something that he has argued against multiple times, right? He has a clear stance against it, and he's doing the thing that he claims to be against, right? So that's why it's always worth bringing it up when a conservative does it, but not if like a leftist does it, right? Like if they're not doing anything harmful, right? They're just whatever, watching some weird porn. Like as long as it's not like CP or anything like that, it's like I don't, or like bestiality, like actual like bestiality porn, right? That's not what Vaush actually saved on his computer though. Like he didn't save bestiality or CP or lolly or anything like that, right?
Right? They were both had
porn
trans porn. Yeah, Fuentes was looking at trans
there was
porn.
like a trans thing with him too?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
But so I was saying yesterday,
Vaush is a confirmed PDF file. Why are you defending him? You might want to just rewind the stream and watch it at 2 times speed at this point. If you just started tuning in and you're not sure why I'm defending him. Because I don't want to like keep repeating myself for the people that have been here.
the left loves Hitler. So on the right, they want to, they're chasers, I think they call them. They want to be with trans women.
Right.
Well, it's not that they just want to be with trans women. It's the fact that they fetishize the fact that they're trans, right? It's like a very specific thing.
On the left, they want to fuck horses.
He did save lolly and zoophilic content. Source? Like again, just because some random person on Twitter said that that's what happened doesn't mean that that's actually what happened. I feel like most of the people, if not all of the people that are arguing against Vaush in my chat, haven't actually seen the folder. Like if you actually look at the folder, like there's nothing, like there's no lolicon, there's no zoophilic content in there. Like the what? Like I don't think that like for instance, drawn porn depicting an anthropomorphic furry-like creature. Like I don't think furry porn is zoophilia, right? Like that's insane. Source his folder. I looked at his folder. There was nothing in there. Literally nothing. The only the only 2 arguments that people have, for the most part, is there was one image that was drawn by somebody that he saved from Twitter that allegedly on another website that I don't even know what the website is, but allegedly on another website it was tagged with lolly, but the image didn't look like it was lolly. So the other one was he saved a pornographic image on Twitter, whatever, depicting an anime girl or whatever with like massive boobies, I think. It looked like an adult. And, you know, he didn't spend 30 minutes of research to make sure that, get this, it's actually a depiction of a very niche VTuber that nobody's ever heard of, that doesn't even look like the VTuber model. And apparently this niche VTuber that nobody's ever heard of, that Vaush didn't know about, is actually canonically 16, right? Again, you can rewind the stream and watch me lay out a lot of the arguments.
I want to see Hasan's private folder now.
If Vaush never reacted to that folder being up for a quarter second, nobody would have cared or noticed. You're probably correct, but I don't think this is like I don't think this morally impugns Vaush. Like, I gotta understand reacting that way. It's like, oh shit, this is like private stuff. Like, this is not what I meant to show on stream, right? Like, if you show your porn folder on stream, I think, and then you notice it right after it happens, you're gonna be like, oh fuck, and end stream, right? Because you weren't expecting it to happen, right? But yeah, I think that what he should have done is he should have just not said anything and just ended the stream and then privated it. Or he should have just whatever. Yeah, no, but you get the point.
Need to fucking get to the bottom of this.
What about the panty and stocking one? I don't remember, to be honest. Was there a panty and stocking one? That wouldn't surprise me. What about it?
But we all have secrets, don't we? So he panics, and it couldn't be funnier, frankly.
You can see this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
What?
Oh,
I didn't get to see his face. It happened so quickly.
Yeah, it does. It happens fast. So here is an enhanced version of the thing. I obviously can't put this on screen.
You swear panties and stockings because you're a bottom? I'm not a bottom. Shut up. I can link it if it's allowed. I mean, I've already seen it. I mean, you can find it on Twitter. Like, if you look at the image itself, it's like, yeah, there's not really anything to indicate that, like, oh, this is like PDF file shit, right? The panty and stocking one is a purple, the purple of the two girls sucking a dick, and she is a lolly in the picture. How would you know that from just looking at the picture? Like, if it turns out that, like, oh, it's actually the case that if you research the artist behind it for 30 minutes, that you'll find that they have a track record of drawing lolly shit, and this character is actually canonically underage. But, like, again, if you're literally just scrolling on Twitter looking at anime porn, like, you're not going to be doing all of this outside of research. Like, you're just not. Like, again, like, you don't expect this to be something that, like, gets blasted out on a stream for everybody to see and for everybody to talk about, right? Like privately, like, if this is something that you privately do with yourself, right? Like, you don't expect this to be like a public thing, right? Like, you're not going to be thinking about, like, oh, well, what if it's, you know, what if it turns out that there's all of this lore and context behind the fucking artist who made this, even though the image itself has no reason for me to believe that this is lolly, right? Like, it's like you're thinking of it as if, like, this was something that he was deliberately trying to present on stream. Like, in that case, and I don't even know if I would agree with this argument either, but, like, if somebody is gonna, like, whatever, promote certain art, right? Like, if Vaush were to go out of his way to promote an artist on stream, like, okay, maybe you could criticize him if, like, he didn't research the artist and then it turns out that the artist has done lolly shit. I think that'd be, like, a valid criticism. But that's what people are treating this like, when that's not really what happened, right? Like, you're not gonna have, like, you're not gonna be doing research to, like, make sure you don't accidentally have bad optics or promote, like, a bad person on a stream if, like, you don't intend for this to be shown on stream in the first place. Like, from Vaush's perspective, it's like, oh, you know, like, this is some good porn of a hot anime chick with big boobies sucking a dick, right? Like, that's the extent of his thought process there, right? He's not thinking about how would my fucking live stream react to this? How would the internet react to this? That's not part of the equation, right? The canon character isn't a lolly, but the art, which I think is AI generated, is lolly. What, based on what? What evidence do you have? How do you know that it's lolly? Because I looked at the fucking screenshot of the folder. I looked through it, and I didn't find anything that I saw as, like, depicting a child. So I don't know. The image, I know what a lolly looks like. I feel like that impugns you morally more than it impugns Vaush, right? Because, like, I don't know, as somebody that doesn't really go looking for lolly, if there's lolly in there and I'm not aware of it, I guess I don't know what lolly looks like either. All I know is that it means a cartoon or animated depiction of a childlike or child character in a sexual manner. That's all I know, right? So if there are, like, underlying things that point to something being something like that you would have to, like I don't know. Like, I feel like that's kind of like a I don't know. I feel like a lot of this is deranged. Doesn't matter. I know what it looks like, and he has lolicon. Okay, but again, if we are talking about Vaush in terms of his moral character, okay, and he saves an image, a nude image of an animated character that he has no reason to believe, based on the knowledge and context that he personally has, that this is a child, right? Then I don't think it's fair to morally impugn him, because it turns out that actually this represents lolly indirectly. When I saw the fucking images, when I saw the screenshot and zoomed in, I didn't see anything that explicitly looks like a child. You can make the moral judgment. I don't care if he jerks it to horses and lollies. See, again, okay, so you would be making this argument from the other end of the aisle then. You'd be making it like I'm guessing your argument is, well, you see, he's actually a hypocrite because he's morally condemned lolly, but also saved lolly type of argument, but you're, like, okay with lolly. I'm guessing that's where you're coming from. And if that's the case, like, I guess that would explain why you know what lolly looks like, and that's kind of an L for you. But aside from that, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't have any reason to believe that Vaush, like, let's say it is intended to be lolly. How the fuck would Vaush know that, given the context that he had? He wouldn't, right? Yeah, he is quick to call other PDF files. So first of all, this would be an argument of hypocrisy, which isn't, like, the main criticism he's been getting. That's, like, a side criticism that, like, a subsection of the people, like a small subsect of the people criticizing him are levying. That being said, I feel like that's, like, a less important criticism. Like, yeah, people can be hypocritical, right? And that's not good. I don't think Vaush is a hypocrite here, for the record, right? But even if he was, right, like, I don't think that would be a justification for jacketing him as a PDF file, right? I'm sure he knows what lollies look like. Well, I don't know. Like, if you're saying that one of the images that you can see in the fucking screenshot of what he accidentally showed on stream, it depicts a lolly, then I mean, I guess I don't know what lolly looks like either, because I didn't see any. So why would I presuppose that Vaush would have a better idea of what lolly looks like than I do? Why would I assume that? Unless I'm making an uncharitable argument against him. Just because you know what that style of art looks like, or whatever the fuck, or underlying characteristics or some shit that are exclusive to that, right? Like, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the case for everybody. So, again, this doesn't even prove that Vaush is a hypocrite. He is 29 and has been on 4chan. He knows what... I don't know. I don't know what him being 29 has to do with it. I don't think that the older you are, the more likely you are to know what it looks like. Okay, maybe a little bit. You're slightly more likely to know if you're 29 than if you're 19. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't have a reasonable to be uncharitable. Like, unless you can present me with some sort of evidence that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that would be the case. Like, I don't buy it. Again, I have no reason to believe that he saw any of the images that he saw and thought, "Yep, that's a child. Time for me to save it on my PC." Right? I don't think that happened. Right? I have no reason to believe that. I feel like that's like a very uncharitable, bad faith interpretation of what actually happened there. So, I don't know.
But Hila, I'll show it to you.
Oh.
So I'll describe it to you guys. So it's a folder. Oh, is this the super high res one that you found, Love?
I'm not even arguing he downloaded it with the intention of wanting to jerk to it. Well, that's a completely separate argument, right? That's not like the counter argument I made, right? But the argument I'm making is that, like, if I don't think that he saw any of the images that he downloaded and thought, "Yep, that's clearly a child. Let me download that," right? So let's say that that based on whatever bullshit technicality you want to say, that actually, technically speaking, because of this arbitrary set of metrics that I use to arbitrarily decide that this drawing that doesn't clearly depict a child is actually clearly a child. Like, it's like, I don't have a reason to believe that Vaush would think, "Oh yeah, this is a child," right? That's like why people are saying he's either a hypocrite or a PDF file, is because they just sort of presuppose that he downloaded an image of a child on purpose, right? As opposed to, oh, this like character is like technically like canonically representative of a VTuber that nobody's ever fucking heard of, that Vaush has never heard of, that's 16, right? Also, my cat's trying to leave. Hold on, I'm gonna play this.
Yeah, I think so.
So this old? Oh yeah, there's a higher res one.
Guys, I just found this leaked photo.
Oh
of Hasan.
no, dude! Hasan, explain this shit now.
No.
This is when he realized he was a socialist, right here.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
Look at him on that
Okay, chat, I am back. Anyways, where were we?
horse. Still, he looks comfortable.
The pussy.
Oh no.
No.
This motherfucker rode horses as a kid.
I mean, we talked about it many times.
Pony ass, Pony Express ass looking.
Pony Express. You just revealed that you're afraid of horses, right, Ethan?
I'm not afraid of horses. I just think they're powerful. They should be respected, not fucked around with.
Okay, yeah.
I didn't
mean,
say I was
that's
scared
100% fair and true.
I said they are.
I mean, from what I understand, Vaush likes to imagine himself as the horse, you know? You know, he wants to be respected and not fucked around with, in a sense. You know, he relates to horses in that way.
Scary. Like, if you don't want to stand behind a horse, you'll die.
Nice outfit, why thank you.
I got bit by a horse.
Oh,
Did
shit.
you really?
Yeah.
What?
I know they did.
You are venturing into some dangerous rhetorical territory. I'm not sure it's worth it long term. You could say this dude downloaded lolly crap to be funny and just laugh. That an inside joke was made public? What? I'm confused. Like, I'm just not sure what defining characteristics would make any of the shit that he downloaded lolly. Like, based on what I've seen, like, I have no reason to believe that any of the, like based on just looking at the images themselves, like, there's no reason to believe that any of the characters being depicted are children or anything like that, right? Unless you provide like a additional outside context that Vaush wouldn't have had when he downloaded the images, right? So unless you have like additional context, right, you're not gonna think, oh, that's a child, right? Like, I don't know how you define this shit, but like when I define lolicon, I literally just define it as like a pornographic depiction / drawing of a child, right? That's how I define it. So I looked at the uncensored folder before stream, and that wasn't there. Again, like, I don't think it's fair to accuse somebody of something based on, like, oh, well, you see, other people said this, so it must be true, right? Bestiality is illegal and terribly immoral. Well, he didn't do bestiality, right? Like, I don't think I don't think furry porn is the same thing as actual, like, bestiality or even depictions of bestiality, right? Like, we're talking about anthropomorphic creatures that he had saved on his in his porn folders. I don't think that's, like, the same.
Did that?
My dad had a listing on a property. There were a bunch of horses, and this big fucking like Arabian horse just came up and fucking bit my arm.
Guys, Femyoz, etc. have an excuse for sex offending as it's not a real child. It's a... When did I ever say that? Did those words ever come out of my mouth? Aside from me reading your dumbass chat out loud? Or is this just something you've made up? I've said that I'm actually not in favor of lolicon. If anything, I'm against it. It's not like the biggest issue in the world that I care about oh so deeply. But it's like I generally have like a position that leans against it, right? Like, no, I've said that lolicon is bad. Like, but all I am saying is that there is no reason to believe, based on the actual images themselves that were saved on Vaush's computer, that any of those images were lolicon, right? Like, so this isn't like a defense of lolicon. This is saying that there wasn't any lolicon on Vaush's computer in the first place, unless you define lolicon differently. Like, if you define it as something other than pornographic depictions of children, like, yeah, like that. Again, like, the images without context, which is what Vaush had, was images without context. There was no reason to believe that the images depicted children, right? So there was no reason to believe that Vaush is into lolicon, right? Yeah, like, I don't see how that's like a defense of lolly, right? Like, I don't get it.
Blame it on the Arabian horse.
Hey, anti-Semitic horse. You know?
But you're excusing a behavior with that excuse. What behavior? Not doing 35 minutes of research every time you want to fucking privately save like an image of a hot goth big titty gamer girl. Like, I'm sorry, but like, if there is an anime big titty goth girl that's drawn, and, you know, maybe you bookmark porn on Twitter, or you save it to a folder sometimes, right? I don't think you're morally obligated. Yeah, this is a hot take. I don't think you're morally obligated to do an hour of research to make sure that the character that it's not of a character that's actually underage, and which, because a lot of the time it's not even going to be of a particular character. It could be an OC. It could be like a random adult person that's not like in TV or any shows or anything like that. Again, like, or spending hours looking at the person's Twitter history to make sure that they never posted lolly, and then if they did, it's a waste of fucking time. Like, there's no reason that ought to be a moral obligation, right? You shouldn't have to do an hour of research to save one image of a big titty goth girl that depicted in anime, right? Like, that's insane. I'm sorry. Do you think that H3 will bring up the Poppy stuff? I don't know if he does. My position on the Poppy stuff, for those of you who don't know, regardless of whether or not you know about the Poppy stuff, is that, yeah, Vaush was in the wrong there, but it's like so long ago that, like, I don't fucking care. And it wasn't like severe enough to be like irredeemable, right? Like, it was really bad, right? Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I consider it to be sexual harassment, but I've already looked into this, condemned it, and said yeah, that happened. Vaush doesn't condone this behavior anymore. He's apologized. Doesn't seem like he's done it since. So, yeah.
But every time I'm next to a horse in real life, I'm always struck by how massive and like
Me too.
muscular they
yeah.
are. They're
Yeah.
really
They look pretty
incredible.
magical.
Their cocks are, yeah.
I didn't look at their cock. I'm not.
Muscular.
Listen, I'm a social democrat. We don't look at horse
Yeah,
cocks.
you don't look at what's under the hood.
Here's a picture of great communist leaders.
Oh wow, there is a connection here.
Great communist leaders of our time. Kim Jong-un, Putin.
Are traps okay, though? Hell yeah, they're based.
Alex Jones is an interesting one, but and then Hasan.
Okay, Putin is definitely not a communist leader.
Well, we like to consider him part of the.
I think this is just a bunch of babes. Like
Yeah,
black
no,
guys
this
on
is just a bunch of
horses.
hotties.
Okay, well, it's a
Yeah.
child. Calm down.
Well, he grew into a babe.
We didn't get to the lolly stuff yet.
Not
AD.
yet, right?
Again, right off the bat saying it's the lolly stuff, right? Implying that Vaush is like saving lolicon on his computer. Yep, he's definitely big supporter of lolicon, Vaush. Yeah, okay. It's fucking stupid. Yeah, anyways, holy fuck. I don't know. It just seems like a whole load of bullshit if I've ever seen any. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Who knows? Anyways, let's continue. Sorry, I was looking at something.
But it is in there. It's all good. I can't get a hold of myself. All right, focus, Ethan. So here's Hila.
So I don't know what I'm looking at.
So it's a bunch of folders. First of all, there's 5 folders.
Yeah.
Dude, love, there's got to be a clear one. I know I saw a clear one in there.
Well, I sent you. Well, I don't know which one you're looking at.
The
I
one in
sent
this
you the
doc
one I
is
got.
isn't mega.
Here's a full one.
Vaush has a history of downplaying IRL lolly stuff. What? What is it? Wait, what? First of all, what is IRL lolly stuff? What? Wouldn't that just be CP? Or are you talking about something else? I don't think he ever downplayed it. I think he used it as an argument of comparison to try and argue against something else. PC backwards. Okay, yeah. Again, I've already explained this, and I'll explain it briefly again. You can also rewind the VOD for a more in-depth explanation that I gave for the argument he was making. The context behind him saying, "Oh, there's no justification for why CP is wrong," or whatever the fuck. That was in the context of him arguing with somebody else's moral framework, right? All he was saying is that by your shitty framework, you could justify CP, right? The reason he did that is because he knows that both him and the other person think that CP is really bad, right? And all he was doing was using the logic that they agree upon in terms of arguing against CP. He applied that same logic against something that the other person was defending to say that they're both bad. He was comparing something to CP because he agrees that CP is bad, and he knows that everybody else, including the other person he was arguing with, agrees that CP was bad, right? That wasn't anything that was ever up for debate in the first place, right? We don't need to rewind anything. We aren't going in circles with you, okay? You're defending this guy, end of. Well, first of all, your grammar is not grammaring today, for starters. Secondly, yeah, because I don't like when people levy false accusations and say that somebody is a PDF file with insufficient evidence. Like, people make claims with, like, these people are making these people are making unsubstantiated claims with insufficient evidence at best, and are basically lying and slandering Vaush at worst, right? I only know of him comparing child labor to CP. Yeah, that was him condemning child labor by comparing it to CP, right? That was the point. He was making an argument about moral consistency. It's like, why are you not against child labor if you're against CP, right? I mean, you agree that CP is wrong because it harms children, right? Like, it's wrong to watch CP because it increases the demand for CP, which increases the supply, meaning that more children are sexually exploited. Similarly, it would be wrong to, increase the amount of, like, to say, buy something that is entirely reliant on child labor, because you would also be increasing the demand for child labor, right? You'd be increasing the demand and therefore increasing the supply, therefore increasing the amount of child labor. Now, do I think that this is a false equivalency? Yeah, sort of, right? But that's the argument he was making, right? You can say, oh, well, that's a shitty argument. I don't agree with it. And that's fine. I don't even find myself fully agreeing with it either. I don't think that it's a valid equivalency to make, right? But whether or not it's a valid equivalency is not what determines whether or not he was actually defending CP, because he wasn't.
Okay, here you go. Porn. This is much better, thank you. So there's old, there's a folder that says old. This document is called To Be Sorted. There's 5 folders in it. Old, taxes,
The taxes.
XXX gifts, XXX pics, and XXX vids.
Wow.
XXX Tassion.
So organized.
And now you get to the kind of unsorted downloaded images that are populating.
Miscellaneous.
And it's yet to be sorted.
Now the first thing I'm noticing is a King Garu from the new Legend of Zelda, and it appears to be, I can't be sure, but it appears to be King Garu porn. And Dan pointed out,
that is true.
King Garu is horse-like.
Literally, that's the point. Moral consistency. People take him at such bad faith, and show the 30-second clip shims of those streams. Extremely disappointed with H3. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's very obvious to anyone that actually watched the full debate and or Vaush's response to the whole controversy that he never defended CP. But the people that bring up that clip, that out of context clip, that and say, "Oh, Vaush defended CP," they didn't watch the full debate. They don't know what his actual position is. Because if they did, they would be saying the same thing that I'm saying, which is that he didn't defend it. He used it as an argument of comparison. He compared something else to CP to say that the other thing is also bad, for the same reasons that CP is bad. I think the false equivalency is all people have an issue with. No, you are wrong. That's not all people have an issue with. The criticism he was getting and the backlash he was getting for that clip wasn't that it was a false equivalency. That's not what people on Twitter were saying. People were citing it as evidence of him being a PDF file that is okay with CP. That is what people have said about him, right? If people were just saying, oh, I think this makes Vaush worse at debate when he says things like this because it's a really bad comparison, like, then A, it wouldn't be nearly as known or controversial, and B, I probably wouldn't even be fucking talking about it, because it's like, yeah, sometimes Vaush makes a shitty argument or two, right? Yeah, people make shitty arguments sometimes and make bad comparisons. We've all done it, right? If we're a debate bro, like, we've made bad arguments before, right?
He has equine-like features.
Yeah.
Go off, King. I don't know if
No one likes H3 or Vaush. Okay. I want to make this clear, okay? You can dislike Vaush. You might think he's an asshole or whatever. You might think that he has bad opinions. I disagree. He's right about most things, at least in my opinion, right? That being said, I don't think whether or not you like somebody is what dictates whether or not certain allegations being levied their way are valid, right? Again, it doesn't just have to be the issue is that these lines of reasoning that are being used against Vaush could be used against anybody that's done either nothing wrong or nothing as bad as what they're being accused of predominantly, right? So, I don't know how many of the people watching this are commentary orbiters, but I know that Vaush has been getting a lot of shit from commentary people, basically levying false PDF file accusations, right? But it seems to be the case that there's like a certain standard that we ought to have, that some people in commentary have, that others don't, right? So for instance, this is why I like Nicholas Diorio, because he's based and red-pilled in that he doesn't just immediately believe false allegations, right? He did an entire video essay defending Zapdie, who, granted, did some weird degen shit, was a bit of a retard, wasn't perfect, right? However, he was blatantly slandered and misrepresented. People were saying he was a diagnosed sociopath and a PDF file, right? Unsubstantiated claims that were perpetuated by certain commentary YouTubers, right? I think we need more people like Nick Diorio that are actually willing to sort of look into stuff before making judgments, and less people like Alex, who just immediately jump to conclusions and are willing to throw anybody under the bus, so long as they get content for it, because it's just easier, right? I feel like this is like, I feel like there's already precedent for this. Like, it's like, I don't know why people keep going and like, again, Dream situation, perfect example of this, right? People assume that Dream is guilty because they saw other people say that he's guilty. And other people said that yeah, it's been proven that he was actually sexting minors, right? They never showed any evidence, right? But they believe that there's some evidence out there, right? But somebody shouldn't have to prove that they're innocent and be guilty until then, right? People shouldn't be guilty until proven innocent. That's fucking retarded, right? Like that's not a reasonable standard, right? I'm not others and others are not on this live stream. I don't like the commentary community either. They're hypocrites too. The political sphere community too, hypocritical. Okay. Oftentimes, yes, I agree with you, right? I'm just like pointing out like a specific example of things that certain people and certain communities do right most of the time versus do wrong most of the time, right? Again, and like not all commentary YouTubers are the same, right? So like, again, Nicholas Diorio is a better commentator than, I don't know, I'm Alex when it comes to this type of stuff, right? Like I'm Alex has a pretty bad track record when it comes to levying false accusations, right? Like he has a really bad track record of really jumping the gun. Whereas Nicholas Diorio, despite also being a commentary YouTuber, is different, right? Because instead of jumping the gun, he actually looks for evidence, and if there isn't sufficient evidence, he will actually go out of his way to defend the person that's being falsely accused, right? And I think that's like a very reasonable thing for him to do, right? That's why I respect him, right? I'm not like a Nicholas Diorio stan or anything, but like I have respect for the dude because he actually does his research. He does his he does his fucking due diligence. He actually researches this kind of stuff before jumping to conclusions about people. And I think that that's like like a good example of what people ought to do, right? I think that we need more people in these communities, whether it be Nicholas Diorio in the commentary community, me in the drama/politics sphere, right? Or whatever. I guess it doesn't have to be me specifically. I don't have like that large of a platform, but you get the point, right? Of people that are actually, I guess Destiny. Yeah. Destiny would be a good example of this, right? Of somebody that actually needs evidence before coming to conclusions. Like Destiny is really good about this, right? Like he won't just like jump the gun and assume that somebody is guilty before they've been proven guilty, right? Like if there isn't enough evidence, Destiny will just straight up say like, yeah, there's like these accusations don't hold any real merit, and we shouldn't presume that they're guilty until proven innocent because that's a really shitty standard to have, right? I mean, say what you will about Destiny, but that's something that he does right. Like we need more people like Destiny and Nicholas Diorio that actually look into this stuff and actually research and are willing to wait and do more research before jumping to conclusions, right? That doesn't mean that Destiny is perfect or that Nick Diorio is perfect, okay? I mean, Nick Diorio is very overweight, and, you know, that in of itself, I mean, is unforgivable. You know, so I'm not saying that he's perfect. You know, Destiny is 5'8", you know, and, you know, him being a midget immediately disqualifies his value in the free marketplace of ideas because he's a little manlet. But you know, but you get the point. You know, all jokes aside, right? Like I think we need more people that are willing to look into stuff before jumping to conclusions. Destiny is the best when it comes to this. Yes, I think that Destiny is the golden example of what you should do as a live streamer, right? Like if you're like a video creator or like a video essayist, kind of like Nick Diorio, Like I think that like that would be like a good example to use. Like yeah, like research before you make the video. But even as a streamer, like you can still do this, right? Like Destiny streams. All of his videos on his YouTube channel are clips taken from past live streams, right? And he still does the research necessary to make proper conclusions. I don't know, has Destiny talked about this situation specifically? Because if he has, I'd like to hear what he has to say. Because I feel like Destiny is the type of person, despite obviously having his feud with Vaush, I feel like if he were to talk about this, he would actually defend Vaush and say, yeah, this isn't conclusive evidence of Vaush being a PDF file. Like, yeah, sure, like, some of this stuff is, like, kind of weird or whatever, but, like, it's not, like, this isn't Lolicon, this isn't CP, this isn't bestiality, etc., right? I feel like Destiny would be pretty fair in that regard. I'm not saying Destiny is perfect, but, like, when it comes to that kind of stuff, like, he's pretty reasonable. At least from what I've seen, right? Like, I haven't watched that much Destiny, believe it or not. People have compared me to him a lot. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I have, like, a similar approach when it comes to approaching allegations. Like, that's become, like, a big thing for me, right? It all started with, like, the Natty Forsyth stuff, one of the most difficult people to defend. But, like, people were making unsubstantiated claims based on the evidence that was publicly available, and I had an issue with that. Now, she ended up doing some fucked up shit behind the scenes. Do I think Natty Forsyth is a good person? No. But, like, I think that the evidence was inconclusive, at least based on what was publicly available. Again, I've seen some behind-the-scenes shit that makes me not want to associate with her anymore or defend her, right? But, like, I think that there was, like, a reasonable doubt when I was defending her, right? At least in my mind. There was, like, a very reasonable doubt, and I assumed her innocence, right? I think that's, like, a valid way of approaching this. So, ever since that whole, I guess, arc in terms of this channel history, like, I've sort of had, like, this position of, like, yeah, you gotta have some, like, legitimate evidence before coming to conclusions.
If he's supposed to be, like, a horseman, but when we were trying to figure out if that's what it was, and I pulled up a picture, I was struck by how horse-like his face.
Is it not sexualizing fucking horses? Death Trooper 204, do you think that furry porn is intrinsically zoophilic no matter what? I would hope that the answer is no, because we're not talking about animals. We're talking about humanoid, anthropomorphic creatures. I feel like that's a lot different, right? Because we're talking about fictional creatures that can walk and talk, that are again humanoid, at least to some extent, that would be able to consent, right? Like that's like one of the main reasons that bestiality is bad, is because animals can't consent. But again, furries can consent. So I feel like there's like a big difference there, because like furries are humans, or fictionally, you know, in fictional universes, they could be like anthropomorphic humanoid features that are able to think and talk as coherently as humans, right? Meaning they'd be able to consent. So I don't see the issue. Like the issue I have, like the reason bestiality is wrong in the first place is because animals can't consent, right? So that sort of like destroys that entire premise, right? It's like it wasn't like he had like actual bestiality porn on his PC. He had anthropomorphic horse/human hybrid creature thingies. I don't know too much about the specifics of how you would categorize that, but I wouldn't categorize that as bestiality.
Faces. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, you know what I mean? So, like, I don't know, just trying to fuck King. I mean, he was.
If lolly is considered PDF file shit, then furry prawn of realistic animals. Wait. Was anything on Vaush's PC, was any of the horsecock stuff depicting realistic animals? The answer is no. No realistic depictions of animals were there. It was anthropomorphic creatures that share way more characteristics with humans. So, no, you're wrong.
Powerful.
King Raru?
King Raru. He was
Raru?
He had a lot of power and he was charming.
King
But
Raru.
physically, he's not my type.
Here, let's pull him up, and y'all tell me if I'm off base with the horse comparison here.
We'll get to that. Yeah, I know. We'll get to that.
I guess he's more like a deer.
It's like
Can you pull it up? I can't see.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's King Raru.
Dear.
That's the one Vaush wants to fuck.
Yeah, again, this is like an anthropomorphic creature that stands on two legs, and as far as I'm aware, it seems to be the case that like this is a character that would be intelligent enough to consent to something like that. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't think that. Okay, look, personally, I'm gonna be honest. I don't find this sexually appealing. Like I don't see the sexual appeal of this, right? I'm not turned on by these images, okay? That being said, if somebody is, I don't think that that's like the same thing as being into bestiality, right? Like being into this character is not the same thing as bestiality. This does not look like a like an actual animal that wouldn't be able to consent, right? This is like clearly like a humanoid. It's like a combination of like a human and an animal. It's like a weird anthropomorphic creature that's intelligent, right? Which I think is key. I have no reason to assume that like this character wouldn't be able to consent, right? Like they'd be able to think as well as a human. So yeah, I don't see the issue. We need very long lectures from someone who is a know-it-all when they don't. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It's literally the opposite. What I am saying here is that rather than jumping to conclusions and claiming to know everything, it is much better to not be a know-it-all, right? I don't know everything, right? The reason I presume Vaush is innocent is because I believe in the standard of innocent until proven guilty, right? And because I don't have enough information to suggest that Vaush actually is a PDF file or that Vaush is actually into bestiality, because I don't have information or that can reasonably lead to that conclusion, I'm actually taking the opposite of approach of not being a know-it-all, right? I could be the ultimate concluder, right? I could be the ultimate concluder and say, this is what happened. This is definitively CP. The Vaush is a PDF file, and yeah, that I could be the ultimate concluder, right? But instead, I'm the wait for facts truther, okay? And because I'm the wait for facts truther, I presume his innocence until more evidence is shown that suggests that he's actually not innocent. Why are you educating us on stuff that is illegal as a defense? Wait, well, what? We're not even talking about the law. I guess you could say that innocent until proven guilty is like a standard, but what about this standard would not work in a court of law, right? That's the standard that they use in criminal investigations. And I would argue that PDF file shit is basically criminal. So if we're gonna levy what amounts to criminal accusations that ruin somebody's life, then yeah, I'm going to invoke that specific standard of evidence, unless somebody can find a way, and trust me, no one will be able to. Okay, I have yet to see anyone do this. Why it would be more beneficial to have a lesser standard, and why that would serve more utility, right? For something as serious as this. Hey, Femyoz, I'm a legitimate sex therapist who specializes in this. I wanted to message you, but your phone verification keeps booting me. Well, I'm sorry. Look, I don't really have people that call in anymore. Like, I don't do call-ins because they get really cancerous and people are annoying as shit. So I haven't done call-ins in a while. The phone verification thing is so that people can't ban evade. So sorry, I guess. But if you want to say something, you could just say it in chat. I'll look at it within like a reasonable amount of time. I can provide resources if need be. Yeah, maybe we get into that. Like I don't know how sex therapy would relate to this. Other than like an explanation for like what his sexual intentions might be. But like I don't think that like I even need to give an explanation of like an in-depth explanation of his sexual intentions or whatever, and like evaluate that. Like I don't think that that's even necessary, right? I just think that there's like not enough evidence to like conclude anything. There's no evidence until proven guilty in this situation. Okay, Vaush had illegal stuff. What did he have on his computer that was illegal? Because I can't think of a single thing. I don't think he had anything illegal on his computer. Can you prove that there was anything illegal on his computer? Because you saying it doesn't make it truer, right? Like, you'd have to be able to, like, prove that that's the case, right? But it seems to be the case that there isn't anything illegal on his PC. So, I specialize in kink, and I used to work with kids and child protection. There's a lot of harmful rhetoric around this whole situation. All right, just add my Discord. My username is Femyoz, Femyoz. I'll add you back in a bit, maybe, if I have time to go over some of that stuff. You're not saying my rhetoric is harmful, right? Like, it's because yeah, like seems to be the case that yeah, like a lot of the rhetoric around this, if nothing else, is brain dead, and you know, if is harmful, if for no other reason, for hurting my me and my brain cells. Correct? You're fine. Okay, yeah. I figured that like I'm more reasonable. Resources on the virtual eroticism of animals. What? No. We're not talking about animals. We're talking about anthropomorphic creatures that canonically have the mental capacity to consent. Like, we're not talking about like actual animals or even depictions of animals. We're talking about like humanoid / anthropomorphic, unrealistic creatures, which I don't see the like. Yeah, it's weird. That doesn't mean it's like that's like it though. Is yeah, it's weird. That's like all I can really say about it. I'm not gonna like make moral judgments off of that. Everyone thinks they're reasonable, genius. I mean, under most circumstances, yeah, I could see that being the case. Like, usually people don't think, yes, I came to this conclusion as a result of my unreasonableness, right? But like, we can talk about like the specific reasoning behind certain conclusions, right? You can use inductive reasoning in making determinations as to whether or not a certain line of reasoning is reasonable, right? That's not to say that like I'm right about everything. I mean, obviously I am. I mean, I've never been wrong once, not a single time in my life, right? But that's besides the point. You know, let's pretend like I'm like one of you peasants in chat that can be wrong about stuff. You know, you know, if that's the case, it's like, yeah, like obviously that is possible. But like in all seriousness, right? Like if like I have been wrong about stuff, right? That's why I changed my mind, right? I've had positions that I thought were reasonable that were unreasonable in the past, right? That's why I've changed my mind about stuff, right? I believe that what makes an individual reasonable or unreasonable is their willingness to engage with certain ideas and their willingness to change their mind if they have been demonstrated to be wrong or if the other person has been demonstrated to be correct, right? Like if someone could prove to me why some aspect of my worldview is logically impossible, for instance, like I'm going to take that into consideration and most likely change my worldview. Now, I'm not aware of anything in relation to my worldview, but if someone could prove that it is, I would reevaluate my worldview and most likely come to a different position, or if nothing else, revise my position or have a different reason for having a position if I end up with the same conclusion, right? I think that's like a reasonable way of thinking, right? Like even if you have wrong beliefs, like that's still a reasonable way of coming to conclusions. Trans femme cat girls over everything, true. That is objectively correct. That is the number one correct position I have seen in chat so far. Anyways. I also like how, Bianca, you just admit that like you just aren't listening to the things I'm saying, which just further proves my point. It's like, yeah, you're not willing to engage. I am. You're not willing to engage with the things I'm actually saying and the actual lines of reasoning. Instead, you would just like to presuppose certain conclusions, and then when you're presented with alternative perspectives or counter evidence, or different ideas, you turn your brain off and stop listening because that would contradict what you already established your belief system to be. So anything that doesn't fit your already existing worldview, anything that doesn't serve as confirmation bias, you disregard. That is you being unreasonable. That is me being reasonable in comparison, because I don't do that. Anyways, we've gotten so sidetracked and derailed. I think we need to continue. Otherwise, we're never going to get through this, because Ethan Klein talks about this shit for an extended period of time.
Oh, it's definitely horse-like.
Yeah.
You think it's horse-like?
I
I mean,
mean,
Deer-like, maybe?
Goat.
Yeah, maybe it's more like a deer.
Definitely
goat or
not
something.
human.
Right.
Yeah.
Goaty. Yeah.
It's goaty. Yeah, it's a little goaty. You're right.
He's goated.
Maybe he is goated.
So there's that. And then we move to the other parts. And Love, you kind of know the specifics about what's in here. Not to saying anything, but you did. You are boots on the ground. You put
Yesterday when we were talking about it on the live stream, I found a Twitter thread saying that one of the animes depicted in these thumbnails are apparently the main character in that anime is 16, which
So
is
it's
quite.
Oh, so again, this is context that Vaush, when he saved the image, he didn't have this context, right? Now, if he did, and he still saved the image anyway, then yeah, you could argue, oh, okay, maybe that's like an actual issue worth talking about, right? But again, Vaush, being a single individual, hasn't watched every single anime. So if he sees a pornographic depiction of a character he knows nothing about and has never heard of, and doesn't know that the age of the character, who the character is, anything about them, and they just see a pornographic depiction of a hot anime girl with big titties, you can't expect him to act as if he had that context, the context being provided to begin with. Now, what they're talking about, I think, is the VTuber thing. But again, this context is not something that Vaush had. Vaush would have to know who a very niche VTuber, whose VTuber model looks nothing like what was depicted in the actual image. He would have to know who that is and the canonical age of said VTuber. I'm pretty sure that it's like an adult that made the VTuber, but they're canonically like playing a character that's 60. It's some really fucking weird shit, right? But again, Vaush wasn't privy to that knowledge, right? Like, do you expect him to know about every single niche VTuber that nobody fucking knows about, just in case somebody depicts them in a pornographic context in Twitter porn? So that he doesn't say, like, this is insane.
Deeming.
So
That's my understanding.
it is a sex series based on what I saw.
No, so there's an anime of it, and I guess this is a sexual version of
Okay,
that
so
anime.
in the anime, she is specifically 16 years old.
And then
And why do you have reason to believe that Vaush would have this context available to him? Like, why would he know this? Did he watch the anime? Did he say, yes, this is an anime I have watched. I saw this anime, like in a live stream or a video clip that took place before the image was saved? Because if not, then all you have is baseless conjecture. That's it. You have baseless conjecture. And baseless conjecture is not enough to morally impugn somebody.
He has porn.
and
of
then he
this
has a porn
character.
of that character.
Why are you assuming he doesn't have the context? Because there's no reason for me to believe he does, right? Again, innocent until proven guilty. Again, why do I assume that you, Ari, in chat are not a pedophile? I mean, I don't have any evidence to suggest that you're not. There's no logical reason for me to believe that you don't prey on children, okay? But I assume that you don't, because I believe that people are innocent and should be treated as such until they are proven guilty, okay? And I haven't been able to prove that you have molested a child, so I assume it's the case that you haven't, even though I don't necessarily have a reason to believe that you haven't. You haven't proven that you're not a child molester, right? But I assume you're not. Like, if we just assume that everybody is guilty until proven innocent in society can't function. If the presumption is that you're guilty until you can prove that you're not, Like, again, society wouldn't be able to function that way, right? There's a reason, again, the legal system is flawed, right? But there's a reason that the legal system invokes that standard, right? Because it wouldn't be able to function properly if it didn't.
Yeah. And there's a photo I saw that was like,
Femyoz, what you're doing is manipulation and gaslighting? How is it gaslighting to want evidence before falsely accusing somebody of being a pedophile? That's not me gaslighting. That's just having a reasonable standard of evidence. In this live stream, you're calling us PDF files? No, it is the opposite. You are dumb. You are an idiot. I am saying that even though I haven't proven that you're not a child predator or a pedophile, I assume it's the case that you're not because you haven't been proven guilty. You are innocent in my eyes until you can be proven as guilty. I am saying that if we assume that everybody is guilty until proven innocent, that society cannot function. You're making a definitive statement. The definitive statement I'm making is that society can't function if people are always guilty until proven innocent. If we just presuppose that everybody is guilty based on either very flimsy evidence with very reasonable alternative explanations or just no evidence at all, I think that you end up with a society that, well, falsely incriminates innocent people. Do you want to be at risk, at like a high risk of being falsely incriminated? Like, I would hope that the answer is no. I would hope that you would only want people to say, for instance, have their life ruined or go to prison if they've actually done something wrong, right? And if everyone is guilty until proven innocent, then it's going to be the case that a high proportion of people that are asserted to be like that people assert are guilty are going to be innocent, but their lives are going to be ruined anyway. And that's something that I'm not okay with, right? You're hijacking the phrase. What do you mean by hijacking the phrase without using it properly? You say, oh, he was caught red-handed. Caught red-handed with what?
there's the one I saw on that you showed me, AB.
Yeah.
That Hila's got to see that.
When you go below 16, like 15 and stuff like that.
Again, the accusation that he's a PDF file based on this flimsy evidence is entirely contingent upon, or it would be contingent upon, Vaush somehow fucking knowing who this niche YouTuber that fucking nobody has ever heard of. Have any of you heard of, I don't even remember what their name is, but have any of you heard of this niche VTuber depicting a 16-year-old is before any of this drama? Fuck no. So if you're just scrolling through porn on Twitter and you see an image, and from your perspective, all you see is, oh, that's an anime chick with big titties. You're not going to be thinking, I wonder if this actually depicts a niche YouTuber nobody's ever fucking heard of that actually is a 16-year-old. That's not a reasonable line of reasoning. So why would you presuppose that that's the case? Because that's what that would be contingent upon, is him having that context. But there's no reason why he would have that context if he's literally just saving porn that he randomly finds on Twitter.
But here, it gets kind of hard to see because it's so small, but here, I mean, it just looks like...
Because you're saying he didn't have the context? No, I am saying that there is no reason to believe that he did have the context. Am I saying it is logically impossible that he had the context? No. All I am doing is invoking that there is a very reasonable doubt for him having the context. There is very good reason. There is a very good line of reasoning for why that should be doubted. That's not to say it is logically impossible that he knew the context and that that there's no way definitively that he had it. But again, there is no reason to believe that he did. So until there is a good enough reason, like beyond a reasonable doubt, you can prove that he had the context, I am going to be charitable to Vaush and assume that he is innocent by not knowing the context, right? I think it is, in fact, I believe it is more likely to be the case that he didn't know the context, right? Than him knowing the context. But even if there was like only a 25% chance of him not knowing the context, I would still say that that's not enough evidence to conclude that he's guilty, right? Because I have a higher standard of evidence for asserting that somebody is guilty than I do for asserting that somebody is innocent. This is why I don't assert that you random people in chat are PDF files, even though you misinterpreted my analogy as that, because you're deranged, I guess. But the reason I don't assume that you're all PDF files is because I have a higher standard of evidence for concluding that any individual in chat is than for assuming that somebody isn't. And I would hope that you would all do the same, even if you're not aware of it.
Hentai? Here's some.
Femyoz, stop giving us lectures. You lost the argument. I lost the argument. How have I lost the argument? You haven't made a single reasonable counter argument to anything I have said. You just assert things, you make presuppositions without having any actual reasoning behind them. Then I explain how it could be the case that you're wrong, and then somehow that's me losing the argument? Okay. Makes logical sense.
Big ass horse cocks. Here's a girl treating a horse cock. Here's a horse cock silhouette with a big horse cock. Here's more Lord Raru furry stuff. You see the horse here? And then this is a horse dick.
Got it.
Yeah. And then this is this stuff is super graphic actually.
You're lying dog face pony soldier.
It gets a little hazy here.
Yeah,
Can you fill in the
Mate, you're a lol cow. Are you one of those people where anybody that you don't like or have a negative opinion of is a lol cow? Are you like the type of person to say that like Keffals is a lol cow? I mean, I wouldn't put it past you. I feel like the word lol cow has lost its meaning. I think there was like a certain point in time where like I sort of treaded that territory. Like, sure. That was when I was off my antidepressants, but yeah, like you could say that like I engaged in some lol cow-esque behavior in the past. I don't disagree with that. I don't know if I would say I'm like an actual lol cow though. They are, yeah. So okay. I'm sorry if you think that Vaush and Keffals are lol cows, then I'm not gonna take anything you say seriously. I'm sorry, but like, do you even know what a lol cow is? Like, if your standard of what is or isn't a lol cow is just YouTuber I don't like, then what the fuck even, like, what's the point? What's the point? For instance, I don't like Acheeto, right? But I wouldn't say he's a lol cow, okay? Even though I think he's retarded, okay? I wouldn't say that Matt Walsh is necessarily a lol cow, right? Even though he's like a terrible person, right? I feel like lol cow is like a very specific term that's sort of lost its meaning because of people like this. Lol cow podcast collab on. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. They should invite me to the lol cow podcast. Like if I'm a genuine lol cow, great. Where the fuck is my money for me getting invited onto the lol cow podcast? Like even when I was acting like somewhat unhinged and doing something that's like, okay, this behavior is lol cow-esque. Because there was a point in time where I was doing that. Even then, people in commentary were saying that I was anti-content. That it's like, because it was hard to get a fucking reaction out of me. Like Augie RFC was getting annoyed because I would just go along with whatever the fuck dumb shit they would say about me. Because I just thought, oh, this is funny, right? Again, like, I feel like there's more to being a lol cow than just YouTuber I don't like. That's fucking stupid. Anyone and everyone is a lol cow at that point. Everyone that I dislike is a lol cow. Everyone I like is a lol cow. Incredible. In fucking credible. I would be hesitant to label somebody, even fucking John Swan, okay? John Swan, I wouldn't even label him as a lol cow. I don't think he can be milked for lols. I just think he's a shitty person that nobody likes anymore, right? I don't like John Swan. I think he's a piece of shit, right? But even John Swan, I wouldn't label as a lol cow. Like, when I think of a lol cow, I think of, like, Chris Chan or Cyrax or somebody like that. I guess those are, like, more along the lines of horror cows, but still. Daniel Larson. People that can actually be milked for lols, right? Isn't that, like, the point? Holy tangent. Yeah, I go on tangents. Welcome to the Femyoz YouTube channel. We do that a lot around here.
Blanks? What am I looking at, like, on the bottom row?
The bottom row.
Okay,
I
look
don't
at
know
this
nothing
one,
about
Hila.
nobody.
This is the cartoon character that's 16.
Let me double. I don't want to say for sure, but I believe so.
Do you see this?
Yeah.
This. What do you think of that?
16 is the
Disturbing.
age of
That's
consent.
vile.
I don't like it.
It looks
Oh.
like a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. You're like, he's saying that, but if you actually look at the screenshot of Vaush's folder, at no point do you see anybody that looks 14. So no, you're just lying. But Ethan Klein knows that nobody's going to be looking at the actual evidence and that they're just going to take his word for it. But oh, apparently he's impartial. No, the fuck he's not.
It's really, and then here's another one. This one was on there too, of the same character. So, those are the images that we saw. There's also shout out. He has his taxes there, which I think is interesting and clever.
The horniest part of his folder for sure, dude. That taxes folder. I couldn't even edge to it. I just instantly exploded as soon as I saw his fucking taxes folder.
It ensures he does not forget.
Where's the evidence that they don't look 14? Well, I guess part of that is going to be subjective opinion, but based on what I saw, they don't look 14. Not to mention the fact that for the 5 trillionth time, that the standard of evidence I use is innocent until proven guilty and not the other way around. So again, like, I'm going to apply like a different standard for asserting that somebody is innocent or saying that, yeah, like, it's reasonable to assume that somebody is innocent versus assuming that somebody is guilty, right? Like, I don't know why that's so difficult.
Yeah, he gets audited.
To pay his taxes. He'll never lose it there.
He gets audited and he says this wild.
You know, like, he's like, I'm not going to.
You can't prove a negative and also look like is not very objective. Yeah, no, saying somebody looks like something is like kind of a subjective thing. Like, you almost have to like get a vibe for it, right? Like, I saw what was leaked. I didn't see anything that came across to me as lolicon. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I understand that there's like some amount of gray area, but I feel like it's reasonable to be charitable, right? Like,
Gonna lose this shit. Going in my porn stash.
Yeah, to be fair, this is stuff he had to like take care of legally, like, possibly.
Oh, it's a VTuber.
Yeah,
not Suru Matsuri. Maybe some people know who that is. I don't know, but here I'll show you the picture of her. She is like clearly a child.
Age 16, it says there.
But that's like a young 16 too, I feel like.
Oh.
So he has some
yeah, a young 16 to be specific. Yeah, okay. All right. Hold on. Let's replay that for a second. Because on one hand, Ethan Klein says that, oh yeah, I'm going to be completely impartial and charitable. But then he goes on to say this shit.
I don't know, but here I'll show you the picture of her. She is like clearly a child.
Age 16, it says here.
But that's like a young 16 too.
Yeah, that's like a young 16. Wow. Very charitable, Ethan Klein. Again, I've seen the fucking I've seen the leaked Vaush folder. I looked at what was actually there in front of me, and no, I didn't see anything like that. So I didn't see anyone that looked like, I didn't see drawings of anybody that looked like a child. So I guess it's one subjective opinion against another. And hell, I want to make it clear that I went into this, like, before stream, like, I hadn't made up my mind as to what I was even going to title the stream, based on whether or not there was sufficient evidence to prove Vaush's guilt, is what ultimately determined between me choosing either one of two titles. So the other title, in an alternate universe where there is enough evidence to prove that Vaush is guilty, I would have titled this stream, How Vaush Ruined His Career in 3 Seconds. And believe me, that would have been a fucking banger title. Holy shit. Oh my god. Banger title, right? But we don't live in that alternative universe, and there isn't enough evidence for me to feel comfortable concluding that Vaush is guilty, so that's why I titled it the way that I did, right? But like, I went into that and I'm like, okay, if I see some like really sussy shit, like, I will say so on stream. Like, I want to make it clear, I'm not defending Vaush for the sake of defending Vaush. If I had looked at that and I'm like, oh yeah, that looks like a child, I would have said that, right? And the discussion we'd be having might look a little bit different, right? But I genuinely did not see any drawings that looked like children. So it's not like I'm, I mean, you can look at the fucking, like, you can find the screenshots and video clips of it on Twitter and zoom in and actually look at the images. And then you start to realize that, oh, yeah, maybe this isn't enough evidence of Vaush being a PDF file. Just maybe, just maybe.
I feel like.
Oh.
I'm not a creep, no thank you. But the point, hold on. So if you're not willing to look at the evidence that Vaush being a PDF file is entirely contingent upon, then how the fuck are you going to assert that you have seen enough evidence to conclude that Vaush is a PDF file? Just think about that for a second, and how retarded you sound right now. If you're not even willing to look at the evidence and you're just going to assert that he's a PDF file because that's what other people on the internet told you to believe, then that's just pathetic. And just paints you as a very irrational and illogically minded individual.
So he has some very graphic.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's just
I didn't realize what you.
I'm not looking at those, like UNH 3H3. Well, I'm sorry, but if you're going to assert that something is evidence of something, right? You want to make sure that you know what you're talking about, right? Like, if you don't even know what you're talking about, then how are you supposed to make intellectually honest arguments about it? Like, surely you would want to know what Vaush is actually being accused of in terms of the actual evidence against him before perpetuating said accusations. You would want to know what the evidence is, right? I feel like that's reasonable. Are you suggesting we need to be lolicon specialists? No, I'm saying that if you're going to say that, well, you see, this evidence that this evidence single-handedly proves Vaush is a PDF file, surely you would want to look at what the evidence actually is first before concluding that? Is that unreasonable? Is that like a controversial take in 2024? Like, actually wanting to sift through evidence before jumping to conclusions? Is that like unreasonable now? Like, is that something I should get canceled for? Wanting to actually see if the evidence is what people say it is before concluding that it is said thing and that people aren't just making it the fuck up? Like, is that really unreasonable?
You were pulling up.
Yeah, this is just
okay to show.
the page about the character's virtual. She's a VTuber, I guess, right?
Okay. And was this page something that Vaush had seen? The answer is no, we have no reason to believe that. It's also the case that the pornographic depiction of this VTuber / character, whatever the fuck, doesn't even look like the VTuber model. So, I have no reason to believe that Vaush magically knew about some niche VTuber that nobody's ever fucking heard of. I'm sorry.
I don't know what all that means, but it's a virtual.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Personality. Matsuri is an energetic, expressive, and somewhat chaotic cheerleader girl who is bubbly as a festival. I've read enough.
The way a lot of fucking weirdos get away with kind of stuff like
Vaush knows all about concluding. Are you talking about the Destiny versus Vaush, wait for facts truther versus the ultimate concluder meme? As a Vaushite myself, I have to agree that that meme is kind of fucking funny. It very funny actually. I don't even entirely disagree with it. Like, yeah, that's like a criticism I have of Vaush, is like, yeah, he jumps to conclusions too quickly sometimes. I think it's like reasonable to like not agree with somebody but still like, I don't know, not have a negative opinion of them.
this is they say in the lore, this character is like 1 billion years old.
Oh
like
yeah, that's the
We know what lolly is, etc. Hold on, wait. You're using the argument of, well, you see, it's because I don't want it on my computer as evidence. I'm not saying you would have to have it. All you would have to do to see whether or not the evidence actually holds any merit is go on Twitter and look at the publicly available evidence that people are talking about. That is, I'm sorry, but assuming that people who say that the evidence suggests what they're saying it suggests and just taking their word for it is not going to cut it. And if it does cut it, why should the word of people saying that Vaush is a PDF file supersede the word of people like me who are saying he's not a PDF file and that there wasn't any of that in the folder? Again, if you're just going to base your entire opinion off of what other people have said about the evidence, do you deem whatever a plurality of people deems to be the case as the most correct opinion? Because if so, it used to be the case that a plurality of people thought that slavery was okay. That was the majority of people in the United States. But guess what? They were all wrong. So, again, basing your opinion off of what you've seen other people say is not going to cut it if you're going to make false pedo accusations.
the lolly shit.
Oh,
yeah, but then
bullshit.
like it looks like a fucking infant or some
Yes.
shit.
So wait, in this though, she's not. She's
In this
16.
case, it's even worse because it's like confirmed she's 16. And
They
she
don't even
looks,
pretend,
She
yeah.
looks 9.
Yeah.
And in the picture from the horse files, she looks even younger, honestly.
Dude, that one's really fucked up. There's one of her, correct me if I'm wrong, filleting a horse.
It's literally, I've looked at this. I looked at the screenshot, and no, I didn't see any depictions that looked like they were underage. So again, I think that Ethan Klein knows that most people are not going to look for the evidence, and I think that if you don't want to look at the evidence, right? Maybe you just want to be agnostic on the position, right? That's not inherently a bad thing, right? Because if you don't know anything about the situation, right, then you know that, okay, there's a chance that if I look to see what the evidence actually is, that I might see something I don't want to see. And it's not worth it for me. So I'm just going to remain agnostic on the position, right? That's fine. However, if you're going to make conclusions about an individual and levy serious accusations, you better know what evidence actually exists that supports your claims. Because if you don't know what evidence there is to support your claims, and you've just heard somebody else describe evidence in a clearly biased manner, then I don't think that that's going to be enough to be confident in that position.
I can't, okay, because it's blurred, the clearer version, but she's doing that to someone. I can't tell if it's a hairy man or a horse.
Okay.
I'm having the leaked tweet up right now, and 3 of them are bad enough. Again, why would I take your, again, you might think that, but again, you earlier stated that you're like a lolicon expert / connoisseur. I don't have reason to believe that Vaush would be. So what do you define lolicon as? Because I define it as depictions / drawings / animated characters in a pornographic context that either that canonically and or visually represent children, right? And I didn't see any of that. I didn't see anything that represents children. And now maybe I'm just retarded and there's something I'm missing. That's not logically impossible. I mean, granted, the evidence that I did look at was very, I mean, it's 1080p. So like when you zoom in, it's pretty low res. So maybe that's why. But based on the evidence I have seen, I cannot confidently say that Vaush is a PDF file. And I think that that's like a reasonable take. But yeah, anyways. You can look it up for yourself and zoom in on the face. Okay. If you insist. But I don't know which face would be talked about, like unless you want me to zoom into each individual face. So let me see what I can find. Fucking hell. How do you Is there like a, where the fuck? Oh, here, this is where it would be. Okay. So that's low res. Sorry, I'm looking on Twitter for like the most high res. I don't think there is a high res. I think that like the maximum res is dog shit. So, oh god, I'm gonna have to open image and do tab. Okay, so those are. I guess we'll start from bottom to top. Okay, so I'm gonna zoom in. Okay, so bottom right corner, I can't really make out what that is. Then I'm going from right to left. Okay, I'm doing it from last to first. Okay. So it looks like looks like it's just somebody, some character getting fucked in the ass. There's like no indication that they would be underage. Looks like I don't know what that. I don't know if I can't zoom in enough to. Okay, I don't think that would be. Okay, they're making a face. I don't know what that is. Is that a dick? And then something? It's really difficult to make out. Okay. Looks like somebody's mouth is open. I don't know what that is. Is that a dick? I think. What is that? No, that's not a. It's not. Is that like a bent zigzag dick? What the fuck is that? Okay, be glad I'm not showing this shit on stream. Okay, that's like the whatever, the anthropomorphic character from earlier. It looks like there's like a dick and two girls. It's too pixelated for me to see what their faces look like. So I don't know. There's a certified Vaush classic, a horse cock image. I don't know what that is. I think that's like a naked character. Wait, are they naked? I can't tell. It's so low res. And then it's just Raru. And then XXX vids. Where you could see part of the thumbnail or whatever, where looks like the character is flustered, I think. XXX pics, I can't even make out what that is. GIFs, that's just like a random person. Taxes and old. Again, I don't, based on me looking at this, this was me double checking it. I don't have enough evidence. Does anybody have like a... Diorio is going live in an hour, going over Vaush. I'm excited to see that, because Nick Diorio is like a big anti-false accusations person. Okay, Bianca Sue, you're just a troll. Femyoz, you have CP and Zufia. Where? What are you talking about? There is none. Even if that's what was in the screenshot, that it's on Twitter. It's literally just me looking to see if that's in there, because that's what the entire PDF file accusation about Vaush is contingent upon. That is the context. I don't think that publicly looking at evidence on Twitter to see if that evidence is what people say it is the same thing as having CP on your computer. That's an insane position. In fact, you're so retarded. I'm just gonna... Hold on. Where the fuck is my... Oh, it's in a different Google Chrome window. Yeah, Bianca... hide user on channel. Bye-bye. You're just retarded. God damn. Anyways. Banning people for bad ideas kind of mid. Yeah, but I feel like there's like a decent chance the person was trolling and didn't even believe any of the things that were being said. Stop ignoring me. Well, sorry, I was... Femyoz is hot AF. Why, thank you. I appreciate that. It's time. It's time for what? Osmian Duck? Catbox link? Higher... I'm scared to search this. This stream is retarded. Fuck. I don't know if I... Chat, one in chat if I search this on Twitter. Chat, do I have to? I've got an yes, no, yes, no, yes. Stop defending what you don't know. You said you should look. Yeah, but okay, is it the exact same picture that was in the screenshot Or is it like a... Or is this like a character with like a bunch of images? I fucking hate my life. Alright, fine. Alright. I'm fucking scared of what I'm gonna see. Oh wait, I spelled it wrong. Wait. Shit. I just see 3 images. None of them are pornographic. Wait, what the fuck? Like when I scroll to... Is this a troll? I'm confused. This is not... okay. Did I spell it wrong? Is it on their profile? I'm scrolling to see. I don't see anything yet. Some of these images I don't think I can show. Cause they're like oh wait, actually I don't know. That's like a collage. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, I definitely can't... There's Donald Duck. Is that Donald Duck with like a huge cock? That's weird. I don't think that was the image that Vaush had. But it's like weird, but like I don't know. Is that like a femboy? Yeah, I didn't really find anything. I scrolled through media, and I guess the only NSFW pictures that stood out to me, it looks like there was like a femboy, I think, like a femboy gif. It's definitely sexual. It's very sexualized. Oh god, they have like really wide hips. Okay. And the Donald Duck, I think that is, with a raging erection. I don't think this proves the point that you were, like, unless they have something that they deleted. So, do you not know how to go to profile? I just scrolled through their profile. I scrolled through all of the media to the end. I didn't find what you were like. I didn't find anything. I'm sorry. I found some like weird shit, but like I didn't find. What I'm sorry. Like what do you want me to do? I'm not gonna show the stuff that is NSFW on stream. But okay. Try hard. I'm sorry. You want me to what do you... I looked up what you told me to look up. What do you want me to do? Like, just look everywhere on the internet until I start... Like, what? I will guide you. Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't think I want to do this. Because what if I do stumble across something that I really don't want to see? Fuck. Okay, could we have like maybe we could have like other people, and like maybe people in chat can look stuff up. Well, no, I don't trust that. Fuck, I don't know. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't feel comfortable looking like actively looking for this stuff. I don't want to look at it. Chat, don't make me goalpost. Okay, I'm sorry, but like if you base an argument against somebody off of evidence you haven't seen, then that's a problem. And that's what people are doing. But like I'm sorry, but like I feel like if finding evidence against Vaush requires you to actively seek out lolly content, I feel like it's just not even worth it. I'm getting the worst cognitive dissonance here. Because, like, I want to know the truth, but at the same time, I don't want to see some disturbing shit that's going to scar me. That's not bad faith. It's just I don't want to see shit that might scar me for life. There's nothing to look up. There was no CP on the Vaush folder. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is I don't think that there was any. Oh my fucking god. How can I fucking hate this. I hate all of this. Look, I looked at the fucking I looked at the screenshot from Vaush's stream because I knew that there probably wasn't going to be anything worthwhile, right? It's just going to be a little bit of degen shit maybe, right? But now I feel like am I being asked too much? And am I asking too much in terms of evidence? I don't want to look up whatever it is that you what do you mean? I looked at the Twitter thing and I didn't see anything. You said go to their profile. I scrolled through the media section of their profile, which is where all of the images and GIFs would be, and I didn't see anything that stood out as a lolicon, right? Now you could say, oh well Femyoz, if you actually knew the context behind this one image, this single image is actually depicting a 15-year-old character from this specific anime you've never heard of. And if that's the case, then again, I've already look, at that point then that requires context that Vaush wouldn't have had, and there's no or at least there's like no reason to believe he would have. I'm sorry, look, fuck, this is hurting me. This is hurting my brain. It's creepy. Stop. You're started a live stream defending Vaush having a meltdown, gaslighting, and timing people out. Well, I was timing out. I timed out somebody that was clearly trolling, right? Like, they made it really fucking obvious. I haven't timed you out. You disagreed with me. But I mean, if your argument doesn't go beyond "shut up, you lost," then I mean, you make it tempting. You're tempting me. Do you have a Discord? Do I really want to see the tweet? I don't want to. Is it intellectually dishonest for me to not want to see whatever it is that you're trying to link me? Is that or is that just like a reasonable boundary for me to have? Because I was uncomfortable looking up the profile on I don't, oh God. Find it on your own without the, I'm not gonna actively go out of my way to look for lolicon to prove that Vaush is guilty. That's fucking insane. Why would I do that? I'm sorry, but like, looking at the evidence that's being used to assert certain claims is one thing, right? It's evidence that H3 has seen, right? Ethan Klein has seen it, right? So it's like, okay, it's probably, if he's willing to look at it, then okay, maybe it's not, you know, maybe it's fine to look at. But I feel like once we get into this unknown territory, I stop being comfortable with this. I feel like I'm gonna see some really fucked up shit. I'm sorry for anybody that wants me to do as much research as possible to get to the bottom of this, but I don't want to look at certain types of images. I just don't. I'm sorry. As much research as you can't pick a side. Well, I've picked the side of innocent until proven guilty. Turn off stream. I'm not going to turn off stream. I'm not going to be any more open to looking at weird lolicon shit off stream either. Like, I don't think you guys realize that, like, look, and this isn't to like lecture you, okay, but Quiestry, I don't think you realize, okay? I don't think you realize that, like, I don't want to look at certain things that I find disturbing. Is that like unreasonable? Like, yeah, I'm like, I don't know if I'd say I'm an investigative journalist, right? But like, that's like, I guess, adjacent to what I do. But I feel like if it gets to a point where it's something that hurts me as an individual and my mental health, right? I feel like I shouldn't have to do it, right? I can just say, okay, yeah, based on the evidence directly related to Vaush, which, you know, I look, I didn't even, oh my God. What? I'm sorry. This is broken my brain. Not unreasonable. She knows Vaush had lolly on his hard drive. But I don't know that. This is going poorly. Yeah, look, you banned Bianca for not wanting to look at the evidence, though? No, I banned Bianca because she accused me, she falsely accused me, not just Vaush, but me, of having CP on my computer. I think that's like a reasonable thing to ban somebody for. Like, I'm sorry, but like, no. For anyone pressuring them to look, please stop. For anyone who has looked, was it lolly? Look, the only thing I've looked at is the things that have been going, I guess, semi-viral on Twitter. And specifically the screenshot that's supposedly incriminating towards Vaush. And that screenshot does not prove any amount of guilt on Vaush's end. I feel like looking at the direct evidence that Vaush was getting canceled for is enough. I shouldn't have to look at actual, like, I shouldn't have to be researching lolly and looking at really disturbing shit I don't want to see because maybe one of the images might be the same one that is in Vaush's folders that doesn't explicitly look like a child, maybe. And maybe if it's higher res, maybe potential. Look, I'm sorry, but I have really bad cognitive dissonance right now because I have the intellectual curiosity to want to know as much as possible, but at the same time, like, I don't want to see certain things, and that sucks. I can link you the. Why would you do a stream in defense of Vaush when you won't Wait, I have been defending him. I've been saying that there's not enough evidence to conclude that he's guilty. Like, I'm sorry, but if somebody in chat is offering to link me some random lolicon tweet that most likely, as far as I'm concerned, or that I at least have no reason to believe is one of the images on Vaush's computer, you're not looking at the... I'm sorry, I looked at the evidence that was being used against Vaush. I don't want to look at... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just don't want... I'm sorry. I can't bring myself to do it. I cannot bring myself to actively search for lolicon that random people in chat send me saying, well, you see, this actually is the same stuff that Vaush had on his computer. I don't trust that. I don't want you to link me no. I'm not adding you on Discord so that you can link me weird lolicon shit. I'm sorry. I'm not comfortable with that. Yes, let me add you on Discord right away so you can fucking link me like disgusting lolicon shit. It's not dishonest to not want to look at something like lolicon, right? Because that's not like... Is that unreasonable, right? To presume somebody's innocence without looking at lolicon? Like, is that... Quit streaming, loser. Oh, okay. So now I'm the loser because I don't want to look at fucking lolicon degen weirdo shit that you send that you're asking to send me on Discord. I don't. Again, I feel like if you can't directly see anything in the screenshot, right? If you look at the screenshot, if you actually look at what we've seen from Vaush's computer, I think it's safe to assume that he's innocent, okay? And at the end of the day, if random chatters are like, oh, look, this is actually the lolicon that was in his computer, let me send it to you. I feel like that goes beyond just like investigative journalism. It stops being investigative journalism and it starts being mental torture for me. So I think it's fair for me to assume Vaush is innocent before confirming he's innocent by looking at weird lolicon shit to prove that it's not the same as the images that were in his computer. I'm not taking call-ins. I don't know. Honestly, the fact that people are willing to look at the image should mean it's not as bad as people claim to be. Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that Ethan Klein was like casually looking at it on stream is why I was willing to look at it. It's like, okay, well, it seems to be the case that other content creators are willing to look at whatever the fuck this is, right? For an extended period of time, too. So, it's probably not going to be something that's going to, like, scar me for life if people are just casually looking at it on stream, right? That being said, I don't... Look, I'm sorry. I'm just not interested in looking at random chatters linking... Like, look, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to let random chatters link me weird lolicon shit on Discord so that I can maybe cross-reference it with the very pixelated and hard-to-make out images that in the thumbnails of the... No, fuck that. I'm sorry, but no. Don't make a stream defending Vaush. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not allowed to say that Vaush is innocent until proven guilty if I don't literally look at fucking lolicon tweets. I'm sorry, but no. I don't have to prove that somebody is innocent by looking at lolicon that somebody wants to send me on Discord. Fuck off with that bullshit. I'm not doing that, okay? He is innocent, you're just making a terrible argument. You agreed it wasn't bad. What? I'm not looking at whatever. Look, can you send somebody else the tweet? Can you, Jalen, are you still watching this? Are you willing to look at the tweet? If you can stomach that, could you receive the tweet and then tell me if it's lolicon and then cross-reference it? I'm sorry, I just don't want... There's some... Look, I'm sorry, I'm not... Okay, No, sub, stop, don't give that... No, don't give them your Discord. Sub. You said you... Sub, aren't you, like, 16 or 17? No. Nuh-uh. No. Do not be accepting DMs from this person. I don't want them to send you that shit. Absolutely not. Do not send anything to Sub Sandwich, okay? Sub Sandwich is a minor. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's cringe. It's cringe that I don't want you to send lolicon to a fucking minor. That's cringe. That's cringe to you? That's unreasonable. I'm sorry, but oh, so it is. I don't know if what you're gonna say. I don't know whether or not what you're saying you want to send me is or isn't lolly. I don't know. What I am saying is that it could be the case that it is or isn't. I haven't seen what it is you're going to send me, but not only would it have to be lolly, but it would also have to be one of the images in Vaush's folder. I'm sorry. Look, Chat... Look, I'm just not... I just don't want... I feel like people are trying to bully me into looking at lolicon. No, Sub, I don't want you to look it up. Stop. Stop. No, I'm not... No, Quiestry? No, I'm not gonna have you add minors on Discord so that you can send them what you claim, at least what you claim is lolicon content, right? So, hide user on channel. The fuck out of here. You're a fucked up person. No, we're not. I'm not letting you do that. I already saw the images, lol. The ones that the person I just banned said that they were, I think they were a troll. They could have been. Holy fuck. I don't know. I thought I think they were being genuine. I don't know. I mean, I think that I don't know. If they didn't have an anime profile picture, I would think, you know, maybe then I would assume they're a troll, but they haven't. I don't know. They seemed like they were being dead ass. Okay, so Jalen's saying that there was like a one where that kind of looked like Lolly. Okay. Well, and here's the other thing. I feel like this is also like a fucking optics nightmare as well. Because like, no matter what I do, like this is like, it's like a game of juggling, but with optics, right? Because it's like, okay, if I do go out of my way to look for that type of content, then like that could be easily misconstrued. And I don't want to do that either, right? I don't want, not to mention the fact that I just don't want to look at that type of content, period. So there are two reasons I don't want to look at that. One, it's fucking nasty and I don't want to see it. And two, it's probably bad optics, I think. Look, I'm just not willing to sacrifice myself to see whether or not... Yeah, no, fuck that. So, if it's bad optics... Because I think that there's a difference between defending someone by saying there's not enough evidence to prove that they're guilty versus, yes, here's some links to random lolicon shit that may or may not have to do with the actual evidence, maybe potentially. It's like, what if they were just a troll that wanted me to look at that shit so that they could say, oh, see, Femyoz is actually a PDF file too because she also looked at that, right? And it just like completely removed the context, right? Or at least getting the satisfaction of knowing that I looked at something that like they know I'm not comfortable with. Like, how do I, like, again, I don't think they were trolling, but like, I don't know. Femyoz, you're defending bestiality and pedophilia. No, I'm not, and you're retarded, if that's what you think. In fact, you're so retarded that I'm gonna assume, I'm gonna be charitable to you, and assume you're trolling, and yeah, bye-bye, hide user on channel. Mods, if people say retarded shit like that, you can ban them. I don't even care anymore. I'm not gonna bother having my chat be a free speech absolutist cesspool anymore. Like, people are just gonna say retarded shit. It's like, I'm sorry. Femyoz, why are you only reading the retard? Maybe they just stand out. If you don't care, then take that stance. Just don't defend it. That's what all people are saying. Don't use ignorance as an argument. Yeah, I don't know. The Vaush derangement syndrome is insane in this chat. That's true. No one's trying to bully you. People are saying if you're not comfortable looking at the evidence, don't have a hard stance on it. Wait. But if my hard stance is that like if there is a reasonable doubt in terms of somebody being guilty, that we shouldn't just assume that they're guilty, right? That's like a very reasonable thing to assume. It's also reasonable to not want to look at disgusting lolly content that some random chatter asks to send me on Discord. I think it's also a reasonable boundary, right? I don't think that these are mutually exclusive or at odds with one another. But some people make it out to be that way. I personally think it'd be better to just not hold a stance. Hold on. I think that okay. You're misunderstanding. The lack of a stance, to me at least, is the default position. I believe that the default position regarding anybody should be that they're innocent until it is proven that they are guilty. So my default position is that Vaush is innocent. I just don't look. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, holy fuck. This shit broke my fucking brain. Holy fuckamole. I feel like I've made my position on innocent until proven guilty very clear though. Like I don't think it's ambiguous. Like again, I looked at the fucking screen. I looked at screenshot. I looked at the screenshot and the original clip of Vaush supposedly having that type of content, and I didn't see any. I was glad that I didn't see any. I didn't even think that I was gonna see any, frankly. Considering the fact that like it's widely available on Twitter, and also Ethan Klein just comfortably, you know, stared at the folder for an extended period of time to slowly go through it. But yeah, I don't know. Femyoz, get this through your thick fucking skull. You are all ears, meow. They are so persistent, aren't they? My name is Max Striker, and we fucking hate pedophiles. That so real. So real. Did you actually see the evidence? I saw the evidence that Ethan Klein was using to do a character assassination against Vaush. Like, again, like if it's again, if it's something that's okay for Ethan Klein to have on his computer screen, and it's like, okay, it's probably not so bad that I shouldn't look to see what it is, right? But like, I feel like there's a difference between that and like some random person in chat saying, ah, yes, let me send you lolicon, and then you can cross-reference it and look to see if it looks like any of the images in the folder. I feel like that's different. I feel like that's different. So not the tweet, but H3 showed it. No. H3 was specifically talking about what was shown accidentally by Vaush in the stream when he accidentally leaked his horsecock folder, okay? And he looked at it on stream as in he was looking at it, but it wasn't being shown on screen. So then I went on Twitter to see if Ethan Klein was accurately describing it, or if it was a character assassination, right? It seems to be the case that it's a character assassination. I don't think that means I should have to like every time some random person in chat says, "Oh, by the way, I'll send you this lolicon, and you can, so that you can figure out whether or not it's the same as one of the images in the fucking screenshot." It's like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do that. That's no thanks. Your mod. Oh, Jalen said one was pretty lolly though. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, fuck. Okay, Jalen, because I trust Jalen, can you link me whatever it was you saw? Because I trust you to not send me something that's, like, really fucking bad. Or whatever. Or, like, I know you're not gonna, like, troll me with this, because I actually, like... Yeah, but, like, again, I feel like not wanting random chatters to send me shit. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Okay, I haven't... Look, I'm sorry. This really derailed. This is like... If this stream isn't a prime example of how easily derailed I am, I don't know what is. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to go take my Adderall. That's what I... Yeah. I think if I take my Adderall, it'll fix everything. My afternoon pills. So it's a longer stream. Anyways, yeah, it's been a while since I took my morning Adderall. So I guess we're just gonna continue with the H3 thing. I'm gonna pause it less. And yeah.
I mean, bro, that to me is enough. I've seen enough. No one was harmed in the production of this. I was, and seeing it. I don't know if that counts. But let's move on, because that's not. It only gets better from here.
Really?
I haven't watched. Wait, what? Yeah. I'm only looking at what was in his folder. That's it. I have not. Yeah. Anyway, so this led people to compiling questionable clips from Vaush's past. Apparently, he has a colorful history of saying really bizarre, creepy, weird shit.
It's rewind time.
Now, this is the one that people say is always taken out of context. So let's do our best here to give it a full due. So here,
should consume.
Now, here's a compilation. Okay, so if there's anything out of context here, let me know. This was made by the YouTube Police Department.
I'll be sure to let you know, Ethan Klein, if anything you show is out of context.
That's I've never heard of them.
ACAB.
I don't know. I think it's a Twitter account. Of course you're
ACAB means YouTube Police too, okay?
Wow, Cavcab, really? You gonna call ACAB on them? That says a lot, 14-year-old Natalie Portman. So here's some of the greatest hits. Let's listen.
Assuming child porn be legal, I think that would be, yes, more legal and more ethically consistent. Yes, 100%.
Listen very carefully.
Notice how even in the clip chimped version / compilation of what he's saying here, you hear the words ethical consistency. So he's clearly talking about somebody else's ethical framework and why he believes and has reason to believe that ethical framework is wrong, right? That's the whole point.
To the exact language that I use.
I have yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
The argument that...
Again, this would be in the context of debate, right? Arguing about moral consistency. It seems to be the case that the person that he was debating was incapable of describing why he believes CP is wrong, when it should be easy to do so. And Vaush was pointing out the fact that, well, I can point that out. I can point out the fact that it, this causes harm. Here's an argument for why it should be illegal, right? But the other person couldn't do that because that would require them to go against their own worldview, right? That was the whole point, is that Vaush was arguing against it.
That I was making. And I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument a bunch of times.
Didn't Vaush just say it should be illegal in the beginning? Yeah, literally. But obviously they need to cut that out, right?
Here. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? People are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced.
Again, no one who brings up these clips has actually seen the full debate. anyone that's seen the full debate that still brings this up is either being dishonest or they're not talking about it the same way that most people who bring up the clips talk about it, right? So like, for instance, I might bring it up as an example of, oh, Vaush is stupid sometimes, let's say, or, oh, this is why optics matter, kind of. I don't know, whatever argument you want to make, right? Not saying optics matter or don't matter. I think they matter to an extent. I think that like sometimes their worth is overstated, but still, right?
Produce. So people will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to deny.
Well, we have a special place in our heart for child rapists.
He's seriously trying to make a
legitimate. You eat chocolate. You eat
What?
chocolate, but you don't. But you dare to care about child pornography and you eat chocolate. You're gonna sit there and eat chocolate.
An insane take.
Again, it takes 5 seconds of research to find Vaush's very condensed explanation of the argument he was actually making. And if you really want to make sure that Vaush wasn't defending CP and saying it should be legal, you can just watch the full debate that those clips are from. You can find that on YouTube. It's publicly available. That's something you can do. But of course, people that use this as evidence against Vaush aren't going to do that. That would require some amount of intellectual honesty. And Ethan Klein, intellectual honesty, those two things should not be in the same sentence. Let's be real.
It is utterly, absolutely bananas. And frankly, to put even if you have some like rational connection you made in your mind, it's not worth putting your neck out for that one, brother. Like, let's keep that one locked up in the chamber. We don't need to give pedos any green lights.
Insane.
I'm so confused by people in chat. We have had so many people in chat like, you don't know the full context.
We'll watch it.
Oh, don't worry. We have.
Vaush says it's a bad argument nowadays. Yeah, that too. There's also that aspect, right? So it's like a bad argument that Vaush made. Like, I think that like it would have been valid if people had just said, oh, this is like a really weird, shitty argument that's like a false equivalency. Like comparing this to CP to argue against it is like logically fallacious. But like if even now, if like not even like if Vaush is like, yeah, I actually agree that was like a shitty argument, it's like there's like no point of bringing it up, right? Like Ethan is clearly doing this in bad faith, despite claiming at the start, oh yeah, I don't have bad intentions. I don't know. You say that you don't have bad intentions, that you're completely impartial beforehand, but your actions beg to differ, Ethan. Your actions beg to differ. That's the problem.
We have it all.
Yeah, I know. But the funny part is that, sure, it's slightly different, but it's still so
Well, it's funny because, like, in this part
Okay, we can
particularly,
probably round up some people today, if you know what I'm saying.
right.
Well, honeypot.
Here's
honeypot in our own chat.
Aren't the debates like an hour long? Yeah. Sometimes debates last over an hour. Yeah, that is correct. It can be multiple hours of context that you're missing when you see a clip like that. That multiple hours of context matters. Now, if you don't want to watch that much debate content, right? You don't have the time. That's fair. That's reasonable. First of all, you can just watch Vaush's condensed explanation of what the debate boiled down to, right? But again, if you're going to levy certain accusations and your evidence is something that you don't know the context for, that's a problem. Like if you don't know what the context is, or you presuppose like the worst case scenario context, that's a fucking problem. That's a terrible way of analyzing whether or not somebody is guilty or innocent.
It's funny because people go, oh, he's taken out of context, but listen what he says.
Consistent, yes, 100%.
Listen very carefully to the exact language that I use.
Listen very carefully as I express myself.
Okay, this person in chat is trolling. Hold on, one sec. Yeah, this is like... Okay, it feels so good to just ban people that are, claiming that I'm defending Lolicon. It's like, yeah, you did not listen to a single argument I've made. Anti as an alt account. Yeah, I made sure they got perma-banned. Yeah, anyways, let's continue.
articulately and clearly as I possibly can.
I've yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal.
The
But
argument.
wait, how? What does he mean by that? Like,
So
first of all,
it's insanely
the
wrong.
making of it
Is a
or
crime.
a
horrific crime, one of the worst, probably one of the worst crimes you can commit.
That's crazy, because Vaush actually agrees with you there. You know, I love how Ethan Klein is arguing against a position that Vaush never actually fucking took. But no, guys, he's impartial. He's not biased in the slightest. He's completely fair and reasonable and balanced here. You know, it's definitely not a misrepresentation of what Vaush was actually saying and arguing.
How does somebody get to the point of possessing this content? It must be illegal.
The problem is, I think what he's saying is, if you have it, you're not hurting anyone. But what you are doing is
supply and demand.
Exactly. You're creating a demand for a product.
He talks about all of this.
Okay, let's watch it. Well, I'll wait then. I'll wait.
No,
if you want to get into it, just go to. We have this full clip, like not in the compilation.
Let me watch the compilation. I'm not going to pause it.
And you should go through
and then
the
we'll move
actual
on.
ones one by one, because a lot of what you're asking is
Got it.
Okay. Okay. Good.
That I was making, and I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument.
Weren't you just arguing for photos you hadn't seen before? No. When did I do that?
A bunch of times here. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? People are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced. So people
Are you calling child pornography a commodity?
No. That's not the point he was making. He was talking about a moral inconsistency in other people's worldview. Like in other people's worldviews, if that's like again, I think that it's like a shitty comparison from Vaush, but that's the point he's making. He's talking about the consistency of other people's ethical frameworks.
Is that traded on Forex? What's the going rate on child pornography on the S&P right now? The fuck?
will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical.
Those things can be produced ethically.
Mm-hmm.
Child pornography cannot.
And also, I don't think people necessarily know that it is made unethically. I've only learned about that recently when we're talking about chocolate.
Well, your influence on that is extremely limited. Like iPhones, they get cobalt. You don't know where the fuck they're getting their rare earth minerals from, and you just go and buy a phone. It's like you have a limited control over that.
And it's something that people.
Yeah. So again, like I agree with like the premise of it being a false equivalency, right? That doesn't mean that Vaush was arguing in favor of CP, right? I think it's like an important distinction to make.
People do try actively to not allow it to happen. It's not like people are like, oh yeah, let's have child.
I want cobalt that was made by child slaves.
Yeah.
Which is what consumers of the CP do. But frankly, again, you can do all those things ethically, and hopefully we're walking towards a world in which cobalt and cocoa butter and chocolate and coffee and all that shit is made ethically. However, we will never live in a world where child pornography can be made ethically.
Right.
And the thought of it is absolutely obscene. Like, don't even, you know what I mean? Like, fuck me, dude.
System, but then they're really, really quick to denounce child porn. Now, you'll never be able to find a clip of me saying that I think it's good to have child porn.
Should consuming child porn be legal? Yes, 100%.
Please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit, libcuck fucking SJW.
I love how they just take completely out of context clips to try and imply that Vaush is somehow being hypocritical when he's literally just making the same argument about consistency back then as well. But of course, including the actual context behind it would require too much intellectual honesty, so fuck that shit.
Brains and recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about.
Once again, he sets it up in the clearest terms possible. Clear your ears out, everybody. Sit down and listen to every word, which I mean with my whole body and soul.
Spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship and for it to have positive outcomes on the child as well.
That's game. I don't know how he survived that one.
What?
I don't know how he survived that one.
That sentence.
Maybe it's because there are some people, not everybody, there's some people, such as yours truly, that actually care about the context of what somebody is saying, rather than just taking a 5-second clip of somebody and saying, yes, this accurately represents their entire position. It couldn't possibly be the case that they're making an argument about moral consistency. No, that's logically impossible, clearly.
Should not be said no matter what the context.
Is there more context to that one?
Yeah, there's...
Probably not the time or place, but do you have an OnlyFans? Technically, yes, but I haven't posted anything on it. But technically, I have an account.
Yeah, we have that clip as well.
Phenomenal.
I honestly think that...
Because I'm so...
I can't wait.
I think it's a mistake to be watching these clips because we're giving an opportunity to be like, oh, you're not understanding the full context.
So just
we're going to get the full context. You can't say that. That's not fair. We're going to watch them all. But we're almost done with the compilation.
Okay.
Vaush gets kicked off of platforms for saying cracker, but not for saying pedophilia can be good for children.
Which is an exact quote.
Here, I'll ask you. Just follow through.
No, I don't. I'm not an idealist. I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals that don't have any bearing on material reality. I'm not going to talk about hypothetical situations where adults can molest children.
People that can't engage in hypotheticals are retarded, by the way. I'm sorry. That's just an objective fact.
Children, and it has a positive outcome. Not something I'm going to talk about.
You're the one talking. Wait, hold on. First of all,
I don't know why you want...
Here's a comment from his Discord, which I'm assuming is real. I don't know. But it says... The way I see it, the age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. As those imbalances, or at least some of them, are redressed through the advent of socialism, the age of consent should therefore be lowered. I knew it was socialism that was doing this to people.
I don't endorse this.
What does socialism have to do with age of consent? That's crazy.
I don't know. He's on some fucking libertarian.
I have no idea what the actual argument he was trying to make is. Again, I'm not going to take like some random out of context Discord screenshot that might not even be real and say, yup, this is a perfect representation of everything he believes. Right?
Brain, dude, I don't know what to say.
Dude, whoa.
So imagine, all right? Imagine aliens come down to Earth.
This is
and
absolutely
they say,
ridiculous, Vaush.
Yeah. Okay, so... Okay.
Yeah, the person that Vaush was talking to is completely retarded, by the way. Like, not able to engage with a single hypothetical. Oh, but that wouldn't happen in the real world. Yes, dipshit. That's the whole point of a hypothetical, is that it doesn't happen in the real world. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a hypothetical. It would just be a description of the real world. Fucking idiot. He used to be an edgy Destiny viewer, and these clips are all from when he was a small streamer. He came up with a hot take that child labor is bad. He was comparing it to CP. Yeah, exactly. Like it was like a dog shit comparison, but like, I mean, like that's not the same thing as defending CP.
Okay, granted, a lot of those were not the full context, and it's fair to set it up that way because online, a lot of people that
zoophilia is arguably just as bad as PDF files, both non-consenting. I almost agree. However, I believe that a child has a greater capacity to experience pain than like an animal, like a human child. Yeah, has like a higher capacity to experience pain and trauma. So I would argue that like a child predator on average is gonna cause a lot more harm than like a zoophile. Like they're both harmful and they're both bad. That's just like the way I see it, right? Just because like there's a greater capacity to experience pain and suffering.
That see those, only see those.
Mm-hmm.
So today we give you that, and now we give you the full thing.
Okay.
Also, real quick, to give ownership, the person who made that was YouTube Police Department on Twitter.
Thanks, buddy.
Nice. Thank you.
Did you say that?
I had said that.
Okay, you know what? No, I swear to God, I just got from the bathroom and I just had this thought. Let's put a monitor in the bathroom. No, I'm so serious.
It's not a bad idea.
Speaking of the bathroom, you know, Ethan Klein is a big fan of Hasan. He's literally friends with the dude. So I think it's perfectly fitting that I, you know, as a big Hasan stan myself, not really. I can't fucking stand him. I'm gonna pull a Hasan though. You know, I've taken inspiration from Hasan's live reactions. So with that being said,
that's a good idea.
No, that hasn't happened to any
hold
of
on.
I like that.
I actually went number 2 on the bathroom. I bring my monitor.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
I watched
But it's
the
delayed. It's delayed though, so I'm missing.
So we actually just bought some new monitor speakers and had the thought to put them out there.
You know what? I like the idea.
I like it.
One step.
I'm thinking that if you don't say it, you're gonna get shit. So I'm just trying to cover. Otherwise, I would send it in chat. Even though I did that last time, you still read it out loud. But
we have the XLR run, so all we just got to do is plug it in.
You know what? I think that's a good idea, though.
I mean, yeah,
I really like when we do live shows, how they have like speakers everywhere. So you don't miss anything.
Yeah,
it's good.
Okay. We'll get on that.
Should we? I guess this is one that Dan introduced me to that I think is good to set the tone. The Tacoma Wept one. Now Dan shared this.
All right, just a little back. Like, listen, I don't want to get into it too much, but I will say that this was probably the first clip I ever saw of Vaush, and it was the last. It should have been the last clip that I ever saw of Vaush. It pretty much turned me off to ever paying attention to this guy.
So here he is. Somebody says he can't get laid, and he gets defensive about that. Why is it so small? I know there's full
I don't know. It's a weird Twitter formatting thing.
Jesus
You
Christ.
get the idea.
Wait, is this guy seriously saying that I can't get laid? Incredible. I'll give you 5,000 if you can get poontang before January 1st. Do you have any idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept.
Brother.
Even like ignoring the fact that I have a girlfriend, even if we're just talking like randos, I'm 2 hours away right now from being inside somebody else. This is one. I have two skills, and it's non-monogamy and speaking publicly. Okay, do some fucking research.
Do some research.
Anytime anything huge happens, we have to say Tacoma
wept.
That's definitely. So wait, is Tacoma Wept a
my
reference, or is that
God.
where you live?
No, I think it's yeah.
So he's genuinely
How
like.
have we never watched this?
I've seen it from Dan.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tacoma Wept is
I do
stuck
feel
in my
bad.
brain forever.
A lot of people in our audience like this guy, and so we've always just kind of purposely steered clear. But I've had that one in the back pocket for years, and it's behind the scenes. I've referenced Tacoma Wept.
I'm gonna comment that on your next Instagram post.
Yeah, no fucking wonder why this shit segment is like 2 hours long. This is nothing. What the fuck is even going on? I was like vaguely listening while I was in the bathroom. It's like, what the fuck? What is happening?
I think it's honestly a phenomenal, versatile. It sounds incredible. It has a. I mean, he's right though. He clearly has a knack for public speaking.
One of his new best strengths.
So Tacoma Wept. You have it, Dak?
Cute outfit, Femyoz. Why, thank you, Battlecrafter.
I'll pull it for the show.
But also, is this so gross how he goes, I'm 2 hours away from being inside of somebody else?
It's disgusting.
Like with or without permission? What do you mean?
With permission, with permission.
Okay. Well, he wasn't clear about it. He made it sound like I'm coming inside.
No,
you.
he's hot shit.
Give me 2 hours.
Tacoma Wept.
Give me 2 hours and a bottle of ether.
Forgive me. I still don't get it. The Tacoma Wept.
Oh, so he says, because when I got off of Tinder.
Okay, I can sort of understand why people say that Ethan Klein isn't very funny anymore. He's very mediocre. He doesn't have like the same style of delivery or anything like that as he used to. I don't know. Or like funny ideas for jokes. This is very bland. I don't know. It feels like he has less of a personality now. It's like he lost his soul or some shit. Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm starting to agree with like commentary YouTubers that criticize Ethan. Holy shit. What the fuck?
Like the entire city of Tacoma where he lives, people were crying.
Okay.
It was just so devastating that he wasn't on Tinder anymore.
Got it.
Tacoma Wept.
Got it.
And he's good at two things: public speaking and fucking, baby. And he's all out of words.
And look it up.
He's taking an obvious joke by Vaush and thinking it's serious. Yeah, it's really fucking weird.
If you don't believe it.
And if I run out of people, and I'm all out of people to fuck.
Where's the next farm?
I want to hear Tacoma Wept.
Okay, the shit is funny now. They know it's a joke. I feel like it could be funnier, right? Like, it's not terrible, but like, I've seen Ethan Klein's ability to do comedy, and I know it's way better than this, right? I don't know. Wait, am I hidden in chat? No, you're not. I don't read every single chat message. Sorry if I've been ignoring chat. Okay, look, here's the thing. Every time I read a chat message, such as the one that I just read, the stream derails, kind of like what's happening right now. So I'm just going to continue.
Again. Yeah, I'm 2 hours from the nearest farm. Maybe that's what he meant.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
Off Tinder because the fucking.
Even if you're a fan, you got to admit this shit's kind of fun. You got to be giggling if you're a fan of Vaush. But
I don't know. I think I'm in like an autistic debate bro analysis mode right now. So, but like under normal circumstances, if I was like a casual viewer, I'd probably be laughing a little bit more. I don't know, but it's not funny because Ethan Klein is making it funny.
Listen, I won't judge you if you keep watching, but I will be perpetually shocked that people are watching.
One of our
Okay, and then this is where Ethan Klein just says something that's just flat out fucking stupid. Oh, I'd be shocked if you still watched him after this. It's like, okay, it's clear what his intentions are at this point, right? Like, I'd be shocked if after seeing this fucking nothing burger, if you would still be watching him. It's clear what his intention is, right? Like he wants Vaush viewers to see this and no longer support or watch Vaush, right? It's clearly meant to be a character assassination. I couldn't imagine watching Vaush after seeing this, right? That's one of the main issues I have with Ethan. But guys, he's impartial. He's going into this with an open mind.
Chatter says, I live in Tacoma. I'm sorry for your loss.
Quarantine? Tacoma wept. Any idea who the fuck you're talking to? When I got off Tinder because of the fucking quarantine, Tacoma wept.
That's a lot.
Wow.
So that's just to set the tone.
Tacoma wept.
Should we? So let's get into the main sources here. So this one, Vaush explains the context of the quote, I am yet to hear a convincing moral or legal argument as to why
Oh, finally, are we going to get the context? I'm so excited.
CP should be illegal. So here is the full clip for our consideration.
Real quick, I have the soundbite now.
Go ahead.
To Blizzard Woofy for that one.
Tacoma wept.
It's tragedy. It is tragedy.
I didn't think much of Vaush when I saw his videos, TBH, so I'm a bit less sympathetic. It's fine if you don't like Vaush, right? Like, you can not like somebody while still acknowledging that perpetuating PDF file allegations with insufficient evidence is still harmful, right? Like, if somebody accused, who's somebody I don't like? Ben Shapiro. I don't like Ben Shapiro. He's a fucking loser. But if somebody just started accusing him of being a PDF file with insufficient evidence, like, I would defend him. Like, it's not a matter of whether or not I like Ben Shapiro. I don't. That doesn't justify false PDF file accusations. Now, what look, and at that point, like, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. I might not dedicate an entire stream to defending Ben Shapiro if that happened to him, because I wouldn't I wouldn't care as much. But like, if it was brought up, then I would still hold like the same position. I'd be like, I haven't seen evidence, so I assume he's not, right? So like, you sort of get the point.
Tragic. Dude, this whole thing is soundbite. Like,
people would ridicule him forever if they found horse dongs and lolly on his PC. Well, first of all, there wasn't lolly on Vaush's PC. There's no evidence of that, at least, right? Secondly, I think it's fine to make fun of. Like, you can make jokes about it, right? Like, that's all fun and dandy, right? That's fine. Vaush is making jokes about it, even, because there is comedic value in that, right? However, I think there's like a difference between that and saying that somebody's a PDF file, right? Now, if it were to happen to Ben Shapiro, people would also be arguing, oh, here's like a moral inconsistency. You claim to be against this type of shit, and claim that, oh yeah, you're like, it's funnier if it's Ben Shapiro. I'm sorry. Like, if that were like, if it was Ben Shapiro, I feel like it'd be so unexpected that it would just be funny as fuck. If something like that got leaked about him. But that's just comedic value. That's not like oh yeah, let's morally impugn him for having weird porn on his PC, right? Like, that's not like yeah, it would just be hilarious, right? Like, that wouldn't be that wouldn't make me dislike him more, right? I already dislike him, and I would dislike him the same amount. I would just think, oh, that's like a funny thing that I can point and laugh at, right? Which is fair. Like, you can laugh at this kind of stuff, right? Without levying serious accusations. Like, that's fairly reasonable.
The Fertile Valley. We got to pull all kinds from this.
Yeah, also when he says, like, what was it? Look it up or research it?
Do your research.
Do your research.
We all, oh, sorry, I lost track of the, oh, right, the chat I was going to read. I mean, we all have biases. No. Remember, Ethan Klein at the beginning said he was impartial. So I think that actually it's the case that everybody except for Ethan Klein has biases. because he said he's completely impartial. It couldn't possibly be the case that he's extremely fucking biased and that it's super fucking obvious based on how he talks about this.
On my sexual conquest. Right, here he is describing it. And by the way, I love this game. Dead Cells, great game. So
yeah, shout out.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept. Convincing moral or legal argument as to why possession of child pornography should be illegal. Now that one, wow.
Wait 1 second.
That's a.
Well, hold on. Let it play. You said you were gonna give the context. Don't just like pause it there.
Trying to figure out where Ian has the other box, the other pip.
Tacoma wept.
I know where it is. I just.
Where's the pip, Ian?
Where's the pip? Where's the other pip?
Where's the pip, Ian?
Play the clip.
Where's the pip, Ian?
Show the context you were supposedly going to show us.
Here, I got it. I'll just move it.
Chat said, I'm ignoring when you say something to get you back for never hearing me.
Huh?
Play the
Yeah, what?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're trying to get revenge by doing that?
That's what chat said. Yeah.
It's pretty funny. I mean, keep doing it.
Okay, go ahead.
It was like 3 or 4 times today. It's really amazing. I mean, it's funny now. I don't have to call it out. I just go, thanks, dude. Everybody knows.
Play the
It's
fucking
fun.
clip.
We love it. We love it.
Play the clip.
All right, go ahead.
Please.
Justify. Explain.
A zinger, isn't it? I have yet to hear one convincing argument. Yeah, I saw Hyena. I have yet to hear one convincing argument for why child pornography should be illegal. I know. Oof. Now, what the context that's missing here is that when I was saying that, I was saying, in the world we live in right now, I don't think there's a convincing moral or legal argument which is consistent with the morals or legality that we currently have. Now, what does that mean? Well, the argument that I was making, and I've made this argument a bunch of times, and I've addressed this poorly made argument a bunch of times here on this stream, is that, well, let's go through the logic. Why is the possession of child pornography immoral? Because it hurts people to make child pornography, yeah? Because you have to hurt children to make it. That's why it's immoral. It's not magically immoral. It's immoral because of the harm that is caused by it. So,
correct.
Do we not possess other things that
you sound like someone who's trying to rationalize child abuse.
I really don't know why I'm here, considering this is more of an infighting thing going on here. I mean, you don't even have to you don't have to have a reason to be here. Maybe you just find this entertaining. That's fair, you know? I mean, obviously, most people watching this aren't going to have, like, a stake in the game. In fact, like, unless Vaush himself is watching this, like, yeah, nobody, yeah, like, it's like, okay, you're a viewer. There's a good chance you're just watching it for the sake of curiosity or entertainment, and that's fine, right? I'm a DW viewer? Wait, DW. DW. Who? Oh, Daily Wire? Oh, no. It's okay. It's okay. Look, I'd make fun of you for that, but I think it's okay. I think it's good if you open yourself up to like a variety of positions, right? Or like listen to people that you disagree with, right? Like you don't have to agree with me, right? But I think that you're already ahead of a lot of people that would watch the Daily Wire, since you're willing to hear what like somebody that you disagree with has to say, rather than just conforming to an echo chamber. I'm always open to opinions. Yeah, that's always a good start, and I encourage that, right? Like, I could just be like, oh, Daily Wire viewer, you're cringe, eat shit and die, right? That could be my attitude, right? But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not about that. I'm about letting people think about their ideas, their positions, etc., without feeling like they're being ostracized, right? So that they actually have like the time and mental energy and openness to hear a different perspective. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Some people think I'm like too charitable to people I disagree with. Some people think I'm not charitable enough. No, there's literally, you can't please everybody. I'm sorry.
Like that is an insane. That's actually.
It's like, okay, this is wrong.
That is not better.
This is wrong, but there's also other stuff that are wrong.
This is rationalizing. People who do horrible shit, they rationalize it in their mind.
What horrible shit did he do other than making a bad argument? Like, you're implying that he did some horrible shit and that he's rationalizing it, but that's not the case. That's not what this situation is. All he is doing is he is making an argument about consistency, right? I guess the horrible shit he did was make a bad argument. Oh no, the world is gonna explode. How dare you make one bad argument many years ago that you currently agree is like a bad argument and into false equivalency. That's so bad. I care so much.
So they can live with it. This man says, you eat chocolate and you dare to care about child pornography? That's what his point is, right?
I can't stop
Okay, again, it's a shit point, but this doesn't make Vaush a bad person. It just means, oh, he made a stupid argument. Yeah, like, yeah, no shit. His argument was dog shit. He currently, like, Vaush currently, like, today agrees that his argument back then was shitty. Even in the clip that Ethan showed, even back then, Vaush was saying, yeah, this was a dog shit argument. Like, this argument sucks. But here's, like, the actual, like, position that like the non-straw man version of what I was saying, even though I now acknowledge it's a shitty argument, right?
Looking at his shirt that says adult only. Like, why?
It's like his own version of girl math.
Unless it's the hentai I'm downloading.
That's boy math you're asking
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's the boy math you were talking about.
Go ahead, Vaush. Let's follow the logic, as you said.
Say, for example, the innumerable supply chains which hurt other people, the child slavery, what have you. The argument that I was making essentially is that people are inconsistent in their moral outrage at commodities which hurt people when they're produced.
Okay.
So people will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to denounce child porn. Now, you'll never be able to...
That's not a problem.
As you should be.
Yeah, that's...
Again, the reason why... Wait, what the fuck? Why did it just... What? What? YouTube, why are you... Okay, that's
which
weird.
hurt people.
I'm sorry, that was weird. I don't know why YouTube did that. Sorry, as I was saying, yeah, like, again, false equivalency, right? Like, I don't think it's like a fair comparison to say that eating chocolate is in any way comparable to whatever, downloading CP, for instance, right? Like, that's not like a fair comparison to make, right? I think that the point he was trying to get at, like, I guess like the most steelman argument that you could make for Vaush, granted I'm steelmanning him, but still, I think it's worthwhile, is that people don't really think about ethics in their day-to-day lives. I don't even think he's trying to say that, oh yeah, if you eat chocolate, you're morally the same. You're just as bad as somebody that consumes CP. I think what he's really trying to say here is that people don't think about how ethics apply to their day-to-day lives, right? I don't know. I guess that's not even a steelman. I think that's, like, I don't know. Because, I mean, to be fair, like, he did do a pretty bad job making the argument in the first place. So it's like he may as well be strawmanning himself sometimes.
When they're produced.
Okay.
So people will laugh off cocoa butter or chocolate or or cobalt or other products that we tend to get through a really, really unethical system, but then they're really, really quick to denounce child porn.
Femyoz, to be fair, last time I spoke, my opinion in a leftist streamer's chat, I was keyboard warriored on stream and then banned on the majority report. Yeah, and like part of that is going to be because Sam Cedar has a much larger platform, whereas like somebody like me has the privilege of being able to like engage with the opposition a lot more in a meaningful way, right? Right, because that's the thing, right? You can't, if you're somebody like Sam Cedar and you have like this massive platform, like you can't engage with the opposition 24/7. I mean, I'm not saying that like you should have been banned or whatever for simply disagreeing, but personally, like if it's not like clear to me that like, oh, you're operating in bad faith, like I don't see the need to ban you for simply disagreeing with me. It's like, yeah, people have wrong positions all the time. Why else would there be people that disagree with me, right? I mean, hell, past me would disagree with current me, right? So if somebody that is equivalent to past me were to get banned in current me's chat, that might be an issue because I feel like current me could easily convince past me to become more like current me given the right arguments, right? That's sort of where that's sort of where I stand. They had 150 viewers. That's a lot more than me, right? Yeah, I don't know. And like you keep in mind, they've got like a more professional setup than me. They're like, I don't know, not to like shit on myself or whatever, right? But it's like, okay, like I understand, like they don't want to like they don't engage with chat the same way that that I do, right? That's sort of what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I agree with them banning people that disagree with them, but like it's like I understand why they do it, even though I wouldn't do it myself.
Now, you'll never be able to...
That's not a problem.
As you should be.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
You should be really quick to denounce.
Even if there's some... Can you fault them? Because, like, one is very easy to understand.
One is
why it's
like,
fucked up.
the wrong thing is right in front of you.
No analysis needed.
The other one you need to know and you need to do research.
I assumed Femyoz's warped indoctrination has worked. I see. Nah, you're a troll. I'm not gonna ban you because it's funny, but you ban people in your live for disagreeing with you. No, I banned them for accusing me of having CP on my computer. Like, I'm sorry, that's not just like a political disagreement. That's like a full-on baseless false accusation. That's clearly bad faith. Come on. That's not like just a disagreement, right?
And you need to learn that it's behind the scenes.
The other person I banned was literally trying to get the Discord. Was literally giving their Discord to a 16-year-old in my chat in order to try and send them a link to LollyCon. And I'm sorry, that's not a disagreement. You're not gonna do that to a minor in my community. Fucking in front of me. Like, I'm sorry. No, it's not okay. That's not a disagreement. So
this is being made.
But to claim that, oh yeah, Femyoz's warped indoctrination has worked. Yeah, I'm actually indoctrinating everybody. Incredible. Yeah, everyone has been indoctrinated by a random 19-year-old trans girl on the YouTube platform. Incredible.
Wrongly.
Yeah, it's not easy to piece all that together.
Mm-hmm.
So does it surprise you that people care about CP more than they care about cobalt farming? I mean, it shouldn't. Absolutely.
Also, Mary, I don't think it's bad faith to not want to look at LollyCon. I'm sorry. That's just, I don't want to look at something that's fucking disgusting. Sorry.
We shouldn't. We all have children. I don't have a cobalt mine in my backyard. I don't know what the fuck that's like. Just being real.
Imagine not having a cobalt mine in your backyard with all of the child slave labor.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't like that.
I also think your point that you already made earlier about you could figure out a way to make those things ethically. You cannot figure out.
It's not the same.
A way to make
child
CP
pornography
ethically.
is not a commodity.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's something else. This isn't wheat and fucking cobalt and shit that's shipped on boats and traded internationally. This is something else. Putting it in the same bracket as that is truly just a rationalization. I mean, in the worst possible way. It's actually really fucked up.
To find a clip of me saying that I think it's good to have child porn or that it's okay to hurt children or anything like that, because those were never the arguments that I was making. It was only an indication, oh my God, it's just like every other clip of you quote unquote defending CP. Yep, it's just like the other 47 times this has happened. Now,
that doesn't seem like an exaggeration.
Well, why are you defending it 47 times?
I think he's kidding. He's kidding. Or is he not kidding?
Well, we are.
What do you think? Use your fucking head.
We know
seen in the
that is
clip
kind
that
of
there's-
true because there are a lot
Yeah,
of clips. So
just from what we've seen in the highlight.
Clips of what? Him defending CP? Because that's not the argument he ever made. Again, you're talking about a position that Vaush doesn't currently have and that he never had. All you have are out of context clips of him making a shitty comparison in a debate. That's it. That's literally fucking it.
Clip.
Holy shit. I'm sorry. 20 minutes from Tacoma, there's this famous case of a guy who died from injuries sustained while attempting to have sex with a horse.
So Tacoma wept.
I was also banned for supporting capitalism on a Twitch channel called Central Committee. I showed no aggression and just wanted to ask a question. Yeah, getting banned for something like that is fucking retarded. See, it's people that are like unwilling to like engage in discourse that like people like that were like the reason that I wasn't a leftist for like the longest period of time. There's just like the unwillingness to engage, like the assumption that everybody has the same knowledge that you do. Like, right? Like, it's like a obviously illogical And yeah, I don't know. I just sort of had to discover shit on my own, like independently, like research stuff, right? Like I didn't become, like I mean, there was a period in time where whatever, I was like transphobic, right? But I wasn't random people on Twitter or leftist YouTubers calling me transphobic that convinced me to change my mind, right? Like that doesn't do anything, right? It had more to do with looking at the actual like research, and seeing logical arguments from the other side that persuaded me, right? But again, like if you can't make a logical argument against something, you can't just assume that everybody is immediately going to agree with you if they don't have the knowledge that you have, right? If you can't explain your thought process to somebody that hasn't experienced that thought process that your entire worldview is contingent upon, you can't expect them to just magically read your mind and agree with you. That's insane.
We lost a good one that day. Tinder wept. What was he trying to? Which was he on top or on bottom?
Do you think it says that?
Asking the real questions.
Engaging in receptive
Yeah,
anal intercourse
people
with
do
a horse.
Yeah, dude, he was getting railed by a horse.
Oh my god.
No. He imagined himself as the horse.
I guess there was multiple guys. And it was labeled by the internet, 2 guys, 1 horse.
Do you think he knew that?
Vaush might have been there.
Oh my
man.
god.
That's why Tacoma wept, because he died.
Yeah.
Wait, that's the Mr. Hands.
Yeah, Zach,
case.
that's what you were saying.
That's the Mr.
Yeah,
Hands.
okay, because
case.
you were saying Mr. Hands. I'm like, who the hell's that? You're right.
Mr. Hands?
Zach brought up to me, he's like, it's like Mr. Hands. And I was like, I don't know what that is, but that's the case. Like, they went under the alias Mr. Hands.
Wow.
I don't know.
The horse fucker.
Okay, Brad, in the chat here.
So
just wrote, "I'm hot."
Tacoma wept.
It's like
You were transphobic, but you became trans? Yeah, people can change their mind over time. How does that work? Like Nick Fuentes is homophobic, but he's gay. Ben Shapiro is conservative, but you will defend him of any false accusation. Well, I'm saying hypothetically, if somebody, I said the Ben Shapiro word, holy shit. Hypothetically, if someone were to levy false pedo accusations against Ben Shapiro, like, yeah, I would, and then it got brought to my attention, like, yeah, I would defend Ben Shapiro by saying, yeah, like, I don't like Ben Shapiro, but like, these are false accusations, so I don't support making false accusations against anybody. When it's something like as serious as pedophilia, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's like I'm watching middle school bullies with this back and forth. But yeah, like people can change over time, right? I stopped being transphobic in my worldview before I became trans, though, and then I realized that actually I am trans, and that what I experience is indeed gender dysphoria, and that it's not going to magically go away if I pretend like it doesn't exist, right? I have transphobic friends and family, but I've always been a live and let live type. Also, I'm attracted to a lot of trans femmes. Based? Yeah, like I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Nothing I've said is unreasonable. I'll just leave it at that and continue.
Brad.
I want to fuck me right now. That means put on the AC, please. Thank you, legend.
So that was a bit nasty.
We love you. We need Phidias back on the show.
Yeah.
Everybody misses him.
Yeah.
Like he won everybody over.
Wow.
It was really actually phenomenal.
Dude, he's in like the European Parliament or some shit right now. I've been following his story.
Oh, yeah, what is he doing?
Yeah, he took a flight to somewhere and he's hanging out with politicians from what I've seen. On his story.
Oh yeah, he said he was running for president or something
Yeah,
in Cyprus.
awesome.
He's the most famous Cyprian. Dude, can we set up a call with
You
him?
want another one?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Everybody wants to hear from
Still don't
Phidias.
know how old he is, you know.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Okay, so Mr. Hands is like a case that people know about?
Yeah, a lot of people in chat seem to be familiar.
Why they call him Mr. Hands?
That was
Yeah.
his name online. That,
okay.
Was he like a known horse fucker?
Yeah, he like recorded a bunch of films, I believe.
Oh boy.
They were released after he died, maybe?
Oh, like That's Awesome. It was like Tupac albums.
Yeah, like Life After Death. Oh no, that's Biggie.
Their idea was that the owner should be paid equally to workers. My counter was that if the owner were to be paid the same, nobody would be owners, making all financial risk for no gain, no financial gain. Yeah, well, there's a, yeah, like I don't, yeah, I like I'm also a leftist, but I don't agree with their argument there. Like I don't think that they should be paid the same, right? Like if the issue, which is a real issue, right, is like the major wealth gap, right, between the workers and people who own massive corporations, right? Like you can address that without having them have equal pay, right? Like you can have workers own the means of production, while at the same time, like if somebody owns a business, yeah, they're gonna make more, right? Like that's not like opposed. Like again, and there's a reason that I am like a very you're not gonna like this, right? Okay, but okay. You probably whenever you hear the word socialism, you probably think, oh, that's scary. That's like when the government owns stuff, right? But that's not what socialism is, right? That's not even close, right? Socialism at its core, and this in of itself is basically market socialism, which is similar to where I am politically, is market socialism. It literally just means that the workers own the means of production instead of stockholders, because it's going to be the case that there are many instances in which the interests of the stockholders are diametrically opposed to those of the workers, right? So, for instance, if say there's money, okay, that could go towards paying the workers more, but instead of paying the workers a fair wage, that money could go to the stockholders so that they get more of a return on their investment instead. Well, the stockholders are going to vote in favor of that money going to themselves, right? So that would be an example of when their interests are opposed to the interests of the workers. Now, in terms of the workers' interests, they do have a vested interest in not only themselves, but also the company, right? Because it's literally their fucking job, right? Like if the company goes out of business, right, then they lose their jobs, right? So they have to make sure that like they're not, hurting the company, while at the same time being able to adequately advocate for their own rights and have like a decent amount of say. There's also mixed economy, like there are like mixed economy positions where it's like, okay, like the workers own this proportion and the stockholders own this much. Like that's also something that could potentially be viable, right? I don't want to get too much into the nitty gritty details because this is more of like a Vaush drama stream. Then also loading screen. Chat, is the stream lagging? This has gone off topic. Yeah, my bad. Anyways, economy is garbo right now. We need a financial reset or something. I don't think a financial reset would be like a good solution though, right? Like, let's say it were to like temporarily help. Okay, fine, I guess. But like, I don't know what a financial reset would like actually entail, to be honest. I don't know what that would look like. So I wouldn't be able to assess all of the different ramifications that would have. But like usually when I make prescriptive claims about the way things ought to operate, usually I think more in like a long-term sense. Wealth gap kind of insane, yeah. Like market socialism isn't the government owning stuff. In fact, there are a lot of people that think they're capitalists, but in reality, they're not, right? Like there are a lot of people that are either in favor of like a completely mixed economy or are in favor of at least some socialist positions, right? Because like it's a spectrum. Like there's no such thing as true capitalism or true socialism or true communism, right? I'm sure there are at least a few socialist positions that you agree with, right? Without even realizing it. I mean, I don't know you or what your policy positions are, but usually it's not like as black and white as being fully a certain way, right? Socialized healthcare could work. Yeah, like, and that's the thing. And this is something that I disagree with other leftists on, is like, I don't think that like a socialist revolution would be viable, at least not in this country. The way I like to think of it, right, is capitalism has components. There's a capitalism boat made out of capitalism pieces, right? And you have socialist pieces available, right? Those are like the socialist policy positions. Now, you could have a revolution and destroy the capitalist boat in order to build a socialist boat from scratch. But you're going to have to be treading water, and you're going to have to do this in the middle of the fucking ocean and while not drowning. And, you know, like, that's going to be a lot of work. And chances are you just end up drowning before you can build the boat. Or, despite the capitalist boat being flawed, you could individually replace the capitalist parts with socialist parts slowly over time so that the boat still sails while you're replacing the parts. So you don't have to tread water while you're replacing the boat. And after a certain point, once you replace enough pieces of the boat, you start to consider it to be not the same boat as it was before. What is that threshold? I don't know. For instance, if you change one piece, is it the same boat? Basically, right? What if you change 50% of it? What if you change all but one piece? What if you change every single piece? Well, if you change every single piece, it's going to be a completely different boat at that point, right? That's unambiguous, but you get the point, right? You don't need to destroy the boat to have a different boat as the outcome. That's the point. And that's sort of like the analogy I bring up when I disagree with other leftists. This is where a lot of people that are further left than me will be like, "Oh, you're just like a liberal cuck. You're too moderate." And it's like, okay, I don't think that being reasonable is something that they would want to that anyone that's like considered far left would want to conflate with being moderate, right? Like, whether or not a position is considered extremist is not what determines its correctness or its level of reason, right? It's literally like extremism just refers to like the Overton window, right? Like anything outside of the purview of the Overton window, what is societally acceptable, is considered extremist. It used to be the case that the abolition of slavery was an extremist position, but it was still the correct and most reasonable position, right? So yeah, like I don't like the yeah. Anyways, this is like a side tangent, but yeah, I think you get the point. Being a southern state, we think of a good society differently than people in the north and west might. Yeah, I mean, we want freedom from the government, pretty much. Not no government, but limited. I'm sure you've... Yeah, so... The way I see it, I believe that the federal government's role ought to be to simply protect the rights of people, right? So, for instance, like if a state government or a local government imposes its will on the populace by saying, you shall not have an abortion, okay? Well, that's taking away the individual rights of people that want abortions, right? It's taking away bodily autonomy, right? So, with that being said, the federal government ought to step in and say, no, you're not going to limit the bodily autonomy of your citizens, right? However, I don't think it would be okay for, say, for instance, the federal government to step in and say that people are not allowed to do whatever. Like, I can't think of. I guess. Yeah, the federal government shouldn't be able to like say, yeah, you're not allowed to get abortions in any of the 50 states, right? Like, it shouldn't be able to impose that, right? Because that's taking away freedom, right? The federal government is a mechanism that I believe is moral neutral, right? It's what that mechanism is used for that determines whether or not it has a good or a bad outcome overall. And I believe that it's a mechanism that ought to be limited to, well, maximizing individual freedom. That includes freedom from oppressive state governments, oppressive local governments, and even corporations. Ultimately, if you limit the government too much, well, or have, let's take a very extreme position and say the extreme position of there should just be no government, pure anarchy, right? Well, you don't really end up with a stateless society. You just end up with a power vacuum, and something is inevitably going to fill that power vacuum, right? It's probably like if the U.S. government just magically disappeared, it would probably just be whatever like the most powerful corporation is that seizes at the opportunity, right? So say, for instance, Amazon, right? So let's say that Amazon fills that power vacuum. Well, now Amazon is the state, right? So it's not something that wouldn't maximize freedom. That it would do the opposite, because then Amazon would be most likely doing things that infringe upon people's individual rights and liberty, right? Because Amazon would have too much power, right? So yeah, it's very complicated. It's something I've thought a lot about, but yeah, that's sort of like where that's sort of where I stand. But anyways, I think we've gotten very sidetracked. I think it was a good discussion, but I may think abortion is wrong, but I don't think it should be enforced against. Although I don't think that abortion should be seen as a type of birth control. I think it would also depend on like when the abortion is, right? And that's something that Sapphire, because you've been good faith, I might want to like have like I'd be willing to like have like a debate with you on like a separate stream where it's like more of like a doing whatever the fuck kind of stream. So if like you show up to like a less structured stream, not saying this is super structured, I get way off topic, but like if I am doing a different stream where it's like I don't need to get through a certain topic, like I might just have you call in and yeah, we could talk about it. You want my Discord or something? Yeah, yeah, my Discord is Femyoz, Femyoz. So yeah, just add me and I'll add you back. And I'll add you back when I'm done streaming, that is. And then we can go from there. Yeah, it's nice having my Discord be the same name as my channel, because it wasn't for a while, because some hilarious comedian decided it would be really funny to make their username Femyoz. When Discord added like the usernames or whatever, but like some people could set a username, but other people couldn't and still had the numbers. It was fucking stupid, right? But I think their account got terminated by Discord because they yeah. And then eventually another content creator took the name Femyoz. It was Emrao, took the username Femyoz on one of his alt accounts, and then eventually he just ended up being like, yo, Femyoz, do you want this username? I'm like, yes, please. And he's like, what's the magic word? And I'm like, daddy. And then he gave me the username. So, well, yeah. So he changed it, and then as soon as I could change it, I did. So yeah, it was interesting. Sorry, this is such a side tangent. I'm so happy I don't need the number anymore. I just wish that when they rolled out that update that they gave everybody immediate access to be able to set their usernames. Like, I feel like the way they rolled it out fucks over content creators, such as yours truly. Glad I found your channel. Great content. Subbed. Thank you, Blaze Taif. Is that how you pronounce your name? I'm really good at pronouncing names. But yeah. She won't respond to my damn comments. Sorry, I don't read every chat message. Nobody sees abortion as birth control. Bro, that is such a right-wing talking point. Come on. Yeah, but like, see, the reason I didn't read that out loud is because not because it's too edgy. I'm also edgy. It's because it didn't it's because you were agreeing with me. And it's I mean, I agree with your position, but like I feel like if I'm trying to sway somebody, like I'm gonna be as persuasive as possible, and make a slightly different argument. There's 15 people here. Look, I'm sorry. Like, okay, look, I'll read one chat message and then I'll ramble on for like 5 minutes before I get on to the next, right? I'm sorry. That's just sort of how I do things a lot of the time. Or if I'm having like a discussion with like a specific chatter, like I might be specifically looking for their responses, right? Because like I don't want to like argue with like 5 different people with 5 different positions at once or whatever the fuck, right? So like if you respond to something that I said in response to somebody else, like I might not read it simply because I'm specifically talking to the other person, and I don't want them to think that like I'm putting words in their mouth by reading your message, but then acting like it's the same position as theirs when it doesn't accurately reflect what they believe, etc. So I've sort of like learned that over time. Yeah. Anyways.
He died for what he loves.
I'm new. Well, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. I hope you've enjoyed your stay so far. I hope I've been entertaining. That's like the #1 thing that I go for. Entertaining and engaging. If you find me really engaging and you have some spare money, in the pinned message and in the link in the description, my Streamlabs link, feel free to donate money if you want to support what I do. Every donation, it could be as little as $1. It could be $5 trillion. Okay, maybe not $5 trillion. That might destroy the economy and also be physically impossible, but you get the point. Any amount of money helps out the channel. It helps me do what I do and allows me to do it more often. It also acts as motivation, so that, like, even that in of itself is helpful. So yeah, if you want to support the channel and you have the ability to do so, I'm just saying. And also you can also smash like. I'm just saying. If you haven't smashed like, what are you doing? Do you want my content to not get promoted algorithmically so that less people see it, which means less people donate to me, which means I starve and die?
All right, Vaush, go ahead. But so here's
I smashed like LordPasta for smashing like.
What I'm getting from this. His original statement, I have yet to hear a moral or legal argument for why possession of CP should be
I smashed like Batowcrafter.
Illegal. Let's isolate that and compare it to what he said was his explanation for saying that. And it doesn't really make sense. The comment he's saying, his explanation for justifying that comment doesn't really line up to me. If you're trying to say that people are morally inconsistent with things like cobalt and chocolate and coffee, you would say that. You wouldn't say, you could say that a billion other ways that would be way more effective. And as he said himself.
Yeah, well, the argument being made against Vaush in bad faith is not that you could have made the argument worded better, lol, right? People are saying that he's a PDF file over this, when in reality, it's a poorly worded argument, and him deliberately going out of his way to say it in like the most spicy way imaginable, in the most inflammatory way, which was obviously a bad approach, but that doesn't mean that he was defending CP. He was literally just making an argument about consistency in the most inflammatory way he could, which was obviously bad. Guess what? He doesn't do that anymore because he learned that, being inflammatory for the sake of being inflammatory doesn't actually get me anywhere. Oh my god, I have like... Jeez. I'm like... Sorry. Autism moment.
He has 2 skills. One is, being a public speaker, and the other one is non-monogamy. And horses involved in that, apparently. His partners could be a man, woman, or, in his case...
Centaur, like creature, somewhere in between.
But my point is, this guy's smart, and he's a good communicator, so... Like, him saying...
Do you believe it could be the case that somebody is good at communicating 99% of the time, but that occasionally they'll make a bad argument? Like, I feel like occasionally making a bad argument, especially if the last time you made an argument that egregiously bad is like many years ago. Like, I don't think that means you're somehow like a bad communicator, like all around, right? Like, if 99.99% of the time Vaush gets his points across very well and is very articulate, but then there was one time he made a bad, poorly worded argument that got taken out of context. It doesn't negate his abilities to articulate himself. Like, broadly speaking, just meaning it just means he made one bad point. That's it.
Does that even speak to what he said? If he says, I haven't heard...
The Addy burps, my dude, I get them all the time. Yeah, that's what I was getting. I'm like, I don't want to be burping into my mic. So I had to, like, stop myself. Because I was, like, talking, right? So my mouth was open. But, like, I also was getting Adderall burps. So I was like, oh, fuck. Do I close my mouth and just interrupt myself by being silent? Or do I just try to talk around it? Or what do I do there? Who knows? My only legitimate grievance is his DNC simping. And he's a bit of an elitist with some of his takes. These Vaush is a PDF. People are regarded. Yeah. But like, see, that's like a, like, that's not like, yeah, and like the difference there, and like whether or not like your position there is correct, is like an entirely different discussion, right? Like it's not, but the reason I don't like point at that and like, oh, that's such a terrible thing to say, and like, why would you say that? Is because it's not done in bad faith. You're not like impugning his moral character. You just disagree with some of the things he says, right? Now, why you disagree with him, you know, like that could be up for debate. Whether or not like you have a logical reason to, fair enough. But it's not. It doesn't hold the same amount of weight as like a PDF file accusation, right? Vaush criticizes the DNC all the time. He's just arguing for the lesser of two evils. There's also that too. I didn't want to get too much into that because like I feel like it's kind of tangential to like the main topic or point that was being made. But like I agree with like the overall premise, even though I disagree with that specific detail, right? Like the premise that you can like disagree with somebody on some stuff while also not pedo-jacketing.
I heard a convincing moral or legal argument for why CP should be illegal. Does that in any way actually address what he said he's saying?
Well,
in the context of the debate, yes. Like if you understand what the context of the debate is, then yeah, that would address what he's saying. And it doesn't seem to be the case that you've looked at the full context in terms of what Vaush actually laid out post debate, like when in the condensed explanation.
Okay, so the argument is that, you know, under capitalism, we have all of these commodities and supply chains that are part of our everyday life, and the acquisition of those things, it involves oftentimes things that we consider immoral, either slave labor or just massively underpaid labor, or excuse me, Dennis. And he's saying that if you are okay, this is his point, if you're okay with that, then you don't really have, you're a hypocrite if you're not okay with the CP stuff.
And if you were trying...
Well, there you go. That is the point he was making. Is it a good point? No. But that is his point. So if you're able to understand the point he's making, why continue to deliberately interpret it in bad faith and be like, oh, I don't know, man. Seems like PDF file behavior to me.
Trying to convey that, would you say, I have never heard anyone give me a convincing argument why CP should be illegal or is even immoral?
Right. Well, I think
work that in.
What
somehow.
you said is the big gaping hole, in my opinion, of what he.
And I'm not talking about Mr. Hands.
His asshole after the horse. Yeah.
4 for 4. 4 for 4.
Thanks, bro.
I think the big gaping hole is that one, like cobalt, chocolate, like they're. Listen, I agree that there are terrible practices involved in the acquisition of a lot of these things.
Well, that was the point he was trying to make. That's literally his argument. He was trying to point that out. Now, he did a very bad job of that. But again, him making a bad argument or having a logically fallacious framing of the argument doesn't make him a defender of CP, right?
But at the end of the day, those are all commodities that have some utility to society. And you can still quibble about like, oh, is us having chocolate as privileged Westerners, is that, make it okay that we use slave labor? And, you...
Yeah, well, this would be an example of why it's a false equivalency, right? Is because, and Vaush, as a utilitarian, should have recognized this, which is, okay, but there's like more utility being gained, even if there's still utility being lost. So I guess the argument wouldn't be, is there bad stuff that happens that leads to, this stuff that increases utility in society, right? So I guess it would be like an argument of whether or not the bad outweighs the good that comes from it, right? So I think that that's where Vaush should have gone in that debate. And he definitely wouldn't have gotten shit for that, right? That'd be like a correct argument. But no, he gave the fucking ape-brained response.
You can denounce that. There is no situation where the child pornography is okay.
Mm-hmm.
There is, like, that doesn't exist.
Right. Well, I feel like, again, it's gonna be like an equation of utility. Okay, it's not like you plug actual numbers into a calculator, but how it works is, okay, well, why is CP wrong? Well, it's wrong because it causes more harm than good, right? Now, if you're an insane person with a fucking negative IQ, okay, you're dumber than Hasan Piker somehow, magically, right? Then you could argue, and this is obviously wrong, that, well, you see, it's actually that the utility that the pedophile gets from watching CP actually exceeds the utility being taken away from the children that are being exploited in terms of the increase in terms of the supply and demand. Now, obviously, that'd be a wrong argument to make, right? But like, it's not just a matter of whether or not there is utility being gained or taken away. It's a matter of whether or not one exceeds the other, right? So in the case of CP, the utility lost would clearly and unambiguously exceed the utility gained by a lot. Like, that's just an objective fact, right? With something like mass-produced goods that serve like a good amount of utility in society, that's more ambiguous. You would have to do a lot more to argue that the bad outweighs the good in Vaush's position, right? But he didn't do that. That's why his argument is fucking terrible. Just so we're clear. Have you heard of Mentis Wave? He's a smaller political channel that I quite enjoy and think you may as well. I do not know who that is. But I guess I'll look them up and see what they're all about. And I'll watch them later. Mentis Wave. They have like a little under 50k subs. They're obviously larger than me. I wouldn't say they're small. I wouldn't say they're massive either. Yeah, they're doing decently for themselves. Yeah, 19k views in a day, that's pretty good. 52k views within 5 days, that's really good. That's really good. 26k in 9 days, that's good. 47k within the first 2 weeks, that's pretty damn good. 41k, 49k, 45. Okay, it seems like this person is consistently getting pretty good viewership. 73k on a channel with under 50k subs. That's really good. 73k again. Damn. 148k, Jesus. 81k, 50k, 67k. Yeah. I'll be looking at their channel when I'm done streaming. I'll watch a video or two and see if they're what their positions are and whatnot. Libertarian, they said they are a libertarian in their description. I mean, to be fair, you know, not all libertarians are the same. Like, for instance, if you're a libertarian socialist, you know, you're still technically a libertarian, but you're like the good kind of libertarian, right? Whereas if you're like a libertarian, like the way Elon Musk is, then you're not even a libertarian at that point. You're just a right-winger that likes the aesthetic of libertarianism, right? I mean, there's an argument to be made that, for instance, actual libertarianism and right-wing ideology are mutually exclusive to a certain extent. There's an argument to be made there, and I don't even necessarily disagree with it. I'm not saying I agree with it entirely, but I don't disagree with it. I'm mostly agnostic on that, though. An anarchist and a libertarian are different, though. I mean, yes, but like, for instance, a libertarian, like, okay, an actual libertarian, not a right-wing grifter who says they're a libertarian, but like an actual libertarian, who's, let's say, center, like in the center of the political spectrum, like in terms of like the left-right axis, but they're like a libertarian, right? They'd be a lot closer to an anarchist that's in the center of the right and the left, but that's like further down the y-axis, right? Than, say, somebody that's like a pure centrist, right? Now you could say, well, centrism is cringe, right? But I think that like the term libertarian has been misused. People label themselves as that because it sounds good, but if you label your, like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of people that are libertarian in name only. Libertarian socialist is the OG anarchist. Libertarians are just Republicans with bongs. Okay, that is kind of true, right? But they're not actually libertarians, right? They've just sort of co-opted that term because it fulfills a certain aesthetic that makes them look more reasonable than they actually are, right? But yeah, I don't know, like whenever, okay, in terms of like what actual anarchists believe, like I don't even disagree with them on most positions. It seems to be the case, I think. But I don't know, I think that it's like semantically inaccurate for me to say that I'm like an anarchist though. Simply because I'm not like in favor of anarchy, right? I'm just in favor of maximizing freedoms that serve utility, right? Like I think there's like a distinction to be made there. Also, usually when people think of the term anarchist, they think, oh, that's like a 15-year-old Twitter trans girl. The 15-year-old trans girl on Twitter, right? So it's not like that term hasn't been poisoned, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's like no matter what you call yourself, like it's kind of fucked. I don't know. I feel like libertarian socialist hasn't been poisoned. I like capitalism because when done right, one can climb from poverty. That's not inherent to capitalism though, right? Like it's easier to climb from poverty in like a socialist society, right? Like it's not logically impossible in certain situations for somebody to climb out of poverty in a capitalist system. Like it happens, but like that's yeah, like that. I mean, we could go all day, but this isn't really meant to be a politics stream. Socialism equals freedom. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. Like in terms of like actual socialism. Like I have not, like especially market socialism, I have not heard a compelling argument against market socialism or like socialism at its core. Like all I've heard from people are arguments that are against things that are vaguely socialist adjacent but not really. And yeah, or arguments that don't really address my actual worldview. Sorry, we've gotten so sidetracked. We have a lot to go through still. It also seems to be the case that, fuck. Google Chrome is doing the stupid thing where it's being a poopy head. Okay, it's being a poopy head, and long story short, yeah, I don't. Google Chrome, why are you like? It's doing the stupid thing. Doing the stupid thing. Where oh shit, my Reddit my Reddit post on the Vaush subreddit got removed promoting my stream. Oh, okay, so apparently I have to post it in a specific thread. I did not know that. Oh. Link. Okay. Let me link my stream. Video details, link. Sorry, have to do this. Very, very important. Before I... Isn't socialism based off of... Wait, what? Oh, you're arguing with somebody else. Sorry. And then let me just copy the title that I wrote down for the post. And then... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I didn't insert the link. Oops. Sorry, I'm retarded. No, why does it... Insert. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for wasting time doing this. Okay, we've been streaming for a while. I just needed like a small break. And also, this is important. Okay. Anyways, comment. There we go. Trans femme cat girl defends Vaush from the horse cock folder allegations. Sorry, I just needed to make sure that that was there. And then I'm gonna close whatchamacallit, Google Chrome, because it's doing the thing where like it won't full screen properly, and that's gonna bother me until I fix it. So yeah, duplicate, and then let me just go to. Apparently, LordPasta just uploaded a video precisely 34 seconds ago, so we're gonna watch that soon because it's 8 minutes and 53 seconds. We'll see how much I agree with his analysis, and then let me just go to YouTube Studio so that I have like my stream, whatchamacallit, in the thingy, yeah, the thingy, yeah, the thingy. What an incredible explanation. But yeah, damn, this stream is done like way better than my than like the average stream on this channel. I mean, the concurrent viewers kind of went down a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, 33 likes, that's pretty good. Looks like the peak concurrent viewership was 30. Wow, not bad. I don't know where that came from, but thank you for everybody that's been tuning in. Thank you to everybody that's been tuning in. I really do appreciate this. Smash like if you haven't already. God damn. But yeah, let me just put this over here, this corner of the screen, and then, sorry, I just have to, sorry. We're gonna duplicate the tab, and then, so it looks like LordPasta uploaded a video. I want to hear what he has to say, so let's go watch the
So
video.
I feel obligated to talk about this Vaush thing, mainly because it's superficially similar to the drama surrounding someone who I've interacted with recently, food shops, and because one of my YouTuber friends suggested it. I originally was going to say much more about it, but the more I looked into it, the less...
Also, I don't think it's comparable to the food shops thing, because like food shops admitted to you know, jacking it to Lolly, whereas there's not really enough evidence to conclude that Vaush was doing the same.
Less serious it became. People have made a big deal about this, and the truth is actually very underwhelming. A little while ago, on a live stream, Vaush accidentally showed some of his porn folder. Recently, Ethan from H3H3 decided to go over this on his podcast. A lot was said, many claims were made about the contents of this folder and Vaush's sexual appetite. That's the gist of it. What are the facts? Firstly, let's focus on some of the more damning claims. One of the few things that we can be certain about is the VTuber character, Natsuhiro Matsuri, which is present content in the file labeled 41. This image
I said superficially. Oh, my bad. My bad. I misinterpreted you then. Sorry. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's continue.
was drawn by the artist Kakure Area, an artist who is known to sometimes draw lolly, anime porn depicting children or childlike characters. Reddit user NoobSplooge, in a post on the r/Destiny subreddit, informs us that they cannot identify this particular image on any site without the label lolly. The canonical age of the character can also be easily identified as 16. Additionally, many have claimed that this character looks, quote, much younger, and that the other characters depicted in the rest of the images seem similarly young. All of this has led to accusations of pedophilia. All of the human characters, and yes, I need to make that distinction, depicted were drawn in an anime style. And yes, that is an important factor. Anime is infamously age ambiguous. Many characters who are young look older, and many characters who are older look younger.
Yeah, not a big fan of this argument. I think that he's probably going to elaborate on this. But yeah, you know what, let's just let him elaborate.
I've never been into anime, so as someone who isn't familiar with the media sources, I have judged ages of characters wrong. This has led to some awkward moments. I know I am not alone in this, as I have observed many people thirst over anime characters only to be—
Okay, yeah, okay, I understand the argument he's making. Never mind, yeah, no, I actually agree with this. Like, if you're just looking at anime porn, like, it could be the case that you see a depiction, like, you see a depiction of, like, a big titty goth gamer girl in anime, right? And if there's, like, no context, you're probably going to assume that, like, if it's a lewd or a nude photo or depiction or whatever, like, yeah, this is, like, an adult character, right? But you could be wrong on that, right? Like, but again, that's going to be entirely dependent on the actual context surrounding the character, right? And if you're just looking through random photos on Twitter, you're not going to have that context. So, yes, I agree with this.
Informed of their canon age. Especially when it comes to pornography of anime characters, this can become a problem. We have to remember, it's not only porn websites where these images are being spread. On Discord and Twitter and other forums, these images are shared without context, many times by people completely unaware of who the characters actually are.
Yes, this is the exact argument I've been making. So, yeah, I completely agree with this. I don't know what else I can say.
I've seen shit like this happen to people. All of this just adds to the uncertainty. We don't even know if Vaush was paying attention to these labels if he got this image from a website. It's also worth—
as far as I'm aware, he got them from Twitter, so it wouldn't have the labels on there, right? So they would have been originated or originally posted, as far as I'm aware, on the other website, and then somebody reposted it to Twitter without context. That's what I believe is the case. Right? So Vaush wouldn't have that context, like you explained.
Considering how the artist is going to influence the label that the artwork has on the websites it's hosted on. I don't trust people when they say, this character looks so much younger. When it comes to anime, I've seen some of these images and the humans depicted in them, they just look like how most anime characters of certain styles normally look. Is anime itself inherently pedophilic? Maybe this particular anime style? I wouldn't say so. Sounds pretty absurd. Anime is also known for being highly stylized. No anime character is going to look like any actually existing person. That complicates things further. Certainly Vaush would be wrong if, at his age, he had sexual relations with a 16-year-old, regardless of which country he does it in. However, it wouldn't be pedophilic. It's especially a stretch when you factor in how stylized anime can be. It's not as if he is violating anyone's privacy by copying that image, or contributing to the exploitation of any actual child, as all these images were drawn or AI generated. People go back and forth about this, and
I think that the real crime is that the images are AI generated, you know? Vaush exposed for being unprincipled and not condemning the AI generation.
My position is currently agnostic, but there is no existing evidence which links proliferation of even lolly with offenses against children. I know this because I was going to make a video on food shops, and I looked it up. Secondly, let's focus on the equine angle.
Fair enough. I guess. I don't have like a counter argument to that, so... Alright, I guess.
Okay, this is something many gloss over, and not without reason, but it's not exactly mundane to look at what was found in those folders. Furries love that knot, and femboys riding dragon, tentacle, and horse cock, but there is a line between that and more animalistic depictions. As an autist, I have friends who are furries. That's basically a guarantee. They tell me about stuff like this. Well, warn me about it would be more accurate. The stuff I saw in that folder goes beyond feral, just straight up dumb animals. I'm not a horse expert, so some features could have been exaggerated, but overall, it was all equine. Humans were always there, but it would be hard to argue they were the only focus. Certainly, it would be wrong to fuck an animal. As a vegan, I am consistent on that. However, we are once again...
Yeah, I would certainly hope so. I'm glad that LordPasta is against fucking animals. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't entirely frame the arguments this way, but I generally agree with like the overall premise, I guess, of what's being argued here. That like what Vaush is doing, I guess, in terms of like what saving images of like anthropomorphic creatures, that are lewd or nude or whatever, and having like femboy porn and and like not having the context behind any of the images, right? Like if you just find them and then save them on Twitter, right? Without like knowing the context, right? So it's basically, I don't think that LordPasta disagrees with me on much. If there's like any spicy takes you say later in the video that you want me to go over, LordPasta, if you're still in chat, I assume you are, let me know. But I don't know. I don't think I don't disagree with like the overall premise. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about the I don't know. Interesting if we agree. Later in the video, I offer my Vaush criticisms. Do your Vaush criticisms differ from mine? I mean, if so, then fair enough. If it's like something that I've argued against, let me know. Because that could be worthwhile. If not, that's fine. Like if I'm like, that's the thing about fair use in terms of watching videos I agree with. It's like, what do I say? Like I'm supposed to disagree with people. Also, apparently Nicholas Diorio, is he currently live? Yeah, he's live. He's talking about the same drama that I'm talking about. Investigating Vaush and friends. It's time. Hashtag URR4, whatever that last part means, I guess. With 2,500 concurrent viewers. Damn. That's pretty good. That's more concurrent viewers than I've ever gotten. If I got 2,500 views on a video in like a week, that'd be like good statistics for me. I'm jealous. What the fuck? But yeah, what does Nick have to say? Hold on, I need to like skip past like the starting stuff. Okay. Okay, that's just music. Literally just music. Stop. Why can't you just not start the stream until you're ready? Okay.
The past 4 years, all right? People have been asking me, Nick, where is the Vaush video? Nick, when are you going to go over the Vaush stuff?
I really like you.
Well,
Why?
tonight is the beginning of a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time, ladies and gentlemen. We have a lot to discuss. This is probably, I mean, it's only February, but thus far, we're about to embark on the journey that will become probably the funniest drama of Q1 of this year. It has to be.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
It has to be. How's everybody doing tonight? We got Luna Lizzie here, CC, Boohoo Big Oops is in the chat, Toxic Dome, Sad Keanu, Anti-Latinx.
To let people gather in so they don't miss anything? I don't know. I've always fucking hated that. I've never enjoyed that. Like, I'd rather just they start the stream, maybe I miss a little bit, and then I rewind and watch it at 2 times speed. Like, I feel like that's way better. That it's like, oh, they're streaming, and then I click on it, and it's like, oh, it's just a waiting screen. This isn't what I wanted to see. I don't give a fuck about your waiting screen. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something wrong by not doing that, but I don't know. I've always fucking hated that. Like if it's really important, then that everybody is there for it, then Like maybe you could do like a beginning segment where it's like less important stuff and like a just chatting segment. Do something entertaining, right? I guess that would make it more difficult for me to like find when the stream actually starts. Though for something like this, if there's no timestamps.
I probably shouldn't have read that one. That's gonna age poorly. Okay, chat. But tonight we're not just ultimate reviewers. Okay, we're not just URR champions.
I always do the possible.
We are, chat, Ethan Klein enjoyers. All right. Ethan Klein has gone on quite the based arc lately. I don't know what it is, chat. I don't know where it's come from, but
I would argue this is the opposite of a based arc. This is like a cringe arc. At least this specific situation. Like there were other things that he did that were based. This specifically though, kind of cringe. You know, levying / promoting false pedo allegations. Like that's kind of cringe. Not gonna lie.
Ethan Klein
I'm not gonna, like, name
is
names
fucking
because
hilarious now.
I don't want them to get harassed.
What do you think
But he
about
said
this clip?
So if you think Hamas is dope, just remember that you even more than Israelis perhaps deserve to be burned alive by terrorists and your whole family murdered in front of you.
Okay, yeah, this clip specifically is based, but Vaush's takes on, or sorry, not Vaush's takes. Ethan Klein's takes on the Vaush situation are not based. I wish that they were based, but they're not.
So there you go. In fact, why don't you just make it easier? Why don't you just fly to ISIS and do them a favor? And
You could have milked that so much harder. Big
All right,
content
chat,
strategy
Ethan
problems.
Klein has been off the chain, ladies and gentlemen. He just got let out of the stable. You know what? I didn't even mean to say it like that, but yes, Ethan Klein has been let out of the stable. Okay, and he's out looking for blood in the last couple.
I see what you did there.
Couple of years. Yeah, we're gonna get into it all tonight. We have to do our intro in a second, but before then, we're gonna catch up on donos. We're probably not gonna read donos again until like the midway point of the stream, which this could go on.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we could watch this, or alternatively, we could skip that.
Ladies and gentlemen, all right, let's get started. I don't know where to begin, chat. There is so much shit to discuss tonight.
That is what I said when I started my stream. Is I don't even know where to begin. Right? There is so much stuff to go over. Now that being said, we may or may not get around to watching Nicholas Diorio talk about this. I do want to get through the rest of like the Ethan Klein segment. Because I'm remembering just now that we just got really fucking sidetracked and we never actually finished that. So yeah. I guess that's what we'll do. Because I think that yeah. I think that there was some more stuff that we needed to get through, right? Anyways.
Doesn't exist.
Right.
And so the comparison doesn't work. It doesn't work.
I frankly, hearing him explain the quote context makes me, frankly, I don't believe him because it doesn't make sense.
Right.
Those.
So hold on, you don't believe that somebody can make a shitty argument or like a false equivalency like that? You think that, oh yeah, no, the only possible scenario is that he's genuinely in favor of CP, even though if you actually watch the debate, that's clearly not the argument that he's making. He's clearly making the opposite argument and using CP as an example of something that him and his opponent agree is bad as a comparison. Again, it's a shitty and logically fallacious comparison, but that is the context, whether you like it or not. Just pretending like that's not the case is what I mean when I say that yeah, Ethan Klein is acting in bad faith. Like he's just doing it for the sake of being bad faith, right? Like he's going out of his way to be as uncharitable as humanly possible. And that's the issue, is he's trying to be uncharitable, whether he realizes it or not, right?
Those two statements are not logically connected.
Because it's more, they're victims more than commodities. I know what he's trying to get across. I mean, it doesn't make no fucking sense, but...
I don't believe him.
Yeah.
I don't believe that that's what he meant, even.
Yeah. The argument is just like so...
What do you think he meant? It's a shitty argument. But, like, what?
So flimsy because he then has to say that not the act of making the child porn is immoral, but, like, you have to, at a certain point, say that...
Well, wait, yes, the act of making it is immoral. That's what he was saying, is that it's immoral because it harms the child. That was the point. Fucking idiot.
Simply child porn, if there isn't a victim, is moral?
What? What do you... there's no such thing as CP that doesn't have a victim. What? What are you talking about?
Like
That's he
yeah,
does come close to saying that when he said previously, which I guess there's more context to, that
No, that is not what he came close to saying. He was making the opposite argument. He assumed that, okay, yeah, any reasonable person is going to agree that CP is bad, right? So that's something that we can all agree upon, right? So that's why he used it as a point of comparison. That's why he saw that as like a good reference point to use. It's like, why is it the case that my framework is able to adequately condemn CP and have a reason for why it's bad, rather than your framework, which is just presuppositional, right? Presupposing that it's bad because it's bad, right? That was the argument he was making. Again, it was a shitty argument. I agree. Vaush agrees that it was a shitty argument, but that was his argument.
children and adults can have meaningful, healthy sexual relationships.
And it can be positive
for the child.
So I believe the next clip that we have...
Is that another justification for CP? I mean...
What? Is this something that he said?
It just...
Pretty much. By the way, let me just defend myself. Everyone says, oh, Ethan, I saw you sniff your finger.
Oh, boy.
There was a little thing here. I didn't know if it was a piece of cake or a piece of cardboard. So I touched it and I smelled my fingers to see. It's cardboard, by the way.
Oh, I'll defend you. I've done things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helped.
Oh, boy.
So that's that. Let me keep seeing if there's anything else here.
Are we gonna watch more context?
Let me see if there's any more out of context clips or evidence I can blatantly lie about to my audience, in front of like thousands and thousands of people in the live audience, and then people that are watching the VOD.
For that statement, because that one is wild.
Apparently, yes.
Okay, I'm curious.
Yeah.
Tacoma wept.
The point that I'm making here is that I think that all of these things are immoral.
See, I don't think.
Why are you pausing it at such an important part? Let's replay that. It's like they let him go for 5 seconds and they're like, oh fuck, we can't let him make a good point or make it clear as to what his actual position is. We better fucking pause that shit as quickly as fucking possible before he can finish what he's saying.
I think that all of these things are immoral.
See, I think
all of these things are immoral. Proceeds to pause it so that he can't finish what he's saying. But there he is, saying that he thinks all of those things are immoral, right? But Ethan Klein needs to interject right away so that the audience can actually think for themselves about what he's saying, right? All of these things are immoral. Now, I haven't on my first viewing of this, I didn't get this far, right? So I saw like the first 20 minutes or so of the Ethan Klein segment thingy. But I'm guessing, I could be wrong on this, but I'm guessing that Ethan Klein is going to talk about some completely unrelated bullshit and not address the fact that Vaush literally just said that he believes that all of it is immoral.
I think that that's what you were saying.
I mean, you can disagree.
Show me the original clip.
I think the issue is still...
Well, okay, I sort of stand corrected, but not really. No, I don't think that's what he was saying. I think he was saying something completely different with no evidence. You know, show me the out of context clip again, you know? It's like, yeah, sure. If you remove all of the context of what he was actually arguing, yeah, sure. Oh, that maybe it doesn't sound like that's what he's saying. But if you add the context of what he's saying, then message changes a little bit. I'm just saying. And it's not like Ethan Klein is going to watch the entire debate or to learn the context. He doesn't give a shit. You know, if Ethan Klein was doing this in good faith, surely he would want to, look at the original debates that this was argued in. But that would be the Destiny approach. And that would require some level of intellectual honesty. And for those of you who are Destiny haters in my audience, I know. Using Destiny is a good example. How fucking dare I? But I think that that's something that Destiny does a good job of, right? That Ethan Klein doesn't. It's like, if Destiny doesn't know something or wants to make a claim, he will literally research for hours on stream. Like, he doesn't care if that shit's boring for some people. Like, he needs to research something before jumping to immediate conclusions. Now, don't get me wrong. He can still come to logically fallacious or flat out incorrect conclusions, right? Like, that doesn't stop him, right? But at least he's trying, right?
in his explanation. I don't think the explanation. You're saying you just don't believe him.
I don't believe him because what he's saying doesn't make sense. What he said
I don't know.
does not connect to what he's. Let's see the original clip. I don't want to see him trying to
explain it away.
Yeah, here he is trying to rationalize it. Let's see the original clip. I want to see that.
Yeah, let's see the original clip where there's no context, right? Because the lack of context actually more accurately represents Vaush's position than this longer clip where Vaush explains his actual position, or like the entire debate where the context of the argument is established beforehand. You know, that no, that couldn't be what accurately represents Vaush's position. No, that couldn't possibly be the case. That's logically impossible, actually. I think that it's actually an out-of-context clip with all of the context removed that accurately represents Vaush's real position.
Then I'll have a better idea of what he was actually saying at the moment.
Right.
Yeah, you have a better idea if you just remove all the context, really. Oh, what was he saying at the moment? You mean the moment that was built up to with I don't know how far into the debate it was, but let's say 30 minutes to an hour, most likely, of debating this person. You know, that context that led up to the moment. You don't think that matters, like the context of what he was actually saying and what he actually meant? No, you'd rather just cherry pick the words and remove the actual meaning behind them and say, no, it actually means something else, even though Vaush explicitly stated the contrary, and also the context of the debate that I'm not going to watch also states the contrary.
And again, this is a man who touts one of his 2 skills in life as being a public speaker.
Yes. You can be good at public speaking and say retarded shit every once in a while. These aren't mutually exclusive. In fact, I'm not going to say that they go hand in hand, but you might notice that public speakers, because they especially live streamers, are a lot more likely to say retarded shit than the average person in front of like an audience, because the average person is going to be a lot more shy and meek, and they're going to not have the confidence to say the first thing that they think of, right? Whether it be for a counter argument to somebody in terms of their moral consistency and not thinking about the ramifications of what if people take this out of context, or, you know, just saying dumb shit in general, right? People say dumb shit people think dumb shit all the time. It's just that most people don't have the confidence to say whatever the fuck it is that they're thinking on a public platform, right? This isn't a Vaush exclusive. Fuck, I've said retarded shit before too. Look, everyone has said retarded shit. I think that goes without saying. That doesn't negate your ability to be a good public speaker, right? Like, I would consider myself to be very above average when it comes to public speaking, right? Me being able to speak in front of a live audience for an extended period of time, and be at least somewhat confident, and able to articulate myself. That's a skill, right? Like, that doesn't just, like, that's not something that everyone can do. It's something that you have to A, practice, and B, have at least some amount of talent for, right? I'm not saying I'm like super talented. I'm not, right? But you get the point. Like, yeah, whatever.
These things should be illegal. And the reason why this cancellation attempt comes up every couple of months is because, and by the way, this never.
The intellectual dishonesty is the equivalent of me clipping Kyle Kalinske when he said, quote, "I love Hitler" while quoting Kanye. Yeah, I guess by reading your message out loud, according to H3, if he were to just play that clip of me saying the 3 magical words, he would come to the conclusion that is my position, that I'm actually in favor of the guy from World War II with a silly mustache, that I support everything he believes, actually, because the context doesn't matter. It's the individual words that matter to Ethan Klein more than what the words are actually trying to convey.
Never comes up in person when people talk to me.
Well, okay.
Okay.
I guess it's fair. I guess it doesn't matter.
Everyone's a coward.
I dare you to call me a pedophile to my face.
It's because the people who make these accusations about me know they would get blown the fuck out. Oh, drama alerts in chat. Oh,
what does that mean? That you would fight them?
Drama alert in chat.
Is that what he meant? That I will
think
fight you?
He's a debater. He wants to debate you.
He's gonna want to debate
you
me on this.
specifically. I mean,
he's gonna want to debate me on this. I'll take that. I'll do it. He's apparently the great debater. He fancies
Mm.
himself as.
I guess you could say he's the master debater. That was really unfunny.
So what happens when Chris Hansen meets the? I'm kidding. I'm not Chris Hansen. But what happens when the hay meets the horse?
So no cookies for you?
Let's get to the bottom of it, Bucko.
What was on the agenda tonight?
Keem, do you want to come on? We can talk about it.
Keem stars in here. Oh shit, godly. That's the time. That's my time to exit. So okay, that's his. Now I don't know. I mean, do people think that that explanation is convincing?
In terms of explaining what his actual position was, yes. Like, I can believe that somebody has, like, a wrong or logically fallacious position while still believing that that's their position, right? Like, is that really that much of a... Oh, yeah, no, this is actually not Vaush's position because it's logically fallacious? What? As opposed to the non-logically fallacious position of being in favor of CP. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is fucking stupid.
I mean, his supporters think so. Yeah.
It's
I didn't find it particularly compelling.
My
personally.
problem is that there's no logic there. Like,
Doesn't connect.
it doesn't connect, and he seems like a smart guy. So why would that one be
People want me to debate him.
so weird?
Do you think he's going to debate me on whether or not he's?
whether or not
He
he's
would. I'm sure. of it.
I
I mean,
guess he has nothing to lose, but
that's pretty much what he does in one of these clips. Well,
that's kind of
right.
insane.
Yeah, there's one coming up where he is doing exactly that. So
Okay,
Doing what?
Vosh, if you want to debate.
Well, he hasn't.
I am excited to see the Ethan Klein versus Vaush debate, all right? I guarantee you Ethan Klein's going to get fucking decimated.
Said that.
He's going to want to. I know it.
He's the biggest debate lord.
Oh, yeah, he absolutely will.
Online.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure
in his opinion, that's the only way he can fix this. Yeah, I don't know that. I kind of am with the other guy. He's like, I don't want to argue if CP is bad. I don't want to even engage in.
But that's not what Vaush said. He was arguing the opposite. He agrees that it's bad. He's consistently agreed that it's bad. That was the point of using it as a comparison, because him and the person that he was debating both agree that CP is a bad thing. That was the point of the comparison. Because if you believe that there is some sort of equivalency between something bad that the other person agrees is bad and something else that you think is bad that the other person doesn't think is bad, if you think there's like an equivalency there, you might bring it up in a debate. Again, it was a shitty comparison, but it was a comparison nonetheless. That wasn't a defense of CP.
In that conversation necessarily.
Right.
You know, I don't. You know, Kobold and fucking coffee and all that shit.
It's just
He literally showed his prawn folder with bad stuff. You can rewind the stream and watch it at 2x speed if you're interested. I've already sort of gone over this, but my conclusion from that is there's insufficient evidence. Like, if you actually look at the evidence that's there, like, it's publicly available on Twitter and whatnot. If you actually look at what was shown on his stream, like, there's like there's nothing. Like, there's nothing that you can directly look at and be like, oh yeah, that's lolicon. I also addressed some really weak counter arguments, but I'm not going to repeat them.
a very weird argument to make.
Like, even if what you're saying is true, which it's not, I don't want to have the conversation. Because there's going to be pedophiles that are like, yeah, that explains why everybody else is a hypocrite. Dudes are going to go home and fuck.
Sukhoi says, I'm sorry, but your chat is full of bad faith liars. I'm out. I mean, some people are going to make bad faith arguments. Some people that are, just tuning in might not understand that, like, oh, I've already addressed this argument and proven why it's wrong, right? So it could be the case that they're not necessarily bad faith. They just don't know my counter argument. So like it would be one thing if they were like here the whole time, they already heard my argument and then they were saying that, right? Then yeah, I would know for a fact that they're bad faith, right? But if they haven't heard my explanation, it's like, okay, I'm not going to explain it again. Just rewind the VOD and watch it at 2x speed. I don't know. I don't think that disagreeing with me in of itself makes somebody bad faith either. Like they can be painfully wrong about something without intentionally being wrong. But you don't have to argue with people in chat either. Like, you're not obligated to defend me in the free marketplace of ideas, though I do appreciate it. And obviously, you don't have to do that. But yeah, and anyways, that's a side tangent. I guess just enjoy the content, maybe. If people are being annoying in chat.
Fuck a kid and be like, everyone's a hypocrite. How dare they judge me?
Yeah.
That's the world you want to live in.
Go eat your chocolate.
Everyone has their vice. I fuck kids. You eat chocolate.
What? Okay, yeah. Vaush's argument was a false equivalency, but that doesn't change the content of his actual argument.
I don't see the big difference. I mean, dude, you were gonna get... Dude, there's no shot.
What's your argument?
There's no fucking shot, bro. What's your argument?
I mean, if you watched the full debate, maybe you'd have some idea. I'm just saying.
That would be a hell of a debate. I mean, I don't even know how to even get into that.
Yeah, I have no idea. You know, maybe you would have some idea though if you actually watched the debate that the out of context clip was from. Maybe then you'd have some idea.
Let's see if he wants to. I don't think about it. The topic for today is Vaush in support of pedophilia and zoophilia. The debaters, Ethan Klein and Vaush the horse Jackson. I don't know what his last name is.
Yeah, Vaush the horse Jackson. Incredible.
And welcome everybody to today's episode of When the Hay Meets the Horse.
Tacoma wept.
Tacoma wept, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Wept.
Hello? Hello? Are we back? Hello? Sorry about the stream issues. I apologize. That's my bad. We're still live. Oh, that killed the stream, didn't it? Oh. No good. That's no good. That's no good. Very sorry about that. Oh my god. Guys, we're back, right, guys? Right, chat? Chat, are we back? I think we're back. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but we're back. We're so fucking back. Oh my god. Oh no. No, the stream died. This is so sad. Okay, everyone like the stream if you haven't already. The few concurrents that are still here. I'm so sorry. Okay, it looks like the concurrents have gone back up a little bit. At least on my end. Okay. No, not really, but like a little bit. Okay. Well, hopefully it doesn't stay dead. Oh. That's so sad. Fuck. Anyways. Oh my goodness gracious. Wow. That was weird. Just, I forgot that voice meter like resets itself like every 6 hours you have it open. I think. And normally I don't stream for this long, so normally it's not like an issue that I have to deal with. Man, fucking hell. I should have like an alternate like an alternative mic output like on like ready to go that I can just toggle on temporarily when that happens. I don't know why. I don't think I do though. Do you take HRT? I do. I've been on HRT for 8 months now, in fact. But yeah, anyways, I'm sorry about the technical difficulties. Let's continue with the... Oh my... Are you fucking kidding me? And now it's not full screening properly, so we're gonna have to do the really fun thing where...
Your money, right?
We could
okay,
easily...
oh, shit. So, 116, 132. Okay, so that's like roughly the... Sorry, just for when I look at the Nicholas Diorio thing. Sorry, chat. My apologies. I didn't mean to have technical difficulties. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. So I just need to like reopen Chrome. I don't know why Chrome does this weird thing where essentially, long story short, Chrome just doesn't full screen properly when you in terms of like the videos, and that's like a really weird issue that I have to fix every once in a while. I don't know why. It's just like that sometimes, and it really bothers the shit out of me. I don't know if most people care about that kind of stuff or not, but I know that it bothers me, and that matters, at least in my opinion. But yeah. Anyways. Oh my god, everyone's talking about the Vaush thing. Jesus Christ. Apparently Shark300 did a fucking 6.5 hour long stream. I guess that's not too dissimilar to what I'm literally doing. But yeah, anyways, fuck me. Sorry about all the technical difficulties. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Please tell me full screen properly works this time.
And
okay.
I'm missing.
Yes, it does. Okay. We're good to go. Very sorry about that. Let's continue.
Something, please let me know. Here's the next one. Context that of this is the one you said, Hila. Is it possible for a child to have sexual relationship and it be positive? Here's his explanation for that one.
Okay, look, this is super duper simple, okay?
No, it's not.
Utilitarianism, act utilitarianism, is about considering the consequences of a specific action, okay?
So what Vaush is doing here is he's making an argument against act utilitarianism and in favor of rule utilitarianism. It's a wrong argument, but the argument is not that it's morally permissible to whatever fucking whatchamacallit, for an adult to have a relationship with a child like that, right? Like he's gonna argue that oh well, this is something that only rule utilitarianism argues, or sorry, only rule utilitarianism accounts for this, whereas act utilitarianism permits this in a consequentialist sense. Now this is a wrong argument. I'm not gonna get too much into why, but I mean I could go on and talk about predicted utility, but I'm just going to generally lay out Vaush's arguments, right? Because I don't really care as much about him having wrong positions / arguments as much as I do about people misrepresenting him.
Bro, why did you have to mix Zelda into all this shit, man?
How are we talking about utilitarianism?
He's really coming out.
Incredible pronunciation. Oh my god, let's replay that from Hila Klein.
Action, okay?
Bro, why did you have to mix Zelda into all this shit, man?
How are we talking about utilitarianism?
Utilitarianism. Incredible.
He's really coming after Ocarina of Time with this conversation. That means so much to so many of us.
Majora's Mask.
Oh, that's Majora's Mask? My bad. Fuck.
Okay.
I actually started playing that recently.
Oh, I love it.
Me and Teddy were playing it for a bit. But we lost.
Oh, that's cute.
It's kind of scary. It's intense.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It's
It's all about death.
hard, too.
Yeah, it's a dark one.
Super hard.
We have an interesting
Want to know what else is hard? Sorry.
Okay, Vaush addresses the folder just recently, like 30 minutes ago. After we get through this, I'll send it.
Okay.
That was one of the first things we looked at.
We'll circle back.
Breaking update.
Breaking update.
Big news.
Big news. Massive news, actually.
No, I hide this on purpose.
All right, go ahead, Vaush.
It is possible. Please, right now, uncuck your dumb shit, libcuck fucking SJW brains,
and
recognize this empirically correct fact that I am about to spit. It is possible for an adult and a child to have a sexual relationship, and for
again, this is in the context of him arguing against act utilitarianism. I could understand like if you're not like a Vaush viewer, like if you don't frequently watch Vaush or any of his like past content, not knowing that that's like the argument he's making. But like this is very consistent with his rule utilitarian perspective. Again, it's still like a wrong argument for reasons we're not. Look, we could get into that on like a. I just want to get through this. It's not really that important in like the grand scheme of things. But the argument he's making is that act utilitarianism permits very niche situations, because it is technically logically possible, at least in a vacuum, for this to be morally permissible. However, generally speaking, it leads to harmful outcomes in like a rule utilitarian sense, and it's the rule that makes it morally wrong rather than the direct outcomes, right? So like, yeah, that's like his position, as far as I'm concerned. I think I described it accurately. It's still a shit position, but it's not like it's not something he needs to be canceled over. I feel like the only people that should be arguing against his position here are people that are like philosophy nerds and people like me that like actually understand what his argument is. Like I think this is something that that nerds like Synth should argue against, not people like Hila and Ethan Klein that know nothing about utilitarianism, right? And what he's actually arguing for and against.
For it to have positive outcomes on the child as well. That is possible.
No.
Yeah, you know what my physicist says is possible? I could fall through the ground because our atoms are lined up in the same wavelength somehow. I mean, who gives a fuck?
No.
Yeah,
I only have one word. No.
What are you saying, that like teenagers had sex with adults in like ancient Greek and that was fine or something like?
No, he's saying that it's not fine. He's saying that it is technically, logically possible in a vacuum for there to be a specific situation in which it's fine. However, because he's a rule utilitarian and not an act utilitarian, that's why it's wrong, is because generally, like as a rule, it's going to be the case that adults being able to have sexual relationships with minors causes more harm. So even if it was the case that there's like a new situation, like for instance, like if like an extremely like disabled, low functioning autistic adult dated a minor, right? Like you could argue, well, you see, it's actually the case that there's not really a power dynamic there because they're mentally retarded and have like the mental capacity of like a 5-year-old, but in Vaush's rule utilitarian worldview, it would be the case that like the exception doesn't like it doesn't matter that that's like an exception because like the reason it's wrong is because the in a general sense, like it having the rule of adults should not be with minors in those types of relationships, like it's serves the most utility, right? Again, it's very complicated because there are act utilitarian arguments that account for this as well, in terms of that I would be more in alignment with, like for instance, act utilitarianism acknowledges the fact that there needs to be like some sort of legal system. So it's going to be the case that, look, it's complicated. The main distinction between rule and act utilitarianism is that the act utilitarianism is the belief that it's like a consequentialist ethical belief in the morality of an action being contingent upon the outcomes, right? Whereas rule utilitarianism essentially means that it's not just like the outcomes, it's like general rules in terms of like consequentially what rule, like for instance, you could have like a utilitarian rule that like something is unjustified, and it's because something doesn't adhere to that rule, because it's generally the case that that rule serves utility, that's morally wrong. So that's like the main distinction there, right? I feel like I could go in more into depth. It's not the best explanation, but like that's like the general idea behind it.
What is your point? That in some magical world, like what's the point of this argument?
This one is crazy. My blood is starting to boil.
Why are you saying?
Femyoz, look it up. In Rome and back in history, it was legal to practice this shit. Okay, yeah, you're clearly a troll. I'm sorry. You're fuck off. You're retarded. Okay.
Saying this.
Blood boiling.
What point are you trying to make? All right, go ahead, boss.
However,
it's just an extremely weird hypothetical to make. That's the issue. The issue is that you have to be like a philosophy nerd to like properly make these arguments. I mean, you don't have to like yeah, I mean there's different look, I think that the issue is that that people have is like the framing of Vaush's argument is misleading out of context, right? But Like if I didn't know who Vaush was and I saw this, I'd probably think, oh fuck, like this guy seems like a kind of a PDF file, right? But like as somebody that actually understands like what Vaush believes ethically, like this is literally just his argument for why he thinks rule utilitarianism is superior to act utilitarianism, and that act utilitarianism allows for exceptions that he, under his rule utilitarian worldview, doesn't. That's like his main argument. But again, people are using this to pedo jacket him. I guess that's the main issue. She's foreign. How dare you criticize her pronunciation? Okay, it was funny. It was funny. I don't care. I'm sorry.
Categorically.
No, don't. However, it's not.
Discourage those relationships.
I'm gonna clip you saying I love Hitler and send it to H3. You know, he'll think that that's my position. You know, like it doesn't matter that the context was me reading your chat message out loud. You know, the words matter more than the meaning. You know, I mean the great philosopher Ethan Klein, H3 Productions the second. I don't know why I'm saying the second. Himself, you know, that's his position. Who can disagree with that?
Because as a rule, it is
He's sweating, bro. He knows he fucked.
Yeah, well, literally, I didn't even have to hear the rest of the clip to know that he's making an argument in favor of rule utilitarianism.
He knows, dude. His career is flashing before his eyes. He said too much.
Substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society. Raw. That's the difference between
raw.
Wait, let me.
Why is he saying?
Yeah, let me go
raw?
back. Let me hear this. He looks scared.
The raw.
I like how they don't even understand the argument he's making because A, they don't have like the full context. It's just like a clip, and B, like they don't know anything about his actual positions or like what he's trying to say here. But like they're just like they act so confident. Like Ethan Klein acts so confident with this. But he's just retarded.
He looks like Chris Hansen about to come in that door.
and for it to have positive outcomes on the child.
Like that's clearly him insinuating pedophilia, right? Like it's unambiguous at this point that Ethan Klein's goal here is literally just a character assassination in which he clearly and unambiguously pedo jackets Vaush, while simultaneously refusing to engage with or understand any of the actual arguments he's making, which, you know, if he was willing to do, he would know that he's not arguing in favor of CP being legal. He never has and he never will, and he never has or will argue that a child being in a relationship with an adult is morally permissible. Like he's talking about different frameworks and how he believes that under certain ethical frameworks, the reason that they're flawed is because under you could make arguments using those frameworks to justify things that we all agree are wrong, right? That's sort of like his position there, in favor of rule utilitarianism. Again, I disagree with his framing, but like that's his position, and I think it's like dishonest to you know, frame this as anything other than that, using out of context clips.
Dude, his shirt. Why does he look like have the wildest shirt? Raw, yeah, raw. Baby.
Why don't you take a seat right over there?
Yeah, the shirts really don't help.
At Femyoz, sorry for the loss of civility in the debate in chat. I tried keeping it civil, but they stopped. Look, I wasn't even reading chat, to be honest.
His whole argument so far.
The raw.
The other one with the adult only.
That is possible. However, categorically, we discourage those relationships because as a rule, it is substantially more likely that enabling them would cause harm in society.
Okay, so why?
No.
What is the point of?
That's it. That's literal. That is him laying out right in front of you in the clip that you're watching, even in the out of context clip. He is literally describing his ethical reasoning for why it's wrong. He agrees that it's wrong, but he's explaining why he believes that his framework is necessary. Why the rule in rule utilitarianism, or yeah, why rule utilitarianism as opposed to act utilitarianism is necessary for this to be wrong. Again, I disagree. I think that act utilitarianism can also be like, if you actually understand act utilitarianism, you know that you understand that while it's the case that like in a vacuum, Like, you could make niche arguments in favor of things that society doesn't permit morally or legally, right? Like, an act utilitarian acknowledges, like, yeah, like, it serves more utility for there to be laws in society, right? But it's still the case that the actual morality of an action itself is directly and exclusively contingent upon the action's outcomes, right? That's like, but again, no one on the H3 podcast is willing to engage like this or actually like understand what Vaush is saying, right? It's like, I've made a better argument without even trying, because I wasn't even trying to argue against Vaush. I was just sort of explaining his position and vaguely why I sort of disagree with him. And I've already done a better job on this stream arguing against Vaush than Ethan Klein has. The main reason being that I'm actually arguing against a position that Vaush genuinely holds, or at least held during this clip. Maybe he's not a real utilitarian anymore. I think he is. I don't think he's changed on that. He doesn't really talk about it as much, though.
Like,
no,
sussing this out. Exactly.
No.
You're saying in no cases is this possible.
I'm saying this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. It's upsetting.
Yeah,
it's really upsetting.
But there's just no point to
it's
have
really
this
upsetting.
conversation.
Why have this conversation? What is he saying? That maybe there's one case where it didn't traumatize the kid? Show me that one case, first of all. But so what?
Well, he's saying that even if that was the case, which, again, like, if you were to bring up the example of, well, you see, if like a 25-year-old with like severe autism or Down syndrome that's like really low functioning were to date like a 14-year-old, right? Like, again, like you technically, like, I think, again, his argument is that that position or that relationship would be defensible under act utilitarianism, but not rule utilitarianism, and that would be a reason why he believes in rule utilitarianism, because he's not willing to allow for that exception, right? That's the point he's making. But again, they don't understand. Like, again, it's not even a good point. Like, but that is the point that he's making. But they can't even engage with it for there could be a gun pointed at Ethan Klein's head, and he still wouldn't be able to engage with the actual argument.
So maybe there's one. So then we're all hypocrites because.
Well, he's saying
what
on the.
Ethan legitimately looks developmentally disabled. Yeah, I guess the example would be if Ethan Klein were to date a minor, you know, like, I guess in this niche instance, you know, because Ethan Klein is so retarded that he has the mental capacity of the average 12-year-old, you know, there actually wouldn't be a power dynamic between him and the minor, right? But under rule utilitarianism, you see, it actually wouldn't be morally permissible because the exception doesn't justify going against the rule that is in place to prevent, because the rule, broadly speaking, prevents harm. You know, maybe I feel like that's, you know, sorry, I had to say that. I had to say that. Just for shits and giggles.
The whole, it's more likely to negatively affect kids.
Right.
And therefore, as a whole, we view it as a bad thing. Even though sometimes, in some cases, it's a good thing.
No.
Yeah.
I say no.
Yeah.
And also show me, who are you talking about? What is this?
You got some data on that?
And why?
I mean, I guess anything's possible.
Why is this a conversation you want to have?
I don't. That's my question
That's
about
like,
the first and the clip too.
Yes, like the first question
Why
should
bring
be
this
like,
up?
okay, shut up. Why?
This isn't like a pertinent philosophical question that needs to be thought through. This is like disgusting.
Wait, not exactly. Like, I think it's completely valid to want to know why you believe something, right? And again, like the whole point of addressing such a philosophical question is to find which ethical framework makes the most sense. That would be the point of that, right? The whole point is to find difficult questions, not difficult questions, sorry, but like questions that challenge an ethical framework, that you know challenge an ethical framework, right? And bringing those to the table, right? That's the point. Like, nobody is saying that a relationship between a grown adult and a 12-year-old child is morally permissible, right? No one is saying that. All Vaush is doing is explaining why, under his framework, it is not permissible, as an argument against other frameworks that he believes don't account for quote unquote exceptions like these, right? That's all he's doing. Like, it's not like, he's not questioning whether or not it's wrong for a 12-year-old to date a 30-year-old. He's not questioning that. The whole point is that he's not questioning that, and that is a fixed point that isn't up for debate, and he's using that fixed point to build his framework, as well as argue against other frameworks ethically, that he believes would ethically justify something that he knows and that everybody else knows is wrong. That would be the point. Again, this isn't the best argument from Vaush necessarily. Is it an argument I would make? No, but that, I think before you can refute somebody's position, you should at least understand what they're trying to say.
Disgusting perversion, dude. This is like a man. What I see is someone rationalizing the consumption of child pornography, frankly.
No, Ethan, you are dumb. You are a fucking retard. It is the complete opposite. He is rationalizing why it is wrong. He is giving a rational explanation under his rule utilitarian framework for why it is morally not permissible. So no, Ethan, you are fucking brain dead. You are a literal troglodyte.
That's what I'm seeing. And so maybe it feels pertinent to you. And again, I don't know what kind of pornography you're... Well, I do, actually, based on... But not all of it. I don't know what else is in that folder if you scroll down. But this is a guy who seems eager to rationalize the consumption of CP.
No. It's literally the opposite. He is rationalizing the opposite position. He is using his rule utilitarian framework as a rationalization for why it is wrong, and then arguing that other frameworks don't properly account for this. Now, if you want to get into the nitty-gritties, like the nitty-gritty details of the actual ethics behind what he's saying, and make a counter-argument for actually this is why it's not permissible under act utilitarianism or under like a pure consequentialist sense, again, but that's not what Ethan is doing. He doesn't even understand what he's arguing against.
On both accounts. Oh, we have a Vaush fan in chat. All right, what am I missing? Vaush said that CP is just as bad as child slavery. And if you're okay with slavery bit, you have to be okay with CP, which is objectively true.
No, that's ridiculous.
We all understood that was the point he was making. That's a bad point.
That is still a ridiculous point. First of all,
dude, yes, it's a dog shit argument from Vaush. I agree. But it seems like you're saying you understand his position while also pedo-jacketing him and not actually understanding with or engaging with any of the arguments he's actually making.
Nobody said they're okay with slavery. Second of all, we said that one can be more complete.
But wait, but that's the point. That was the point that he was making, is that despite the fact that people aren't okay with child slavery, they seem to be very okay with benefiting from it, right? In terms of like their how they operate as consumers. Again, it wasn't even a good argument from Vaush, but that was the point that he was making. So to say that, oh no, it's actually logically impossible that was the argument he was making, and he was actually just straight up defending CP and saying it should be legal, because an out of context clip of him is actually a more accurate representation of what he believes rather than a more in-depth explanation of what he believes, as well as the actual context behind him making that point in the debate. Again, this is so fucking brain dead.
First of all, to know that it's happening, but also there are things to do about avoiding it. And I think companies are constantly working on that.
And the point
is, the other one is just bad in all cases.
Exactly.
It's
you
always
can
bad.
make coffee ethically. Yeah. It's not inherent to it.
If you're going and buying an iPhone and there's some unethical cobalt in it.
Femyoz, I feel horrible. I looked at the images. They're pretty gross. Well, gross and pedophilic are not the same. I think it's a fair thing to say. Yeah, like, some of those images, kind of cringe, bro. Not gonna lie. I didn't like them very much, right? But there wasn't any lolly or CP like people are suggesting. There was no bestiality taking place. None of that shit.
Nobody's gonna fucking know that. But if you're sitting down to watch CP, guess what? I got no questions.
Right.
There's no questions left.
Right.
Right.
There's none. It's a weird...
What the fuck there is? No, I've seen the fucking screenshot of what was leaked on Vaush's stream, and no. There literally just isn't. There's just not.
Point. I don't care how much y'all love him. It's a weird-ass point to make. Whether he's right or wrong, it's fucking weird. Oh, he tweeted me. Yo, H3 wants to talk. That's totally cool, but you'll have to wait a sec because I'm getting a haircut right now. You're getting your mane trimmed.
All right, that was kind of good. That was kind of good.
Bro.
You want me to?
Not today.
Not right now.
There's again, an anthropomorphic creature is not the same thing as like an actual horse, right? Like if we're talking about like a humanoid-esque, or like a somewhat humanoid depiction of a horse, right? We're not talking about something like we're not talking about actual bestiality. Like I don't see like the harm.
We're almost out of time.
Let's chew on
We're
this
at 3
a bit.
hours.
Let's chew on this like some fresh
James and
hay or
Taylor.
carrots or something. Peanut butter. Mull it over.
Stop lecturing us. Okay, you have a default profile picture and a name, and you're saying similar things to what somebody that I've already banned for saying insane shit was saying. So I have reason to believe that because you're saying retarded shit now, that you're one of the people that likes to ban evade. Oh shit. Oh no, they disappeared. What happened? Where did they go? Anyways, let's continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Over.
Apple slices.
Apple slices. I hear horses love.
I hear that too.
You know, like Colin Costco.
Femyoz goes wings mode. Yeah, I'm not gonna continue announcing whenever I ban somebody. Only reason I even do that is because I'm pointing out the fact that people can get banned. Because that's like not normal for my streams. Because I haven't started banning people from chat until recently. Just because it's like, okay, like I can only deal with like so much dog shit, unfunny attempts at trolling. It's like I know that like these aren't serious people, right? So it's like there's no point. Like there's no benefit to keeping them around, right? Like I don't need them for content anymore.
Appreciate it because, but at the same time, it's weird. There's no need for this conversation to take place.
Not only there's no need, it actually is most likely probably harmful.
Always.
So why are you even having this conversation?
That's my point.
Because he agrees that it's harmful, but he's explaining why it's harmful. Not that it is harmful. He already agrees with that. Everybody agrees that things like CP are bad and that they cause harm. But what's not agreed upon is why it's, well, I mean, I think it's something that most people agree upon. I guess that's the point of using the example. Most people have a general idea of why it's wrong, right? But if we're applying specific ethical frameworks, right? Like he's trying to explain why one ethical framework doesn't account for this while his does, therefore making his more logically consistent with what he actually believes and better, right? Again, I don't think... Again, you can criticize the arguments that he's actually making, but if you don't even know what arguments he's making, how are you going to do that?
Point. What are you trying to do right now?
What kind of audience are you looking to get?
People that actually think about stuff, like, for instance, thinking about why they believe the things they do rather than just presupposing it, right? Like, for instance, I think that CP is bad, but I don't just think it's bad because it's bad. I think it's bad because it causes harm. Because it harms the children that are involved, right? And again, if I believe something, I have a reason to believe that. I think that that's like a perfectly valid thing.
What type of people?
People from Tacoma.
Oh God, stay away from Tacoma.
Or
folks.
Tacoma.
Yeah, no, it's in Washington. No disrespect to the Tacomans.
Yeah, no disrespect.
What's the population there?
Let me find out. Someone had a suggestion that maybe Tacoma is the name of a horse.
I think Ethan Klein's main position here is never challenge anything, and I guess there are a few things we can take away from Ethan Klein so far. Ignore any and all context because an out of context clip is clearly a better representation of what somebody believes rather than the clip in context, whether it be like from like an explanation of the debate that it was from or the debate itself, as well as the fact that you should never question why you believe anything because that means you actually endorse the thing that you're questioning why you believe is wrong. Fucking incredible. Incredible analysis from Ethan Klein. Wow.
Okay.
That's fucked up.
wept.
Come
It's
on.
220,000.
I like your eyes. Why, thank you.
That's not a lot, so we can write them all off.
Yeah, fuck them.
We can write them all off. Tacoma, you're done.
Yeah, Tacoma
Sorry.
wept.
All right, go on, Vaush. Explain in your sweaty, stressed out state. 'Cause you know you fucked up. raw dog it.
The only thing he fucked up was having bad optics that made it easy for him to get taken out of context by retards like Ethan Klein that don't actually want to engage with his positions and would rather just lie about what Vaush believes and argue against those non-existent positions that nobody was arguing instead.
That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism.
Right there. Right there. He literally says what he's arguing about. But Ethan Klein is going to ignore this, gloss over it, whatever the fuck. He's going to find some bullshit way of weaseling around this fact. But if we actually listen to what Vaush is saying here...
That's the difference between act and rule utilitarianism.
All he is saying is that he's a rule utilitarian and that act utilitarianism doesn't account for certain things that rule utilitarianism does. And that rule utilitarianism accounts for the fact he believes that his rule utilitarianism framework does a better job at morally condemning specific situations, right? It's like if again, we've already sort of talked about this, but again, mentally retarded 25-year-old that's real literally like very you know what? No, we're just going to continue. I don't need to repeat myself.
An act utilitarian would say, oh, this is an instance where it was good for the adult and the minor to have sex. That would make it a good action. But the
no. This doesn't account for predicted utility. Like, you can make certain predictions based on what the outcome is most likely going to be. That's why these hypotheticals don't work in Vaush's favor the way that he thinks that they do. Again, like, no, that's not... As somebody that leans more towards act utilitarianism, no, I don't believe that this is morally permissible, right? But Vaush isn't going to talk about predicted utility and how, oh, well, okay, if you actually look at the predicted utility, you ought to not do this thing because you can predict that it's going to decrease utility, even if it magically pans out to not decrease utility, right?
The rule utilitarian.
How do you measure that, bro?
How do you measure it? I guess it's going to depend on the context, right? Utility is difficult to measure, right? You have like a general idea. It's going to depend on what axiom you use or insert into utilitarianism. Utilitarianism literally just means maximizing utility. It's like an ethical framework in favor of maximizing utility, but you can plug different variables into utility, right? Now, some variables are going to be more valid than others, right? Like, you shouldn't just, I don't know, like, you shouldn't just pick a fucking random-ass axiom out of a hat, right? You don't just pick an axiom out of a hat and apply it to utilitarianism, and then there you go, there's a valid ethical framework, right? But, like there are different, like, it could be, like, there's, like, hedonic utilitarianism, truth utilitarianism, etc. Like, there's different forms of it, right? And there are ways of measuring whether or not something is truthful, whether or not something causes pain or pleasure, right? And the extent of pain or pleasure, right? Something that we as people have intersubjective agreement upon, for instance, right? Like, we intersubjectively agree that pleasure is preferable to pain. We again, I'm not going to get too much into it because then it goes down the whole rabbit hole of why I'm also a moral realist, and we're not going to get into that.
Who's setting up to measure that?
Yeah, I'm really curious.
You know, dude.
I feel like he's not interested in being honest or trying to expose predators. He's just trying to get viewers over a debunked controversy. Yeah, literally. Like, I guarantee you that Ethan Klein already knew about these out-of-context clips and most likely didn't cover them because it wasn't going to get enough views to justify basically lying about Vaush. But now that there's an opportunity to cash in, he doesn't give a fuck because he believes that his opportunity to get views and watch time supersedes actual moral principles and being a good person that doesn't lie about people and slander them and pedo jacket them.
And it's not just once. You've done this several times. It's like a point he keeps coming back to.
I would say, even though that individual outcome was good, the act was.
Why does politics matter in this? Well, it's politics and philosophy that Vaush argues over, right? So the reason that I'm talking about those things is because people are taking clips out of context from like really old debates that Vaush did, where he does like a shitty job framing his argument, or does it in a way that's like easy to like clip chimp and take out of context. And essentially, I'm explaining what his actual positions are, rather than like the extremely uncharitable interpretations that are objectively wrong, that are just used to pedo jacket him. But yeah, that's sort of where I stand in this.
Was still bad because, in general, in a broader application, for adults and children to have sex with one another leads to.
He's like if Plato met Jimmy Savile.
What?
Well, or just Plato met Plato.
Oh yeah, well,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, true. What if you? Yeah, there you go. You know, no, we're not thinking about this enough.
I was thinking because I have no idea if he's a philosophy major or whatever, but you know.
No, he was a sociologist.
There's a bit of a reputation with these types.
Philosophers?
Yeah.
Really?
There's a whole thing about philosophers fucking kids. Like Antiquita. Even
More modern
today.
times. More modern times too.
I don't know.
You gotta love the clear insinuation. Again, insinuating that somebody is a pedophile without actual evidence to back it up.
I didn't know about that.
Well,
Vaush looks way better now than he did in this clip. Oh yeah, he's had like a massive glow up. You know, ever since he started his fashion arc, as well as losing weight. Like, he's been having a glow up. Let's be real.
I mean, it's kind of a trope almost of like the philosophy professor at a school.
Like Vaush was like he went from like ugly Redditor to like he's like actually like a good looking dude now, like unironically.
School sleeping with the students, like that's kind of like.
I didn't know that.
That's kind of like a story trope. I can't
either.
speak to how common that actually is in real life, but that's definitely a thing.
Vaush is daring to put forward this very bold and cunning and objectively true statement. If you think CP is bad, you just haven't thought about it enough.
Wait, no. That's not what he said. He's saying that it is bad, and then gave an explanation for why he thinks it's wrong under his rule utilitarian framework. Right? So he agrees with the premise that it's bad, right? However, he's also explaining why he believes it's bad and wants people to understand why they also believe that it's bad, right? Rather than just believing it's bad because it's bad, right? There's more to it than that. It is bad, but there's a reason it's bad. It's not just bad for the sake of being bad. It's bad because, well, why do you think, Ethan? Why do you think it's bad? Because I think it's bad. I think it's unethical. But Ethan, do you know why it's bad? Or is this something you haven't thought about either? Because it seems like, well, you haven't thought about it either. I'm just saying.
And I will continue to think about it as much and more than everybody, and to talk about it more than everybody.
Horribly destructive outcomes. For that reason, it is an unethical act.
Again, here he is explaining why he believes that act utilitarianism has destructive outcomes. Again, you can say, oh, well, this is an incorrect interpretation of act utilitarianism, and you would be correct. However, you wouldn't be correct in saying that he's actually defending pedophilia, right? Like, that's not what he's defending. It's the opposite. He's using pedophilia as something that everybody agrees is wrong, supposedly. There's some I mean, there are the flamenco TVs and Mr. Girls of the world, right? But generally, reasonable people... Any reasonable person agrees that pedophilia is wrong, right? And he's using that as a fixed point that isn't up for debate to determine which ethical positions do or don't hold merit. That is all he is doing, and that is his entire argument.
So on the off chance it might help someone, we just allow everyone to engage in a generally destructive practice, except that's the literal exact opposite of what I am saying.
How
Do
is
you
it
have
the
fucking
opposite of what
brainworms?
you're saying?
By Fairy 79, I literally made the opposite of that point. I literally just explained the opposite of what you just said. That no, just because on the off chance it might help someone, we shouldn't categorically support one action because I am a rule utilitarian.
But what is the one?
Why do you
where it
guys
helps
keep doing
somebody?
this?
Because what are you? Because what do you keep doing this?
Yes. Why is your argument so dumb?
Just don't argue.
Well, yeah, sure, his argument is dumb. I agree with that, but I don't even think that they know why it's dumb. I think they just think it's dumb because they feel like it. They feel like it's dumb. They don't know why it's dumb. They don't know anything about ethics or philosophy. They're saying it's dumb because it's bad optics, right? Like, let's be real.
Just don't touch this stuff, man.
This is not a case where there could be one that was good. There's no.
Again, allowing for it in society would not be good, right? But his position would be like, okay, it is technically possible in a vacuum for, I guess, like again, like a severely, like a very low functioning, either severely autistic adult or like somebody with like Down syndrome, right? Like they have the mental capacity of a literal child, okay? And then they if they were to date a child, like again, they wouldn't have like the power imbalance that would typically be associated with with like a pedophilic relationship, right? Which would be like the main reason why those types of relationships are wrong in the first place, right? But the exception doesn't justify breaking the rule, right? It's still wrong according to Vaush under his rule utilitarian framework. That's the point he's making, is that it doesn't matter. So like that would be an example of the so-called exception, right? That would be an example of that. So,
yeah, many.
What's your argument? Some people's brains just turn off. Hyena, you did this too, but there might.
What's with people? They just get emotional when I talk about child porn. Can you all just chill out?
I feel like people get emotional when it comes to him arguing why, under his ethical framework, CP is bad. But again, that's like him arguing against CP using his own ethical framework, and then saying, but this is something that other ethical frameworks don't account for, so this is why my framework is better, because we all agree that CP and pedophilia is bad. Therefore, wouldn't it be the case that my ethical framework that doesn't permit pedophilia be superior to the one that does? That's like his argument, right? Again, I don't believe that act utilitarianism actually permits pedophilia, right? But that's like the argument he's making, right? He's wrong, but he's not wrong for the reasons that Ethan Klein has laid out, because he hasn't laid out any of the reasons that actually exist in terms of actually addressing the points he's making.
My man sounds like he's trying to put Link.
What?
It's just weird. I feel like talking about this while there's playing a good character in the game. I don't know. It's a little weird.
Oh
to me.
no, true.
I rule wept.
Put that controller down, man. True. Stop controlling that child.
It's actually fuck. I was gonna out nerd you, but I can't remember the name of the world from Majora's Mask. Termina.
Yeah.
Okay, I was close.
Growing up with Mega Man.
Yeah, I grew up with Mega Man. Not
Perfectly
Zelda.
cogent from the beginning. Perfectly understandable from the word go. How do you think minor should be defined? I don't know. Age of consent memes are really fucking complicated.
Like, bro, it's not a good 1-2
Age
combo.
of consent memes?
It's not a good 1-2 combo.
It's
Did you say
complicated.
memes or did I miss?
Pow! Hit him.
Well, in terms of describing it in like the context of ethics, yes, actually, explaining how it relates to an ethical framework can be very complicated, even though you already agree with the conclusion of, yeah, it's bad, right? Or yes, the age of consent is a good thing to have, right? But explaining why it's a good thing to have in detail and how it relates to certain ethical frameworks, right? Like, you do realize that these things are what are used as fixed points to determine which ethical frameworks do or don't hold merit. That's like the whole point. Now, I think that Vaush does, well, he makes certain logically fallacious arguments or, you know, misinterprets act utilitarianism. But that doesn't mean that he, like, again, I feel like even this is too much of a big-brained analysis for the little man, Ethan Klein. He just can't do it. He just can't engage.
And what the CP is good in some cases. Pow! Hit him with the age of consent law is complicated.
Again, doesn't even understand the argument that's being made here. literally no engagement, literally does not understand any of the words coming out of Vaush's mouth. Well, no. He understands a few of like the individual words, but he doesn't understand the actual message being conveyed. He just like picks and chooses like a select few words out of like an entire essay and just says, oh, well, looks like they actually support pedophilia, when it's like that they were saying the opposite.
It's that 1-2 punch. He's got a killer jab.
As I like to quote my good friend Love, what is bro yapping about, dude?
What is bro yapping about?
True.
I keep thinking this could conceivably be all right in fringe cases, just feel like a useless argument. Yes, I agree, because I'm a rule utilitarian.
All right, bro, whatever. I'm a rule utilitarian too, and when I hear people, here's my rule. Not all the times people are defending CP are they.
When did he defend CP? He used CP as a fixed point that presuppositionally is bad in the context of that argument, right? It's like, yes, we all agree that CP is bad at almost an axiomatic level, right? So rather than arguing over whether or not CP is good or bad, because that's not what he was doing, he uses that as a gauge in determining which ethical frameworks are legitimate. And it seems to be the case that if an ethical framework permits this, that maybe there's something wrong with the ethical framework. Now, again, I don't believe that it's actually permitted by act utilitarianism. I've already been doing a lot of nerd speak for any of the more casual viewers, and I apologize. So we're not going to get too much into that. But again, that doesn't mean he's defending CP or pedophilia.
Creeps, but it's enough times that they're doing it, that they're creeps. But on the whole, it's a bad thing to do.
Interesting.
That's an interesting rule.
The same logic, bro. That's why I will not be. You are a creep, and that's just utilitarian logic or whatever you say.
Interesting. You're a creep for using your own ethical framework to argue against CP. Incredible argument from Ethan Klein.
Yeah, it is interesting. And then so there's another one.
And can we just say too, before we continue, that like to just cut off some criticisms or whatever, is like, even if you're comfortable, debating these uncomfortable topics in terms of philosophy or whatever, is there a reason that this is like the go-to argument?
The go-to argument? Yeah, the reason that he went to this argument is because everybody agrees that pedophilia is bad. So he uses that as a good gauge, right? To determine, okay, if an ethical framework permits something that we all collectively agree is bad, then maybe, just maybe, there might or might not be something wrong with the ethical framework that permits the thing that we all agree is bad. That's the point he was making.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so many of these clips, and it's like...
Femyoz, I'm going to go for the night. Nice being here. I will say Vaush probably isn't a pedo, but according to that horse pick, he's probably a supporter of bestiality. No, he's not a supporter of bestiality. I don't agree with that. But yes, good night. I hope you enjoyed your stay. Feel free to come back at any point. You could also... I don't know if you're the kind of person that listens to live streams / podcasts in like the background, like when you go to sleep. But if you want to give me more watch time, feel free to do that. I know I do that. Like I'll listen to like a live stream or like a podcast. Like it helps me sleep, but that's just because I'm always constantly thinking about stuff, and it helps quiet my mind a little bit, ironically enough.
Was there not a better way to make these philosophical points?
He's thought about
comparing
it.
things to child pornography.
Hold on. I would agree that he didn't make the best philosophical points, but that's not what Ethan Klein is saying. Ethan Klein is saying that he's defending pedophilia, which isn't not what he was doing. That's just not based in reality.
Pornography all the time?
Well, there's not a lot of good ones to begin with, so.
No, like that's it.
Well, I mean, what else are you gonna say about it? That's good about it.
He wasn't saying anything good about it. He agrees with the premise that it's bad. He was explaining why. Oh my God! No, I'm not gonna repepe myself. I'm sorry.
Do
you go to college still? You better believe I do.
It's good for the economy.
No, I just even mean like in the sense of like he's making this utilitarian argument of, is there not a less extreme example? And I guess this is just the one time, but it's the coming up in lots of clips thing.
Cozy economy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's going to use the most extreme examples to take ethical frameworks to their logical conclusions. That's the point. Now, he does it in a way that you could argue is logically fallacious, but that's not what Ethan Klein is saying, because that would actually require him to engage with some of the arguments that Vaush has actually presented and actually believes in.
It becomes a pattern.
That's what I'm saying, man. It grows the economy. You know how much those shipping containers cost, man? When you do human trafficking in those, there's a lot of business and industry there, dude.
Hurts nobody.
Right. Here's one more. Another clip of Vaush. No, wait, hold on. Here he is defending again another pedo quote.
Agreed. I don't think there's any situation where an adult can have a sexual relationship with a child, and it has a positive outcome. So we do.
If you had actually seen the full bit that was clipped from.
So no, Vaush. We just watched it.
You gave.
Yeah, guys, we wouldn't want to actually look at any of the context. Yeah, we did watch it. And Ethan Klein heavily misinterpreted everything that Vaush said. And I already explained why.
That as a scenario. That was one of the scenarios.
Wasn't it? He literally said there are no. Actually, okay. What he said is it's possible.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're gonna split hairs on that. If it's possible.
Femyoz, what if your college teachers saw this? What? What are you talking about? They would probably agree with me because I'm right.
Possible, then you're saying it can happen. It's possible. Yeah. It's possible an adult and a child can have a good, healthy sexual relationship. That's what you said.
Then you would agree.
Again, completely misunderstanding the actual argument. Again, he's saying that it's still wrong under his rule utilitarian framework. His position is that it is wrong. I don't know why you're acting as if he's arguing in favor of it when he is doing the opposite.
Agree. You saw the full bit, not just the Twitter bit.
I saw it all.
But
Ethan is done, by the way. Oh, trust me. I fucking know.
the full thing.
Yeah,
in
your
which I was
logical
constructing a
foundation
rule
was that there
utility.
can be some situations where an adult and child can have positive outcomes. You didn't say.
Good evening, Femyoz. Good evening, Goat Corpse. Welcome to the stream.
Anyway, it's totally immaterial to
So it's important. So in a
No. I want to talk about this.
Well, this is my favorite topic, so let's.
Yeah.
As one of the great orators of our.
Well, I think it makes sense that you would talk about it since people constantly bring it up and misrepresent it, right? Like, it wasn't that Vaush was the one that brought it up. It's a debate opponent bringing it up in bad faith. So yeah, it makes sense that he would want to address it.
Time.
What?
I've fully prepared myself to discuss the topic, and he always buries himself.
Femyoz, what will your family say about this live stream? They're cool with it? What are you talking about? What?
Imagine that. If you're trying to brush up on your debating chops, someone takes the opposing side, someone takes the supporting side. If you're trying to test your chops, I guess supporting child pornography is probably like.
When did he do that? When did he support child pornography? Genuinely. When did he support child pornography? Bringing up an example of him saying that it's morally permissible under other people's ethical frameworks that he disagrees with, right? That doesn't fucking count. No, you have to find an example of him arguing in favor of it and saying that it's morally permissible, right? All he has said is that other people's ethical frameworks are wrong because those wrong ethical frameworks morally permit these actions that we all agree are wrong. That is his argument. He is not arguing that those ethical frameworks are correct and that there is a correct moral framework. He has never said that any correct ethical framework can justify these things that we all agree are wrong. So again, incredibly dishonest.
S-tier difficulty in terms of the debate platform. So maybe that's what he's doing. He's just trying to sharpen his tools.
Consequentialist sense, you can easily construct a situation where essentially anything is fine. Here, I'll ask you. Just follow through.
No,
with
I
me
don't.
30 seconds
I'm not.
Yeah. So this is the actual point he's making is that if you just take a purely, and I disagree with this point, by the way. I'm not endorsing this retarded point from Vaush, right? But what he's saying is that in a purely consequentialist sense, you can justify anything. If you're an act utilitarian, you can justify anything that you wouldn't be able to justify as a rule utilitarian. Oh, anything? Really? What would be an example? For instance, under act utilitarianism, you could justify CP by saying this and say that it's morally permissible, right? That's why act utilitarianism is wrong. Again, I don't agree with act utilitarianism or consequentialism morally permitting those things, but that is Vaush's argument.
Idealist. I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals that don't have any bearing on material reality.
That is, wait, hold on.
He's like, listen, I don't want to sit here while you describe a hypothetical situation where a child enjoyed having sex with an adult. Let's not have that conversation. And he's like, no.
This is important.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals with you, Vaush. And I'm not going to talk about hypothetical situations where adults can molest children and have a positive outcome. It's not something I'm going to talk about.
You're the one talking. Wait, hold on.
Well, but the point he made is that rule utilitarianism accounts for those hypothetical situations that other ethical frameworks can't. All he is doing is testing certain ethical frameworks by taking them to their logical conclusions. That is it. That is his entire argument. That is not a defense of the bad things that he is arguing against. It is the opposite. Again, incredibly bad faith and downright fucking retarded argument from Ethan Klein. Once again.
Zach, you're doing it today, bud.
No, you're doing it.
You're doing it, brother.
You're doing it.
You're doing it.
You, man.
You are doing it today, my friend.
No, you, man.
Shit.
Wait, hold on. First of all,
I don't know why you want to talk about this.
It's not idealism. Wait, no, hold on. Wait, you can't move away from this. Okay, hold on.
You can't move away from this. That's what the kids says, but apparently. No, you'll like it, I promise. See, that's fucked up to even joke about. I wouldn't joke about that. Should I button it? No. Should I button
Maybe
it?
next time.
No.
You're criticizing.
Yeah.
You're fine.
No.
I'm not. I can't move away from a discussion.
Wait, hold on.
hypothetical
Wait, you
situations.
have to stop talking for 1 second, okay? Hold on. So imagine, all right? Imagine aliens.
This motherfucker says it's possible, and then he started with imagine aliens.
Imagine.
Well, if we're talking about the logical conclusions of a certain ethical framework, yeah, all you're doing is determining whether or not it's possible, even if it's just in a hypothetical sense, if it's possible for an ethical framework to justify something that everybody knows is wrong. That's the point.
Time is completely liquidated and age means nothing.
Right.
Okay.
So here's the thing. Imagine that time is the fourth dimension, and if you're living in the fourth dimension, you view everybody in every moment of their life. So if you're having sex with an 8-year-old, you're really having sex with a 30-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old. When you're having sex with a 50-year-old, you're having sex with an 8-year-old at the same time.
Yeah.
It's just we don't see all the dimensions at once.
Yeah. Imagine the movie E.T. You know how his finger could heal stuff? Imagine Elliot has ass cancer.
Oh! I'm trying to think of a situation. Imagine. Okay. Wait, you got me, buddy.
Once again, Ethan Klein is just being too stupid to understand the point of a hypothetical in terms of assessing the validity of an ethical framework.
Maybe that's where he's going.
Maybe, yeah.
He said alien.
No, oh my god. I've already explained what his ethical framework is.
Let's see, I don't know where the fuck he's going with this.
Come down to earth.
This is
and
absolutely ridiculous, Vaush.
You've blasted
Imagine
6 seconds
aliens.
so far,
This is
okay?
Apparently, it's ridiculous to take an ethical framework that you disagree with to its logical conclusion by saying that there are terrible things like pedophilia that can be justified by this ethical framework that I disagree with, and that's one of the reasons I disagree with the ethical framework is because it justifies something that I disagree with. I don't understand how that's an endorsement of oh my god.
Pathetical idealism as you can get. You're totally.
You're in outer space. You're actually literally in outer space. Imagine a benevolent predator pedophile from space lands on Earth.
Like
you're like a honeymoon virgin. You gotta last longer than 6
Again,
seconds.
if Ethan Klein was just not taking anything seriously and not like trying to imply anything about Vaush or do like a character assassination, and he was just like, oh, let's just make fun of Vaush for an hour, right? That'd be fine, right? Like, yeah, this is fine to laugh at, right? Because it's like, okay, Vaush is making dogshit arguments that can be made fun of sometimes, but again, in the context, and I know context does matter, despite what Ethan Klein believes, and in the context of doing a whole character assassination, like this isn't helping.
Seconds. Just give me a second.
And again, no sex jokes, not now.
Yeah, not.
Stay away, Vaush. Let's keep our heads on straight now. Let's talk about the aliens.
Okay, did I not let you talk for a long time when you were establishing your premises?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals with you.
I let
It's
you
not
talk for a
something-
long time. Now let me explain why.
Again, anyone that's done any amount of debate knows that not being able to engage with hypotheticals is something that basically just like that's like something that fuck, I can't even speak. I guess I'm regarded, but regarded people tend to not know how to engage with hypotheticals. Like that's just kind of how it works. I don't know. I don't make the rules.
Child porn is
It's crazy. I mean, this guy is absolutely in the right for. He's
not even
of course,
It's crazy.
It is. How did he survive all this?
I wonder.
He has a bunch of fans that will defend it to the end. I like
that will defend him against false pedo accusations. Yeah, false pedo accusations are bad. I know that might be like a hot take, right? But somebody saying that an ethical framework is bad because it morally permits thing that is bad is not the same thing as endorsing the bad thing.
Listen, if you were a fan of Vaush's or are or whatever.
Hi, allow me to introduce myself.
And you defend this just like in the sense that like he's just using extreme hypotheticals in order to, for the sake of the argument, and none of this is real,
Yes, the argument against the ethical framework, not in favor of the bad thing that he's using as an argument against the ethical framework.
Has any real impact on his own views. He's just using it as an example. How do you square that with the dude having a folder full of lolly porn? Like, doesn't that change the context at all for you? See?
No, it really doesn't. Because if he's arguing against a bad thing, such as CP, in the context of, if he's just saying, oh, okay, well, this is morally permissible under a ethical framework I disagree with, and here's my ethical framework, rule utilitarianism, that disavows this, then no, it would have nothing to do with that. Not to mention the fact that, again, I saw a screenshot of what was in the folder. There was no lolicon in there. At least not at least if you don't have any context, that is, right? That being said, it did turn out that like one of the images was like of a VTuber that's canonically 16. But again, if you're just saving random pornographic images / depictions off of Twitter, like you're not gonna know that. Like, you're not gonna do like an hour of research every time you want to save a fucking image to your private hard drive, right? Like that's fucking stupid. Like that's insane.
It should.
Yeah.
Right?
Because he apparently been joking about loving horse cocks for a long time. People thought he was kidding or didn't know if he was being serious. But now we know. We've seen the horse cocks and we've seen the lolly.
Right. Like 3 days ago, before that happened, you'd maybe have a leg to stand on with the argument of like
Plausible
he doesn't believe all this.
deniability.
He's maybe it's in bad taste, but these are valid. These are arguments that are being made for demonstrative purposes. But now
to demonstrate that the fact that ethical frameworks he disagrees with are invalid, right? That's like the whole point. Regardless of whether or not he's right, that's like the point of that.
The dude has a folder full of lolly porn. I don't know.
Where? This just isn't true.
That kind of changes the context.
The pieces are coming together.
Doesn't it?
I think it does a little bit, sure. Socialism, thank you, Camden. He says, socialism is when no age of consent. That's what I'm saying, dude.
Right.
You don't have to use
Social democracy is the only way.
It is true. Did you even see the folder? Or is it true because other people said it was true? Because, like, again, that's, like, not sufficient evidence for something as serious as, like, a pedo accusation. Like, if you actually see what's in the folder, like, it's like, yeah, there's some, like, weird degen shit, sure. Like, you can make fun of him for it. Like, the same way that it's funny to make jokes about Pyrocynical's inflation fetish, right? It's, like, some weird degen shit. But it's, like, not serious, right? There's no reason to believe that Vaush was saving images and being like, that right there, that's child. Better save that on my hard drive, right? I don't think that's a reasonable conclusion to come to. Like, if it turns out like, oh, this is depicting a character from an anime that he's never watched and knows nothing about that is canonically underage, like I don't think that counts. Like if he's just saving an image that he stumbled across on Twitter without knowing any of the context.
No, then you don't have to talk. You just have to listen. You just have to listen, okay? Now you can...
I'm sorry, but every time Like, if every time you have if every time you just want to watch porn or look at something pornographic, you have to do an hour of research to make sure you know all of the context behind the anime character, to make sure that it's not, like, there's no point. There's no fucking point. That's such a waste of time.
And imagine a situation in which aliens come down to Earth and they say, we're going to blow up the whole planet unless you kill this innocent kid. Now, in a
dude, you are not serious.
You're losing me.
This is your best fucking
Ethan, do you not know what a hypothetical is? Like, the whole point is that, yeah, that the example is ridiculous because that is how you push an ethical framework to its logical conclusion.
consequentialist sense, killing that innocent. I know, right? So follow through.
I know, it's horrible.
So in a consequentialist,
obscene,
in a consequentially, I know an inability to grasp philosophy is one of my biggest issues.
It's
It makes sense
idealism.
that it would apply to both of you.
It's idealism.
That's absurd.
How is that idealism? What the fuck is he saying?
It's absurdism. It's a comedy of errors. I don't even know if it's error. What do you call a force?
Aside from Vaush having terrible optics, what error was there in his analysis? I might be able to point to some, right? Because I don't even agree with Vaush's ethical arguments, right? Fully. Like, I mean, like, I don't agree with his arguments against act utilitarianism, right? But I don't think that Ethan Klein would be able to point to any of that. I don't think that Ethan Klein would be able to say, well, you see, the reason that Vaush's argument is bad here is because actually it's the case that act utilitarianism accounts for this by... You get the fucking point.
Forced error, I don't know.
It's not what this philosophy and idealism aren't the same thing. Those don't mean the same thing.
You're basing your...
Apparently, constructing a hypothetical to test the validity of an ethical framework is the same thing as idealism.
You're constructing hypothetical situations that have no bearing in reality whatsoever.
That's the whole point of a hypothetical. Fucking dumbass.
Aren't wait, do you think an idealism
What's going on
is
here?
when you construct a hypothetical?
Wait. What's happening here? Did a crime... Is this ethical or not?
What?
Just tell me this. Was this an ethical encounter? Yes or no?
Why does it look so real? Maybe that's why ET left his planet. Maybe he was wanted for something.
He's got a little poop on his finger still.
Well, that doesn't mean anything, really.
I will say that it is photoshopped fairly well, considering the fact that it had to have been photoshopped within like a brief period of time. Kind of funny.
So no cookies for you?
This is edited. By the way, this is edited. Vaush was not.
Really?
No fucking way. Incredible analysis. I think that might be one of the first correct things Ethan has said so far.
He's a pedophile.
Was ET there though?
ET did that
ET was
shit.
definitely there.
He got exiled from the planet. So I'm saying this was an ethical encounter.
ET, equestrian terrestrial, dude.
Cool. Do you think those mean the same thing? You're going to lecture me.
There's
on
no
dialectical
point in
materialism.
having
You're
this
struggling
discussion
on
is my point.
Can you answer that question? Do you think idealism means...
This is literally Vaush making arguments and the other person not engaging. How does anybody watch this and side with the person that won't even engage with the arguments? This is fucking brain dead.
You construct a hypothetical.
If you construct...
Then again, Ethan Klein also has like this weird predisposition that makes it physically impossible for him to engage with people's arguments. So maybe that's why he's so sympathetic to the other person that also is physically incapable of engaging with easy to follow arguments that no reasonable person with any amount of basic intelligence will be able to engage with.
Construct a hypothetical that has nothing to do with reality, and you think that gets you...
What does he think a hypothetical is? Does he think that a hypothetical is an accurate representation of reality? What?
Closer to the truth. That is idealism, because you are making the ideal...
So anyway, I'm with him.
No, actually, that's not what idealism is. That's not... Does he think that that's an ideal situation? That Vaush laid out in the hypothetical, that it would be ideal if the only way to prevent aliens from ending humanity was to grape a child? That's an ideal situation? Is that... I'm so fucking confused. But of course, Ethan Klein is going to point that out because, you know, that would be... I could do the Ethan Klein thing and be like, well, you see, by saying this is idealism, he's actually saying it's an ideal situation for somebody to be forced to R-word a child in order to save humanity, right? But because I understand that context is a thing that actually exists, I don't make that argument, because even though I disagree with the person that Vaush is arguing with and think that he's a complete and utter fucking retard, I don't go around saying, yeah, pedophile confirmed. He said that it would be an ideal situation You know, he said this is like the most ideal thing possible. You know, the hypothetical is so good, it's literally idealism. This is ideally what the world would look like.
Him. I'm with this guy. Damn.
You're with the guy that thinks that a hypothetical situation is idealism, a hypothetical situation that isn't ideal. What? Ethan Klein is so fucking stupid. He doesn't even realize how retarded the other person is.
Imagine getting online and saying some of this shit.
Imagine saying that a hypothetical situation in which the only way to save humanity from getting massacred by aliens is to grape a child. And saying that that's idealism. But no, that's like a perfectly reasonable statement, according to Ethan Klein and the other retard that Vaush was arguing with.
Grandpa's feeling a little frisky today.
That's putting it mildly. Wait, people are accusing. Do people think this is a conspiracy?
It's just a Vaush fan.
Oh god, you guys, I'm sorry, but like even as a fan, you have to admit that this is pretty.
This hit piece for a reason.
Did they do this hit piece for a reason?
What?
The reason was that his folder leak was extremely funny.
It shocked the hell out of all of us. This man is watching horse porn.
Yeah.
Let's see what they say. The clip farming on today's show in regards to Vaush really shows how disingenuous they be. Motherfucker, we showing the whole last clip.
You showed some of the clip, yeah, but then you went on to say, well, you see, actually, this clip is irrelevant and doesn't matter because Vaush is actually lying, and that the out of context clip is a more accurate representation of what Vaush actually believes. That the context actually makes it less accurate, which is fucking stupid. You've been pedo-jacketing him the entire time.
I understand the argument. I still disagree. You know, it's not.
No. None of the people on the H3 podcast understand any of the arguments that have been made.
Like I didn't understand.
It's impossible to understand an argument that you don't even fucking bother engaging with. That throughout the entire course of what we have just witnessed from this entire segment is that they are physically incapable or simply refuse. I guess pick which one is better or worse to engage with any argument.
Sad part is when you understand what he wants people to think he's saying, it's just as bad.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't actually help at all.
Yeah.
The argument was about ethics, not CP.
This is correct. He was using CP as something that both parties agreed was bad, and saying how the ethical system that he disagrees with can be used to justify CP, but not his own. His own ethical framework is against CP. That was his argument.
Maybe Ethan should look into how much Vaush took his side in the whole Hasan thing. I don't give a fuck about that.
I will say that I don't think that that's what determines whether or not you should be able to call somebody out, right? Like, it could be the case that, I don't know, like, what if 5 years ago Onision defended me? It's like, okay, well, I don't give a shit. Like, I still am well within my rights to say, yeah, but you're like a shitty person, so it doesn't matter.
What the fuck?
That being said, I don't think that any of the reasons that H3 has laid out are worthwhile or in good faith.
Such a weird point.
bro.
Yeah, you owe him big time.
Wait, what is he saying? If Vaush took his side in the whole Hasan thing before he started pedo-jacketing him, what Hasan thing? What side?
It's the same thing all these guys who hate Hasan say, like Evan Preach, when they were like, oh, Ethan's acting this because he realized after him and Hasan stopped talking. They're just trying
You know what's interesting, though, I will say, because I've started following this world that I didn't know anything about. But like I was saying, there's three main guys. There's Vaush, Destiny, and Hasan, and they all fucking hate each other.
Yeah, that's true. I might have to make a fan fiction, a Destiny x Vaush fanfic, narrated by Hasan Piker. Wouldn't that just be incredible? Sure would. That'd be awesome, actually. That'd be like one of the greatest fan fictions of all time. In fact, it'd be incredible to watch. Incredible to watch. I would love watching that. Incredible to read. Fan fiction. Those are usually things you read. Sorry. Let's continue. I'm fucking autistic.
They're all social, or no, Destiny's not a socialist, but they're all like libs, and they all fucking...
Yes, the Destiny, the notorious for his pro-socialism stance, as opposed to Hasan, the notorious liberal. Yeah, incredible.
Fucking hate each other.
Please don't tell me that Ethan Klein thinks that liberalism and leftism are exactly the same thing. Please. please tell me he understands the difference at this point. Like, I know that, like, his main source of political information for a while was Hasan Piker, and I'm sure that kind of fucked up his worldview a little bit, but at this point, he should know the difference, right?
That doesn't bode well for the left.
So, I mean, it's the most left thing that there could possibly be.
There's zero solidarity.
That is
zero solidarity.
That is left to a T.
And the thing is, I think
unfortunately,
Hasan and Vaush have like very similar politics, and yet they both fucking hate each other.
When it comes to like domestic politics, kind of, but when it comes to foreign policy, no. Hasan has like all of like the really shitty tanky positions. Like he's like pro-China. He's pro-China. He defends Russia. He defends terrorism. He defends Hamas. None of these things Vaush has ever done. So no, not even close. Fuck off.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
They hate each other too.
I think it's everybody hates each other. From what I can tell, it's all.
I really, yeah. I've
It's interesting.
stayed willfully ignorant of Vaush for most.
Yeah, I don't need anyone to defend me against Hasan. I don't know what the fuck, bro. You're saying because he, and even if like that's true, let's say I'm grateful that he defended me against Hasan. Then I'm like, yo, just because this guy is a kind of like defending child pornography, he was nice to me that one time. So,
well, there he says it. He genuinely believes. He genuinely believes that Vaush is defending CP. Let's play that again. Incredible.
Against Hasan. Then I'm like, yo, just because this guy is a kind of like defending child pornography, he was nice.
Incredible. He genuinely believes that Vaush was defending CP. Oh my god, he's so stupid.
To me that one time, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna let it slide. It's funny though. That's why. There's a reason why I want to talk about it. The fucking horse. You got a horse with his porn folder.
The funny thing is that people would be calling you a hypocrite if this is how you actually went on with life. Like, oh, somebody said something nice about me, so I should
King shaming now? You're not serious, are you?
Bro, what?
Dude, I can't tell who's serious or not anymore. Let's see. Maybe Ethan should look into how much Vaush defended him. He never even clarified that it was drawn porn. We did say that, didn't we? We said there was no real horse images.
We've said that a lot.
Yeah. Let alone we're into king shaming now. This is not real.
Jesus. No, I think it is. I've seen multiple
so he has
comments.
a community of pedophiles.
Well,
Okay. So not only are we pedo-jacketing Vaush, but now we're pedo-jacketing his entire community. His entire community is pedophiles. Fucking incredible.
I guess that's why they're.
But guys, Ethan Klein is completely impartial. He's completely neutral. He's going to be completely charitable to Vaush and his community. Clearly. You know, his actions totally don't contradict. Yeah, his actions totally don't contradict that at all. No, not even in the slightest. Not in the slightest.
You're okay with it.
We're talking about this. I'm assuming we're talking about the horse.
No,
thing, not the kid thing.
no. Like I said, I am not going to be a part of this movement. We have to put the tolerance level somewhere. Okay.
Ethan, I found somebody on Twitter found like the high res versions of all those images.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, dude. I gotta link it to you. Don't show this on stream.
Oh, you found? Okay, yeah. Let me see. From what I saw, it was horrifically fucking disgusting.
Dude, all right, make sure you don't show this.
Yeah, it's just
don't even put it on the screen. Like just.
I'm opening it.
Yeah, just because the reflection on the.
So beep, 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 beep.
Okay, you opened
I just clicked it and opened it.
You opened it.
I just clicked
the fact
it.
that it's drawn doesn't make it.
No, I put it on the screen.
Oh, well.
I didn't put it on the screen.
All right, it didn't show anything.
It didn't show anything.
It didn't show anything anyway.
Yeah.
But the fact that this is drawn.
Oh my God, these are the images. They found them all. Oh, it's even worse than I thought.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay, whoa, these people are psycho how they figured all this out.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that like we can reliably know that like yeah these are the same images. Like I don't know.
That's the
these are children. Like this photo here of like these are little
Like,
girls.
Anime, but
Yeah, no, I totally believe you, Ethan, because you have demonstrated so much good faith this entire time. You totally wouldn't be willing to lie in order to defame somebody or make them look bad. You know, that's completely out of the question. So I'm just going to believe that your descriptions of whatever the fuck you're looking at are accurate because you're a very reliable source of information, as you've demonstrated the entire time.
they look really young.
They're all drawings. Look at this one. This one, it's like Snow White. It's like busty, young-looking Snow White.
So bad, dude.
Yeah.
With a... Look at this, Hila.
I see.
Okay, maybe.
What's your argument?
We get the idea.
Yeah, you're right, Cam. That actually puts it into context for me. I mean, that's nuts, bro.
Show us.
Yeah, well.
I got the horses in the back.
He wouldn't lie. You're wrong there. You can argue that he's taking whatever he sees to be true without proof. But he spent like an entire hour lying about Vaush's arguments and his actual positions. Like, I refuse to believe that Ethan is so dumb. That, like, I mean, I guess I have been saying that, but like, genuinely, like, real talk. All insults aside, I don't think that Ethan Klein is so dumb that he's physically incapable of engaging with any of the arguments that Vaush actually made, and that he genuinely believes that Vaush was defending CP. Like, this is made up. It's literally fucking made up. Like,
No tell.
Oh, we have an edit that uses that song. So, yeah, dude. I'm sorry, man, but like, you kind of sound like a pedo sympathizer in this post. This is not kink. We're not kink shaming, okay? It's weird, bro. We gotta draw the line in the sand.
Or in the hay.
Sorry. They've been
Mutated Cutie says I saw the pics. It's lolly. Okay. I mean, I trust what you have to say more than what Ethan Klein has to say. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna jump to any conclusions, right? So I'm just gonna assume that Vaush is innocent until I've seen evidence of him being guilty, right? Like proof. Which for me is a high standard of evidence. I can send you it in DMs if you want, only if you consent. I trust you, so yeah, you can send me it. I guess. Oh god, I'm fucking scared. Oh no. I'm actually, oh god. Oh no. I'm scared. Fuck.
beasts of burden for they're so long, man. Let's not start fucking them now.
Haven't they had enough?
Let them live.
Haven't the horses had enough?
Yikes! Yikes! Also, you think a horse wants to fuck a person? They could fuck another hot ass horse.
Yeah.
Aponia wept.
Like, I'm sorry, bro. The horse doesn't want to fuck you, bro. It's time to move on. That horse does not want to fuck you.
Wept.
Also, using clips from 4 or 5 years ago is slimy when he's addressed this countless times, let alone cutting Vaush off before he finishes an argument. I'm glad that I can separate the brand these two own from their uninformed opinion. Don't separate the brand. You can go do your pedo shit with your buddy.
Pedo shit like what? Arguing against CP or using CP as like a fixed point that everybody agrees is bad in order to say that ethical frameworks that don't account for the fact that this is wrong are bad or flimsy or logically fallacious or whatever argument you're making is against an ethical framework, not in favor of CP. Like, again, like unless Vaush were to say, I believe that all ethical frameworks are completely valid and that they and that if any singular ethical framework, even one that I completely disagree with, permits this morally reprehensible action, that everybody agrees is wrong is actually justifiable because this framework I disagree with says it's justifiable. That would be fucking insane. I'm sorry. Should I look at DMs? Hold on. Discord. Okay. I might need to look at DMs and then make the ultimate determination. And look, if I get proven wrong and it turns out that yeah, this actually is lolly, like I'll admit it. Like I'm not gonna show it on stream, but like like there would be no reason for me to lie and say, oh yeah, it's actually oh dear. Oh god. Oh shit. How the fuck did they find this? Okay, let me, the tags are on the bottom left. Okay. Okay, let me look at this. I will concede, at least to some extent. I better make sure it's, like, full screen in my camera. I don't think that one is lolly. I don't think that one is lolly. Yeah, again, these are just like anime bitches. Getting fucked. I guess maybe some people might argue. Nah, I don't know. It just looks like a petite woman. I don't know. I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't think that one's lolly. I don't think that one's. Is that a femboy? That's not lolly. 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 I don't know. Maybe I just have a bad eye for this kind of stuff. Okay, that one's like sussy, but I don't know if I'd be comfortable saying that's lolly. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't... Maybe I'm just not looking hard enough? What? Okay, that one... sussy, but I don't think it's lolly. A lot of kinky stuff, though. Damn. Yeah, no. Interesting. That definitely is a horse cock. Yeah, I don't know. There's a couple where it's like, okay, that's like kind of sus. But I could also see how that's not lolly. So like I don't know. Like if you're basing it, cuz like I don't want to base it off of like the proportion of like the whatever the girl versus the dick, right? Cuz like if we're talking about like hentai, like they're going to have like unrealistically large cocks, right? It's not that like they're the size of a child. It's that the cock is like 14 inches, right? Fuck. Yeah, no, I mean, based on this image, I don't think that this is lolly. I mean, maybe some of it is, but again, without the context, I have no reason to believe that any of that is lolly. Like, if I'm like, I'm sorry, but like, if you're like a I don't know. I mean, okay, I will admit there was like one or two that okay, yeah, there were a few that made me a bit uncomfortable. But I don't think that they were necessarily lolly. Like, I could see why they wouldn't be at the same time. So, I don't know. Like, I don't think, like, for instance, like, I don't know. Like, I maybe I'm just bad at looking for this type of stuff. Because, like, okay, look, personally, okay. I guess I'm never going to beat the bottom allegations at this point, but like, usually I'm just not attracted to people that are like really, actually I am kind of a switch, but usually I'm not like, attracted to people that are like, clearly like more physically and mentally submissive than me, right? So like, I'm going to be more attracted to like a drawing of like, I don't know, like someone that's like clearly more big, strong, and powerful than me that could like easily pin me down, right? So I guess I don't have this issue. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so some of the images were definitely a bit weird, a bit sus. But I don't think it's enough to say that he's a PDF file. You gotta understand the content. What? No. When I talk about the context, I'm talking about there were a few things that were brought up. One of them was like the context of like one of the depictions or drawings being of a VTuber, where the VTuber was canonically 16, but like you wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at the image. Again, if you're just saving pornographic images from Twitter, like you're not gonna like research that. Oh, I wonder if this is actually a depiction of a VTuber that's underage. Let me go do an hour of research just to make sure it's not, right? That'd be kind of fucking insane, right? If you had to do that every time you want to look at hentai, right? Like sometimes people just want to look at hentai on Twitter without that whole rigmarole being a part of the process. Again, I thought some of the stuff was weird, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it's lolly. Like I didn't look at that and think, oh yeah, there's like an obvious reason for me to conclude that any of the girls were underage. Like there was no good reason for me to conclude that. It's like even while looking for it, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of ambiguous. Maybe I'm just like retarded. Maybe it's like super obvious and I just don't see it, but like I don't know. I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Like I didn't see a single image and think, yeah, that's definitively a child right there. So I don't know. Maybe that's just me. You're just defending your gross degen e-daddy. Yeah, okay. Don't speak so surely. I'm sorry. I feel like I've been very reasonable the entire time. Like, I'm sorry, but like if I don't see it, I don't see it. I'm sorry. Like, I didn't see any of the images and think, yeah, that's clearly a child, right? Like, I unless I'm blind or something, or mentally retarded, I don't know why that's like a, like, I'm sorry. Other people might disagree with me, but yeah, I don't know. Apology accepted. Lol. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, I don't... We're all a little... Yeah, it's like... But, like, I was, like, actively looking... Oh, would that be a child? Like, maybe? But, like, I wouldn't immediately conclude that that's the case. Like, I would assume it's not. Like, is this one? No, clearly not. Like, that looks like a fully grown woman. No, that one looks like... It's like... I feel like the ones that would be considered quote-unquote lolicon could also just be petite women. Like, the petite women exist, you know, right? It's not pedophilic to fuck a petite woman. Like, there are women that are 4'11". Like, women that look like that exist without being underage. Again, I just don't have a reason to believe that any of the drawings were of children. But like, usually, from what I understand, like the way you'd be able to tell is like, I would assume like whether or not like okay, like if there was like a drawing and like one of the characters was like clearly like underdeveloped, right? It's like, okay. Like, immediately, right off the bat, it's like, okay, that's a bit of a problem, right? It's not enough to call him a pedo, but it's definitely sus. Yes, I agree it's sus. I agree it's sus. But I wouldn't even say that it's lolly. I don't know, maybe I have a wrong definition of lolly. Like, does lolly, is lolly, like, all-inclusive of, like, ambiguous territory where it's like, well, if you're not, like, 100% certain that this is like an adult, even though you have no reason to believe that it's not depicting an adult. Like this, I don't fucking get it. You don't have a wrong definition of law. Well, I'm just trying to be charitable to the other side. Because, like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but, like, maybe I am. I don't know. IDK, I don't consume hentai at all. Yeah, me neither. That's, like, the problem. Like, I don't consume hentai. So it's like, I'm not, like, an expert on the subject. So, like, I guess I could be wrong simply because, like, I'm not, like, a connoisseur of any of that. So it's like, yeah, I don't really find myself categorizing stuff as like, I don't know. You just watch sissy hypno stuff. Listen. Shut up. The sorcerer, it didn't happen. Fuck you. Okay, just because I dress like this, okay, doesn't automatically mean that that's what I watch, okay? Shut up. Just because I wear certain clothes and act a certain way, that's like, it's not proof. You know? There's like at least a non-zero chance from your perspective that I don't watch that. You know? I mean, yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, that's just the truth. That's just the truth. So my hair is kind of a mess. Oops. Anyways. Actually, no, it's not that bad. I think it was just the lighting made it look fucky. Sissy Hypno W. Let's go. Okay, is there anything else that Ethan Klein goes over that's like worthwhile? I hope, maybe, potentially, but I don't think there will be. I mean, he hasn't really gone over anything that is worthwhile, but I mean, like, as in, worthwhile to react to. Or I guess I would rather there not be, for the sake of not having even more baseless accusations. But again, like, I don't... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Ethan Klein is kind of dishonest, if I'm to be completely honest. Today we learned something new. I'm gonna pull a Hasan, you know, since Ethan Klein is a big fan of his daddy Hasan. Or did they have a falling out? I genuinely don't fucking remember. Either way, I'm gonna pull a Hasan, and I'll be back in a minute while this plays, and then I'll add my commentary. Unlike Hasan, whenever he takes a 40-minute shit, because I don't know about you, but like, I don't take 40-minute shits in the middle of a stream. Maybe that's just me, personally. You know, I don't like to do that while playing a video essay and then coming back and then saying nothing about it. But I don't know. Anyways,
I mean, I don't want to be rude, but this is fucking weird.
I don't want to be rude.
Seabiscuit wet.
See soggy biscuit.
Yeah. Soggy biscuit.
Gross.
Secretariat web.
Oh boy.
Listen, but here's what I take from it. We showed all the context. I didn't cut them off. Everything you're saying, I showed it all. We were very intentional about this. We said they were drawings. I just looked at some internet researcher figured them out, and those images are truly, truly vile. Truly vile.
Wept.
Those are like children below 10 years old.
That's the description, yeah.
How can anyone argue against that? In my opinion, that's straight up
that's
P word if you watch that kind of stuff. And in my
so
humble
there is an ethical conversation that goes on in Japan.
Mm.
They say, if we make hentai, lolly hentai, and there are child predators in society, is it better for them to consume that if it lowers the frequency of them harming actual children? And so there's a philosophical...
Do we know that it would lower?
That I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, has anybody actually like studied if that's effective?
I have no idea.
I don't know, but
it seems like
I know that's a conversation that takes place in Japan because in Japan a lot of people consume this lolly shit.
I'd be curious if it also works the other way around, where it's like an entry level thing, and then it grows into like this weird fucking like that's another thing, right?
Absolutely, you normalize it. You make people feel that it's okay.
Yeah, next level. We know this about drugs. We know this about any human obsession.
True.
It always increases.
True.
So I don't know that.
But yeah, this stuff's completely legal in Japan and like widely consumed. Apparently, I've heard. I don't know. I might be speaking out of turn, but I'm pretty sure that's true. So there's actually the Tacoma Web we watch. Here's a comment.
So Okay, right off the bat, Ethan Klein is literally just fucking lying. Or was it Ethan Klein that said it, or was it one of his co-hosts? Either way, one of them, one of the retards on the H3 podcast said that the depictions are of characters or whatever that are under the age of 10. This is just a lie. I'm sorry, but like you could argue, oh, okay, some of them are kind of sus, and maybe like you could maybe interpret it as maybe lolly potentially, even though it could easily be the case that it's not. But like if they I'm sorry, but they all had titties. Like all the women, all of the women that were depicted had titties. If you're under the age of 10, like unless you're like going through precocious puberty, you don't have titties. So like I'm fucking flabbergasted. Ah yes, the fucking 9-year-old children that have massive titties. Yeah, that's totally what's being depicted. Okay. This soon. Okay. Okay, so you're bringing up this one has tags. I don't care about the tags because if the tags are from somewhere that is not the source that Vaush got it from, then it doesn't matter, right? So even if it's defined as lolly, looking at the image itself, I would have reason to believe that that's not the case, right? And that it's just the art style, right? So it could be the case that it turns out, oh, actually that was like the intention there, right? However, I also think that whether or not there's a tag that says it's lolly on the website that Vaush did not get the fucking image from, he just got like he got it from Twitter, I believe. Like someone reposted it on Twitter. So he wouldn't have seen that was like the tag. So how would he know that was like the intention? Right? So but again, like you know, like again, if like this only works under the presupposition that that any single image can only be uploaded on one site. Or maybe it's the case, and this is just a big fat maybe it's the case that some of these images were uploaded on multiple sites, and maybe, just maybe, wherever the fuck Vaush found it did not have that tag. So how the fuck would he know? If you can't tell just by looking at the image itself, then I think it's unfair to assume that Vaush must have definitively gotten it from the place that says it is lolly, right? There's no reason to conclude that. There's not evidence of that. So, again, even the little one at the bottom? What? Wait, what? Yeah, that was one of the ones that made me uncomfortable. But again, like you might, I could understand why someone would see that and not immediately think that that's a child. I think that that's like a fairly reasonable thing. I will say, it is quite ambiguous. I don't like it. It's too ambiguous for my liking, right? That's what I mean when I say it's sus. It is kind of ambiguous. But it's kind of ambiguous, and Vaush is definitively a PDF file are two completely different positions, right? I think it's ambiguous, and that's not good. But again, that doesn't prove that he's a PDF file. If it's ambiguous, that just means that it could be interpreted either way, right? I don't know. Oh my god. Hold on. Okay. Anyways. Sorry, I was just looking at Discord. My favorite platform of all time. Anyways. He's like 40, 60. Okay. You're not understanding. If there's a reasonable doubt in terms of somebody being a PDF file, right? If there's like a reason to doubt that Vaush is a PDF file, I don't think it's fair to assert that he is one, right? Because there's a reasonable doubt. My standard of evidence for something as serious as pedophilia is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which I don't think that Vaush is. Now, I'm not saying it's logically impossible that he's guilty, right? That's not my argument. My argument is that there's simply not enough evidence to conclude that he definitively is. And if we can't conclude that he definitively is, then it is preferable for him to treat him as if he is innocent. Okay, that was actually a good explanation / argument. Yeah. I'm not like if Vaush says or does something retarded, like I won't say that yeah he's like in the right. Based, no matter what, right? Different people are looking for different things. Yeah, exactly, right? And we don't know which things Vaush would have been looking for, right? Well, it doesn't make any logical sense to assume worst case scenario, right? That's fucking ridiculous. So that's why I don't assume worst case scenario, because that's just uncharitable. Either way, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't like being uncharitable. That's all. Uncharitability bad. I know. Okay, this stream has gotten way more engagement / average concurrence / total views throughout the duration of the stream, proportional to the time I've been streaming for. Way more so than other streams I do. It's making me have a little bit more faith in the YouTube algorithm gods. Maybe they don't hate me. They are, in a way, promoting me to new people. Like unless everyone here came from different platforms, but I don't think that that's the case. I think people just came from YouTube. Like if somebody was talking about me on a different platform, I feel like somebody would have mentioned it. So, damn, maybe I need to do more content like this, because it does kind of well, especially for like a live stream, getting new viewers. That's why I'm so against the bandwagon. It's such a serious thing. Yeah. No, like, I agree. Like, I was commenting on my last message. Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Well, either way, point still stands. Always cover the drama. You're right that it's good for views / engagement. Yeah. I guess the issue I've had in the past with covering drama is that I'm always fucking late to whatever topic it is. But like, I feel like I got this one on time, right? So like, anytime there's like a big controversy, I should just like do like an 8-hour stream, like like as quickly as I realistically can. Curious, how would you feel if someone says they watch Lolly because they see themselves as the girl, not the guy? Like, as in, like, the girl is, like, the depiction of the underage character, but not the guy? Could that be someone wanting to be dommed by the big guy? Oh, shit. Okay, I thought about this briefly, but then I lost my train of thought. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. But, yeah, I guess that's, like... yeah, I don't know. Because, like... Fuck. God damn it. That's actually a really good question. That's Flamenco's defense. At least his fans used it to say he inserted as the... Okay, well, Flamenco's retarded. I mean, I don't think that, whether or not Flamenco or his fans said something, I don't think that immediately invalidates it, though. Fuck, I don't know. Some of us are worried of whether or not it's actually lolly. Vaush has or not. Whether or not he has lolly. And some don't care and are worried Vaush likes them young or not. Well, yeah, like the problem I have is like saying that like Vaush is like a PDF file, right? And like this is the evidence people are using for that. It's like it could be the case that like, okay, yeah, technically this is like lolly because that was the artist's intention, but like you wouldn't know that just from looking at the image itself. In which case I don't, yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Okay, I don't even think you disagree with me, right? But people are using this as like a an argument for why Vaush is morally reprehensible and is actually attracted to children, which is just bad faith. Would you say that Vaush is being kink-shamed? I don't know, man. I mean, a little bit, but like, I don't think that like the main issue is kink-shaming. Like, I think that's like the least of my... I think that the pedo-jacketing part is like the part I feel like the kink-shaming, a lot of that just boils down to like people making jokes. Like, you could argue that like people making jokes about pyrocynical's inflation fetish. I know I keep going back to that, but like, I don't know. I think it's a good point of reference. People that make jokes about that, you could argue, they're kink-shaming a little bit. And to an extent they are, but like, I feel like the comedy outweighs like the kink-shaming part. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, technically you are kink-shaming a little, but like, it's in a like a very harmless way that's not trying to like morally impugn or ruin somebody's career. Kinks should be shamed. Well, I guess it would depend on which kinks we're talking about, but generally I disagree. I don't think that kinks should be shamed. I think you're wrong. Would you say that Vaush is... Oh, wait, I already read that. Sorry, I'm retarded. Jesus Christ. Oh my god.
Compilation of all the times Vaush talked about horsecock on his Discord. Somebody made this compilation.
Okay, we've kind of missed this element of this whole story so far. We haven't really like focused in on this, but the whole thing with the horse, I've discovered, is that it's been a thing for years. Sort of like...
Yeah, it's like the biggest non-issue. Maybe people just don't care. Is that possible? No, of course not.
A joke that like, oh, Vaush fucked horses, or he's into horses.
I mean, he does frame it as a joke. Like, I never heard him say that and thought, oh yeah, he definitively must 100% be into horses. But I guess you could argue there's like, I guess you could argue that like at this point in time, like there's no going back in terms of being able to refute the horsecock allegations. You know, I don't think that Vaush is ever gonna be able to, you know, have that plausible deniability. We all know that he loves the horsecock and that he genuinely loves the horsecock. He wishes he was the horsecock. And you know, I guess that's I guess he's never gonna be able to beat the horsecock allegations ever again. You know? So sad.
Or whatever. So the fact that it then came out that he had a folder full of horse porn, like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Like, this is a post from 3 years ago with a compilation of this dude talking about horsecock.
I gotta mute the audio on this.
I'm talking, by the way, AB, I'm talking about art, not actual.
Right, okay.
Not actual, you know, without real children in it. In Japan, I'm saying that's popular, not CP. Okay, so here is this compilation from Dramatic Text.
I'm sorry, I meant to send a second paragraph as well, which was about like manga and artists.
This is social issues, age of consent.
I'm sorry, but like, who the fuck cares if Vaush likes if Vaush likes fucking horsecock in terms of like like whatever drawings that he looks at. Like, okay, if you were to like go out to like a fucking horse stable in real life, okay, and you were to suck a horse off, right? Okay, that'd be bad. You shouldn't do that because horses can't consent, right? But I am of the belief that the reason Vaush likes depictions of horsecock is because that's like a very large type of cock, right? It's like some of the biggest cock you can find drawings of, right? So like I don't think it's I don't think that's like the same thing as bestiality.
Sorry, here.
Not to mention the fact that he envisions himself as the horse, which in the context of it being Vaush, like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, unless Vaush is like secretly a bottom, like, he would want to have like the power and the massive cock of the horse. Like, I feel like that's fairly consistent with what we know about Vaush.
Why is it copying the whole damn thing? Give me
Just
a
the
second.
bottom one?
Yeah.
Manga artists and anime directors have argued that it is dangerous to try to define child P-word when it comes to artwork, drawings, and animations. In regard,
It is difficult to define, right? There's like a lot of ambiguity a lot of the time. Like there's some clear-cut examples where it's like, okay, obviously it is or obviously it isn't. There's like some instances where it's like, I don't know. Is that, maybe it's the art style, maybe it's not. I don't fucking know, right? It's like some stuff is ambiguous. Again, I'm not a big fan of the ambiguous stuff myself, but like I can understand interpreting it one way or the other. But I feel like that it like people should be able to recognize the fact that like that the more ambiguous stuff could be interpreted either way, and that if somebody likes the ambiguous stuff, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're attracted to children or whatever. It just means that maybe they interpret it differently from you. If it's like ambiguous, like obviously they're going to be clear-cut examples, but none were present in like specifically in Vaush's epic horsecock folder. So
regarding hentai, due to it being highly ambiguous, not that much gray area.
No, the worst images were ones that were ambiguous, and the ones that weren't ambiguous were ones where, okay, yeah, this is clearly an adult. So it was either an adult or ambiguous, right? And if this was something that Vaush, like again, it's not like Vaush is like, oh, you know, let me selectively choose the ones that are either ambiguous or like clearly adults to be on display in order to optically look good, right? This was a private folder, right? I feel like it's reasonable to assume that like if he had like a unambiguous lolly on his computer, right? And he accidentally opened the porn folder, that would have been there, right? But it wasn't. It wasn't there. The worst that there was ambiguous. So I think it's unreasonable to assume he's a PDF file based on that.
And have cited freedom of expression to prevent it from being abused. For example, they argue that even in the anime and manga series Doraemon, the scene of the schoolgirl...
My point originally was that it doesn't matter if he's out of for lolicon. He's already sick for the horse. Look, I don't even... okay, memes aside, I'm not a fan of the horse thing either. I don't know. I don't think it's the end of the world. Like, is it gross? Yeah, okay. I'll admit it. It's gross. I don't like it very much. It's kind of icky, right? But something being kind of icky, like that's not enough. You have to demonstrate some sort of harm beyond that's kind of icky, lol, right?
Shizaku Minamoto taking a bath might be construed as child pornography. Listen, if someone's watching a lot of anime, they're fucking crazy. Yeah. And a lot of that shit is kind of fucking disturbing in that way. So you kind of hit that.
Well, and a lot of it is ambiguous, right? Because of that. Like that's the point.
Nail on the head. And frankly, it's like you said, Love, there's like a lot of borderline fucking vile, weird sexual stuff in anime. And if anything, it's sending people.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of what blurs the lines, right?
Getting a taste for that.
Yeah, there are some shows that I couldn't get into because of that.
I like how they go, dude, you could even call this scene child pornography. It's like, we should.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Great point.
Even Dragon Ball, which is like super vanilla compared to a lot of other things. Like when Goku was a kid, he lifts up Bulma's skirt.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like touching her.
Yeah, he was groping her.
Yeah.
Wow, I
That's
don't
fucking
remember
Goku.
that.
Arts depicting underage characters, lolicon and shotacon, and photography of underage models remain controversial. Oh, dude, photographs of underage models, Junior Idol. Japan.
Okay, I'm sorry, but underage modeling should be illegal. All right, hot take: if you're underage, you shouldn't be able to model. I'm sorry, that's just like, fucking fight me if you disagree. I'm sorry. Like, no child should be a model. That's fucking ridiculous.
Pan.
What's happening over there?
This is the question of character. What is this character, Cam?
From the scene that you were reading.
What you were just talking about.
Minor modeling is sick. I don't know how it's not fucking completely illegal in all 50 states and everywhere around the world. Like, it's, yeah. Like, it causes way more harm than lolly shit. It seems like everybody, maybe not everybody, but like most people are like against lolly, which is fine, right? I can't say I'm for it. Not a big fan myself, right? But then they won't morally condemn or like just don't care about something that's clearly more harmful, right? Like there are direct children involved, which makes it worse. Like the.
All right, I'm not gonna. Yeah,
Not necessary.
There's some weird shit
Yeah.
going on, and I think
Model like for clothing stores. No, yeah. But
the less of it, the better, globally. Anyway, here's Vaush talking about horsecock.
Delete me from this conversation.
So it's playing Little Nas, right?
Yeah.
You didn't tell
No, that was
me.
another compilation that was going around. I found this one because it was more direct. It didn't have like memes cut throughout it.
Let me read it to you. What the fuck is wrong with horsecock?
I guess I could like specify in terms of like the like modeling for clothing stores. I would prefer mannequins, but like in the context of like a clothing store. Okay, I don't. I'm not gonna lie and pretend like I give that much of a shit, right? But I think that like generally speaking, like children being models, kind of icky. Not gonna lie, you know, that's all I'm gonna say about it, right? Because what you end up with is children being heavily scrutinized for like their physical appearances, right? Which can lead to things like eating disorders, all sorts of nasty shit. It makes them easy. Like again, it's something that can lead to them being taken advantage of more easily, etc. So like generally speaking, I'm just against it. But like, I don't know.
Horse like it when you slurp their balls. I respect horse fucking go. I'd love to have a horsecock. Horsecocks are pretty hot, to be honest. I'll tell them.
Guys, I think Vaush might actually like horsecock. I don't know. Maybe that's just conjecture, but
I'm down to meet up tomorrow, and they'll be like, I can't wait for you to destroy me with that horsecock, and fuck, I'm only 8 inches, bro. You are a vile freak, bro. You gotta get a life outside. Just
think about horsecock.
Tacoma's weeping right now, bro. Ugh, equine because I can't draw horses well. Dragon dildos are not as good as horse dildos. You know that feeling when you're really... Why is he having these like really explicit sexual conversations with his fans too? That's kind of disturbing as well.
Absolutely.
I'm getting...
I don't know if this is what this fan... I don't know where this is from. I mean, I know it's from 2018, but I don't know like what server or like I don't know where this is from. Like I'm guessing this is like an 18+ channel. I would assume, in which case, okay, cool. Who gives a shit? If it's an 18+ channel where only people that are 18 or older can view these messages, then like there's literally nothing wrong with that. Like, I don't know.
I'm getting Sin Jared vibes. Ethan, this is Ethan. What age would you let your kids start watching anime? I mean, it depends on the anime.
Yeah.
For example,
Pokemon.
like Hunter x Hunter, which is one of my favorite animes. One of the things that I love so much about the show is they don't do any weird sexual stuff.
There's the one
Okay, how long does he
character,
talk about the horsecock thing for? I just don't care. I'm sorry.
Because you were watching scrolling.
I was about to catch that. I thought maybe because the earthquake, it was falling off.
Wait, what? You didn't see
You never
that?
had that experience before?
No.
Did you ever play Rock Band or Guitar Hero?
No.
That used to always happen to me hardcore.
Sorry, this is nothing.
When he went off Tinder, Buffalo wept.
Buffalo wept, yeah. Tears of joy.
Tacoma wept.
Buffalo High wept.
Oh, looks like there's like another Vaush
Are we waiting
clip.
for something, Dan?
I wasn't really ready when you said it.
Okay.
We didn't get to any of them. It's just the Vaush
I tried
episode.
to. I knew.
No, but it's so much fun.
I know. I just knew when we got on this,
I'm
we
sorry, this is nothing. It looks like they're about to play a Vaush clip though.
weren't going to get off it. So.
We've been talking about Vaush for 1.5 hours.
So
Oh my God.
should we call it Vaush did what to what?
Yeah.
What can we call it where people
Vaush leaked his horse folder.
That's
Let me watch this.
Joke at Twitter.
I've got one for you, Ethan. And this is a title that I would have used if I had found Vaush to be guilty. Is how Vaush ruined his career in 3 seconds. Or how Vaush ended his career. Ended, destroyed, ruined, whatever the fuck. Boom. Like, instant views, easily. I considered doing that as like a clickbait. The only reason I didn't is because I know, like, okay, well, if I mislead people, then, you know, people are gonna click off or whatever. And it's like, why are you I thought he ruined his. Where's the part where his career is ruined? What the hell, Femyoz, right? So it's like whatever. But if I genuinely thought that Vaush was, you know, that his career was over, and was making arguments against him for why his career should be over, then I would title it that. I'm just saying, you know, if I did title it that, this probably would have gotten more viewers. But I don't know. I just don't want to be dishonest. So sorry, I guess.
Twitter account named HitlerCunny1488 sourced all the images and said one of them was Lolly. I feel like that's probably the character of the engagement that I'll see. Okay,
I've seen the images, motherfucker. Don't.
What if Ethan Klein was actually HitlerCunny1488 all along? What if that was his alt account? Oh my god, no fucking way. Ethan Klein exposed. That's crazy.
Kidding. Okay, so the images that were in the folder. First of all, the funniest things there by far, to be clear, is that I think 2 of the images that showed were literally just non-pornographic, like canon images.
Yeah, we already watched the Vaush response video, so we don't need to watch their reaction to it. At least not in my opinion. Did they go over like any other controversy? Did they go over like the Poppy stuff? Oh, there's some Discord DMs apparently.
This is from right now?
Yeah, now.
Quick, change the title. Yeah, no, for real. Well, that's the issue, is like that would give me like more short-term engagement, but like I don't even know if I would get more views because like it would decrease the watch time. Like the average view duration would be lower if like I had like a misleading title like that. You could also make an argument for like standing out less if you just like agree with the popular opinion. Like I feel like even though you would intuitively think from like an outside perspective that like that how Vaush ended his career in 3 seconds, or even though that sounds like it's more it is more clickbaity in general, but like I also stand out more if I'm like the only person defending Vaush. Right? Not that I am the only person defending Vaush, but like there's like a clear bias against him when I don't think that there should be.
This was posted on Reddit, and then so I can't confirm it. I'm not in his Discord, but
He says, and failed attempts to engagement just make me look defensive. I really doubt that's a viable avenue of engagement. I reach out if I could. People really, really do hate me. I don't follow him for covering drama, but doing this gigantic, generic smear piece without reaching out, bro. Or talking beforehand. I'm not even on Twitter and barely talk to you at all, man. Yo, bro, I gotta talk to you about this horse porn shit, brother.
Yeah.
I don't have that nature. I don't have that relationship.
So Mutated Cutie makes the point in chat saying, I feel like if people can be fine with the horse thing, they shouldn't try to explain away the lolly and just be okay with it. I view it as the same. So I don't think that they're the same. So for starters, the horse stuff is like so unrealistic that I don't think it would be logical to conclude that somebody viewing the extremely unrealistic horse stuff would be more likely as a result of looking at the unrealistic horse stuff to actually go out and you know, do certain activities with an animal. I don't know if the same can be said for lolly. I guess I'd have to research the lolly stuff. I don't want to. I really don't want to. But I guess if I want to make claims about it, I probably should before I make like strong statements rather than just like oh, I vaguely dislike this and think it's vaguely bad kind of way. But like also it's going to be the case that like a child has a greater capacity to experience harm and trauma, right? So there would also be like more at stake if it were to have an impact on that. I don't know. That's just sort of how I view it. I could be wrong. The horse thing is disgusting. Disgusting, and it's so bad that it makes you a terrible person that's irredeemable are completely different things. But yeah, I think that one is definitely worse than the other. But the one thing that's worse, that the lolly stuff is non-existent, so people morally impugning him for that is fucking stupid. I just think it's brain dead.
Relationship with you. How many times have we talked? Nice. He says it feels at least a little shitty of him. I mean, he's not being that harsh, and I understand that. It would make him feel shitty. I've generally been pretty fair to Ethan. Okay, man. Like, again, I'm not.
Yeah, so the problem is that Ethan is being unfair. Not that he's criticized, like he can criticize Vaush. Like that's something you can do without being uncharitable. The problem isn't that Ethan was criticizing Vaush. It's that he was doing so dishonestly, in bad faith, with, I don't know, uncharitability instead of charitability, right? Like I could understand, like if you've offered somebody charitability when viewing their content and making judgments about them, that you would hope that they would reciprocate, and it'd be very disappointing if they instead decided to like create an entire smear campaign in order to pedo jacket you, right? Like Vaush being hurt by that makes sense, right? Like that's understandable.
I'm not gonna. What?
I just confirmed this is legit.
My illustration's first appearance on the H3.
Illustrious.
If you want, wait, was he on before?
No. He's
No,
saying
he's
this is my illustrious first appearance. on the
But
H3
Vaush,
podcast.
I said I'll talk to you. I said I'll talk to you.
I'm so excited for the Ethan Klein versus Vaush debate. I know for a fact, like, if Ethan Klein is willing to do it, like, I have no doubt in my mind that Vaush is gonna, like, take the opportunity to destroy Ethan Klein in the free marketplace of ideas, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, like, the only reason that debate wouldn't happen is if Ethan Klein pussied out. But, no, Vaush will absolutely debate Ethan.
Should I let him call in now?
No, we gotta go.
No,
soon. We're already
It's almost 5.
way over
DM
time.
the podcast Instagram, and we will schedule something.
Okay, we'll talk. I mean, I'll give you the chance to defend yourself, but
You better believe that whenever the fuck that happens, we're going to be reviewing the debate on stream. So if you want to see me analyze the debate meticulously between Ethan Klein and Vaush whenever the fuck it happens, subscribe with notifications on so you find out as soon as I live stream about it, right? Because I think that I give a good analysis when it comes to this type of stuff. Yeah. I don't think that there's that much left to the video.
you should know
Ethan
that.
did say in the beginning that he watches your content.
And I like his content. I
Yeah.
thought he was a talented content creator.
Mhm.
But you know, Michael Jackson was a talented singer. No, I'm kidding. I
Yeah.
mean,
Come on.
that's too much. That's too much.
He said
He didn't do
That's too much, you know. Blatantly pedo jacketing him throughout the entire segment of the podcast episode, that's not too far. Saying he's similar to Michael Jackson, that's where Ethan Klein draws the line.
anything like that. That's a poor joke. He didn't do anything like that. He didn't harm anybody,
No,
frankly.
right.
He just has some weird opinions and looks
Weird
at
takes,
weird. Yeah,
weird takes.
he didn't harm anyone, for the record.
Okay, I appreciate that Ethan Klein specifies this, but this doesn't like undo like the pedo jacketing that he did throughout the rest of the segment. Like, I feel like this is just damage control in case it turns out that people point to this in the future as like an example of Ethan Klein, you know, fucking up. Like, if somebody like Nicholas Diorio, you know, decides to make a hit piece on Ethan Klein, this might be one of the things he mentions. Oh yeah, remember when you did this like podcast episode where you spent like a good 2 hours pedo jacketing somebody? I don't know what Nick Diorio's position is, but I guess we could maybe we look at that on like a different live stream. Maybe I do like a part 2 to this specifically, and then at some point I do the thingy where we watch the debate whenever the fuck it happens. So yeah, very disappointed in Ethan Klein. Dog shit fucking video. I expected more. Very disappointed. Ethan Klein, if you're watching this, which I know for a fact you're not, but if you were, hypothetically, eat my fucking ass. Yeah, with that being said, I think that's everything I wanted to cover on this epic YouTube live stream. And with that being said, unless there's like something quick that I should cover, I don't think there is. At least not that I can think of. But yeah. Damn. That was I expected more. That's all I'm gonna say. I expected a lot fucking more. Talk about the green M&M. No, I'm not gonna talk about the green M&M. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for not talking about the green M&M. Maybe we get to that in part 2. You know, I'm sure there's so much to talk about that we wouldn't be able to get to it you know, in this live stream. Have a good night. Yeah. You too, everybody in chat. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, smash like if you haven't already. If you haven't smashed like, the fuck are you doing, bro? Smash like already. You know, I've been providing this epic source of entertainment. You know? And you know? But yeah, I think this was a good stream. W stream, hell yeah. I feel like I've been doing better with the streams lately. Like my most recent streams, this one and the Oris cosplay one, were really entertaining. You know, I intend on doing more streams that are super entertaining. That I guess are like more structured and planned out in a way. Where it's like, yeah, liked, subbed, enjoyed. There you go. Why, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, oh my god, it's gonna take me so long to add timestamps to this. Oh shit. Oh no. It's gonna take forever. That being said, I better go do that. Came late to Trolls Raid since I saw people got banned. It wasn't really a raid. I think that the YouTube just algorithmically decided to recommend it to certain types of people that it knew would be interested in the topic, because they're people that strongly disagree with defending Vaush. And I don't think that anybody rated it though. I think that the YouTube algorithm was just like, oh, these people will probably engage, LOL, and it's like, well, they did, but not for the right reasons. Not for the right reasons. So yeah, that's just like a YouTube algorithm moment. But the YouTube algorithm did me good for once. Hell yeah, let's go. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm, you know, takes a few rare W's every now and again, and I think that this is an example of that, you know, for all the new viewers that got recommended this or found it wherever, because the YouTube algorithm was decided to be nice to me for once, instead of being a big, fat, stinky, poopy head. I think that this might actually be, in terms of, like, average viewership, I mean, it's gone down since it's, like, a bit later. So some people are sleeping now, and I've been streaming for, like, a long-ass time. But, I think aside from, streams where, like, I was, like, in direct controversy with, like, content creators way larger than me, like the Acheeto stream, this might be the most viewership I've gotten on, like, a single stream, while streaming. Now, granted, I have been streaming for over 8 hours, right? That's kind of part of it. That's, I guess, be wrong if I were to say that, oh yeah, that's not even part of the equation, you know? But I've done streams longer than this, and it didn't get this type of viewership. Like this, the VOD might end up getting 1,000 views, which is really good for like a VOD. You know, considering that it already has 506. Yeah, I guess the view duration's kind of low for how long I've been streaming, but like most people aren't gonna sit around for an 8-hour stream. And a lot of people like you know, have other shit that they might want to do, but that's fair enough, I guess. But yeah, oh my god. You can also see like a massive dip when I was having technical difficulties. My audio stopped working at around this point. It went down to 5. That's how you know. That's the part of the stream where we unfortunately had technical difficulties in terms of the fucking whatchamacallit, the Jesus Christ, I'm so good at saying words. Yeah, anyways, you get the point. How long have you been streaming in general? I like a year. When was my first past live stream? I don't know. Genuinely no clue. Let me go to my channel. So yeah, my first live stream was from a year ago. It's Femboy Destroys Ben Shapiro live. This was before I was trans, by the way. Yeah. My voice sounds a little bit different. The audio in that one I think was fucked. But then in all of the following streams it was fine. It was just that one. I just didn't know what, like I didn't have like I didn't have anything properly set up, and then I fixed it. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, my channel has been kind of dead for the past couple months. I mean, I have been streaming less on average lately, until this stream and like a couple other streams. But yeah, normally streams on this channel get like less views or whatever than this. So I think I did a good job today. I'm proud. I'm proud of myself, and I think that that's a good thing. I think it's good to be proud of yourself sometimes. You know? You can also tell that my thumbnails have like slowly improved over time. Like my ability to like quickly make thumbnails, like the quality goes up and down depending on like how much effort I put in, and like how big is the stream, etc. Like, okay, do I need to really prepare a good thumbnail, or do I just like, this is just like a kind of a shitpost stream? Trying different styles and whatnot, just to see what works, what doesn't, what, you know, I look back, I'm like, oh, okay, some of these aesthetically are kind of dog shit. Some of these, pretty good. Some of these are like, it's like, why did you make the exposure so fucking high, you goddamn idiot? Like, okay, something I've learned the hard way is increasing the exposure, contrast, and saturation doesn't automatically gain you more views. Like, if you do it in a way that's aesthetically less pleasing, like if you sacrifice the aesthetic of it for making it more vibrant, it makes the CTR lower. But like, for instance, like if we look at these two, the aesthetic's like different from what I do now a little bit. But like these are good despite having like high saturation and contrast, etc., exposure. But you have to do it right, otherwise it looks bad and gets less views. Because people will just be like, oh, this is a shit video based on the thumbnail or whatever. But yeah, like if you look here or whatever, it's like, yeah, those are the old thumbnails. You scroll up, and then you see like, oh yeah, some of these look like they could be video essays. And usually people put a shit ton of time and effort into thumbnails for video essays. Like this thumbnail right here, this looks like a video essay. I'm proud of that. This one kind of does, sort of. I wouldn't say it looks like I don't know. But like some of them look like this one I feel like could be a video essay. Yeah. I don't know. Obviously, the quality varies a little bit as I try new stuff, but yeah. Anyways, sorry, I've been rambling a lot. Like a lot. Trans femmes and femboys are in the folder. Yeah, they are. It recommended this when I was watching a random Neil deGrasse Tyson video. Been watching for a while. Let's go. YouTube algorithm. Okay, that's the thing, is like you could be watching some random shit like Neil deGrasse Tyson. It'll recommend you some shit that's like completely unrelated that it knows you'll probably engage with. So it's like, yeah, it's weird how that works. Like obviously it's not going to do that for like a new user, but like clearly it knows that you're interested in both Neil deGrasse Tyson and YouTube drama, I guess if it relates to Vaush at least. Yeah. Oh my god. Anyways, I think that's gonna be it for today. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 8.5 hours. Jesus, that's crazy. I guess I am truly terminally online. Incredible, I know. But yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Unless I die in a tragic house fire. Goodbye.